Chapter 2384. He's a bird man. Those who caused trouble earlier get out. Along with his actions, a cold voice sounded at the same time. Right now, Lin Ling's god devil body had reached 5,000 universe power. In fact, it was a 5th grade Xian body. In terms of physical strength, he really didn't fear anyone. Of course, in terms of Jieyuan, he also didn't fear anyone. Let's scram. Not far away, Yuanian looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes full of fear. But today's matter will not be forgotten. Scram, not leave. Lin Ling had heard this kind of threat many times. He didn't mind it and took a sip of wine. You. Hearing this, Yuanian's pupils constricted. So many young geniuses were watching, and he was going to roll out? If that was the case, the De Yuan mansion would be completely disgraced by him. Do you want me to help you? However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly told them to get out, because by the time Lin Ling came to help, they might have to leave lying down. Seeing this, many people in the inn couldn't help but laugh. This guy's strength is so strong. He's definitely above average among the younger generation in this batch of assessment. At this moment, Blue Enchantress's little blue mouth turned into an O. She didn't expect that young man to be so strong. She had underestimated him. Actually, I also want to see him lose face, but I know that it's impossible with those people from before. Tang Yue sighed regretfully. Why do I feel that you don't want him to be embarrassed? Tang Yue, tell me honestly, do you like him? Blue Enchantress laughed strangely and said, however, he's still worthy of praise. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Moreover, the advantage of his physical strength won't allow him to pass smoothly in this test. You're the one who likes him. I hate his arrogant look. Tang Yue immediately retorted, but she muttered inwardly, his strength isn't his physical body. In truth, even she didn't know where Lin Ling's limits were. In any case, he didn't seem like a second-level world king. And the inn also gradually quieted down. The crowd finally knew why falling flowers flowing water, and the others had submitted to Lin Ling. All geniuses, please gather at the plaza. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the sky. The long night was finally over, and the resplendent academy's examination was about to begin. It's about to start. Everyone's spirits were shaken as they walked out of the inn one after another. Lin Ling and the others were the same. Looking at the street, they saw that it was already filled with people. They were all from the younger generation. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were captivating. Every single one of them puffed out their chests and walked forward with high fighting spirit. For the sake of martial arts, they would unleash their full potential. Of course, there was no lack of young masters who were working hard to attract the attention of the beauties around them. There were indeed a lot of women in this assessment. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes. There were cute types, mature types, charming types, and so on. It was no wonder that they were so impulsive. Even Lin Ling couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He didn't expect there to be so many beauties. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. In the distance, a young man in a purple robe stepped onto a white paper crane. He was extremely dazzling. Where did he come from? That paper crane is made of paper, but it can carry people and fly. Xian Yuangur exclaimed beside him. It's just a kind of puppet. It can fly after engraving a boundary. But that guy is really in the limelight. Lin Ling curled his lips. Everyone was lining up in an orderly manner, but that young man was flying across the sky. If it wasn't for the limelight, then what was it for? That young man is called Whitebird. He's a member of the heavenly court. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Tang Yue walked over with Blue Enchantress and the others. Blue Enchantress spoke faintly. Whitebird of the heavenly court. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others had obviously heard of this name, and their expressions became serious. This guy is said to be a bird that turned into a human. Dibayamo said. A bird that turned into a human was similar to a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. As long as it appeared in the chaos of the universe, it could soar into the sky. If a carp could turn into a dragon, then Whitebird could also turn into a human. The geniuses of the martial god realm are really colorful. Xian Yuangu felt that it was an eye-opener. He knew that the young man's strength wasn't simple. To put it bluntly, he's a bird man. However, Lin Ling immediately mocked. Because of the heavenly court. No matter who that person was. As long as he was a member of the heavenly court, then he was Lin Ling's enemy. He appeared so handsome, but you said that he's a birdman. You're jealous of him. Blue Enchantress said disdainfully. She stared at Xian Yuangu'er and said, "What a cute girl. Come, let's get to know each other." Xian Yuangu'er was a little flattered by her friendly attitude. Lin Ling stared at Blue Enchantress. He found that this woman was tall and her strength was unfathomable. However, this woman was brought by Tang Yue, so he didn't pay much attention to her. Di by Mo and the others also secretly stared at her, attracted by her slender legs. Jealous? He's not qualified enough to make me jealous. Just wait, there's a price to pay for being in the limelight. Lin Ling looked at the sky again. His words made Blue Enchantress shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was definitely jealous. In fact, the young man flying in the sky was indeed very attractive. He was like a dazzling star. On the ground, many girls' eyes were shining. Get down. However, very quickly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted the paper crane. It burned the paper crane, and the white bird fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone has to follow the rules of the Resplendent Academy's examination. At the same time, an old man shouted angrily. Obviously, the white bird had violated the rules in order to be in the limelight. Sometimes the opposite of being in the limelight is losing face. Lin Ling immediately shrugged his shoulders, making the chess boy and the others laugh. From the perspective of men, they were also very unhappy with the elegant white bird. You're really vicious. Blue Enchantress curled her lips. She also felt that the white bird should be in a sorry state at this moment. And the fact was indeed so. On the ground, a large number of boos sounded, making Lin Ling think of a very popular sentence in his previous life. Acting tough will be struck by lightning. After that, everyone lined up in order, recorded their names and identities, and quietly waited for the examination. Large words began to appear in the sky. This examination was divided into two types. First, the examination of combat strength. Second, the examination of talent. Those who passed the two types of examinations would become the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Although there were only two types of examinations, they were definitely very difficult. This made many of the younger generation nervous. Those who want to take the examination, come out. Following the old man's voice, a large number of disciples walked out, quietly waiting for the examination of combat strength. Chapter 2385. The whole place was filled with hatred. That's Luo Lu from Only My Commandery. He's at the 4th level of World King Realm. Great God Qian from Grand Court Commandery is here too. Of course, Tang Yue from Square Commandery is here too. That's the genius from Xing and Boundary. He has been in Martial God Realm for 990 years. If he doesn't take part in the assessment after 1,000 years, he will lose his chance. Many people were talking about it. Their blood was boiling because it was an honor to be with those famous geniuses. Moreover, they also wanted to see the gap between them. Martial God Battalion, you've got guts. After the assessment, I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Yuan Ian from the Yuan Mansion. Suddenly, many people were puzzled. Who was the person from the Yuan Mansion talking to? This guy. Beside Lin Ling, Di by Mo and the others' faces turned ugly because Yuan Ian was talking to Lin Ling. This trash obviously wanted to settle accounts. There were so many geniuses here, so Yuan Ian was not afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. Who is this guy? How dare he provoke Yuan Ian? Many people looked at Lin Ling. As for Yuan Ian, he smiled gloomily. His sudden shout made Lin Ling the focus of attention. Lin Ling would be under a lot of pressure. After all, there were too many people here who were stronger than Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His face was full of disdain. Yu Linglong and the other top geniuses were surprised by his expression. Of course, their eyes were full of disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be calm. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, you'll be disgraced. You'll be eliminated. Yuan Ian roared again. Lin Ling's attitude was too calm, which made him very unhappy. Martial God Battalion. Suddenly, a doubtful voice rang out in the square. On the way to Qingzhou, did you guys see my brother Ma Yan? A young man in a black and white robe walked out from the high platform in front of the square. He had his hands behind his back and looked down indifferently. Speak. His furious roar caused the entire plaza to tremble. Senior brother Mai Zi. Someone with sharp eyes Ma Yan Ziyin immediately. This man was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. Who would have thought that he knew Lin Ling? For a moment, everyone paid attention to Lin Ling. They never thought that this unknown young man would cause such a huge commotion. This is bad. D by Mo and World Ma Yan had been killed by Lord Lin. My Zi. Ma Yan was Ma Yan. Ma Yan had my. Was my Mu Lucas was Ma Yan my continent my runes Louis my. Although they did not know how my Zi got the news, it was better for him to deny it. He's dead. Even Yu Linglong doesn't dare to provoke the last disciple of Radiant Academy. He's not even as strong as Yu Linglong. He's dead for sure. Yuan Nian did not expect things to turn out this way. Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side. Senior brother Mai Zi is asking you a question. Speak. A moment later, many of the disciples who were about to be assessed glared at Lin Ling. For them, senior brother Mai Zi was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. They needed to flatter him. If they could curry favor with him, they might get a favor. In my opinion, even if he didn't kill them, he still has something to do with it. I think we should arrest him and interrogate him. Yuanian said. He wanted to see the world in chaos. That bastard. Humph. Xian Yuangu, or could not help but curse. Everything was caused by that despicable person. The situation had become very troublesome. They did not know how Lin Ling would deal with it. However, trouble seemed to be coming in waves. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, long time no see. Step forward. Another young man slowly walked out from the high platform in front of him. He only had one arm, and at this moment, he stroked his severed arm with a ferocious expression as he coldly looked at Lin Ling. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou. Yes, the crowd exclaimed again. This was another last disciple. Moreover, his background was not small. It was said that he was a member of the Heavenly Court. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you know him? Yes. Among the crowd, White Bird also smiled. As a member of the Heavenly Court, he naturally knew Yi Xiaoshou. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you mean to protect him? Yes. Even Mai Zi frowned and looked at Yi Xiaoshou. If the latter wanted to protect Lin Ling, then he would not be able to question Lin Ling domineeringly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling and Yi Xiaoshou had a 5-year agreement. Moreover, Yi Xiaoshou's severed arm was cut off by Lin Ling. Therefore, Yi Xiaoshou was not here to protect Lin Ling at all. I know him. How can I not know him? He belongs to me. No one can snatch him from me, because I want to kill him with my own hands. Yi Xiaoshou paused for a moment before he finally spat out a cold sentence. As he spoke, his killing intent was extremely dense. The entire square was instantly like boiling water. Never had they imagined that Yi Xiaoshou did not want to protect Lin Ling, but wanted to kill Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, how audacious of you. You trash actually dared to offend Lord Yi Xiaoshou. Kneel down. White Bird immediately shouted angrily at Lin Ling. The others were the same. All of them stared furiously at Lin Ling, as if they wanted to seek justice for Yi Xiaoshou. To them, Lin Ling was just a passerby. His life and death had nothing to do with them. Of course, if Lin Ling's death could make Yi Xiaoshou owe them a favor, then that would be very good. Humans were selfish. In the face of benefits, who would pay attention to a passerby? A series of furious roars could be heard in the square. These guys. Falling flowers, flowing water. And the others all turned pale. They had to be wary of Mai Zi alone. Now there was also Yi Xiaoshou. It's over, it's over. Even Blue Enchantress sucked in a breath of cold air. She did not expect Lin Ling to offend so many people. She could not help but sigh. Tang Yue, what kind of guy do you know? Now everyone wants to see a good show. Her words were filled with helplessness. If it was someone else, she might help Lin Ling out of respect for Tang Yue. However, the ones who stepped in were the last generation disciples. Last generation disciples were not on the same level as them. After all, even if they passed the assessment, they were only last generation candidates. And those who could become last generation disciples were undoubtedly existences that were revered. Thank you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence that seemed to be directed at Blue Enchantress. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and then she shook her head. What are you thanking me for? I didn't help much. At least you want to help. It's enough that you have this thought, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. He looked very calm, which made Blue Enchantress suspect that Lin Ling was scared silly. She said, many people here want to see a good show for you. You're actually not flustered at all? Thank them for not thinking highly of me, because they are also encouraging me. For them, I will also become stronger. Lin Ling turned his head to look at Blue Enchantress, and revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 2386. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. Could it be that if the entire world became his enemy, he would be even happier? If he provoked even more enemies, then all of this would only cause him to become even stronger. This was a madman. Moreover, he was a martial arts maniac. Although Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, many people clearly heard him. What shameless boasting! Where did this trash come from? He's actually so arrogant. Could it be that all of us are hostile towards him, and he wants to use us as motivation to become stronger? Without a doubt, many geniuses angrily shouted out. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. What an interesting fellow. Even Yu Linglong and the others from the first camp smiled. Of course, they thought that Lin Ling was only trying to play to the gallery. After all, arrogance required capital, and this youth was only at the second level of the World King realm. He clearly didn't have that. Yi Xiaoshou, does your arm still hurt? The 5-year battle has already begun. Do you want to fight now? Or do you want to fight after the assessment? Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. Instead, he looked at Yi Xiaoshou on the high platform. Bang! As these words fell, the entire square was thrown into an uproar. No one thought that senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshou's arm would be cut off by this youth. Moreover, this youth had actually agreed to fight with Yi Xiaoshou. He was seeking death. He was simply seeking death. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling's words, even more voices of reprimand sounded out. In their opinion, even if senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshou were to give up an arm, this youth still wouldn't be his match. However, Lin Ling's words caused Yi Xiaoshou's complexion to turn icy cold. Losing an arm was his greatest shame. Although it hadn't been 5 years yet, these past years had felt like years to him. He had bitterly and diligently cultivated in order to wash away the greatest shame of his life. For a time he coldly glared at Lin Ling. He didn't speak, but Lin Ling angrily shouted out. Speak, coward. Coward? With just you. The noise in the surroundings became even louder. The crowd didn't think that the young man would dare to ignore them and directly shout at the last generation disciple. Hee, what a coward. My arm was broken by your martial god cannon. But that doesn't mean you're strong enough to break my arm. However, I'll remember you calling me a coward. After the test is over, I'll show everyone who's the real coward. Yi Xiaoshou finally revealed a sinister smile. Even my Z, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but shudder. He felt as if Lin Ling had touched the devil's reverse scale. Of course, even though Lin Ling was going to die, he wanted to know the whereabouts of his younger brother, Mai Yan, before he died. He had the ability to resonate with his younger brother. When his younger brother died, he immediately sensed it and vaguely heard that it was the martial gods battalion. You're Lin Ling, right? Let me ask you, where did my little brother go? Who killed him? Thinking of this, Mai Zi looked at Lin Ling and said in an extremely domineering manner. Senior brother Mai Zi, we haven't seen Mai Yan. We don't know who you're talking about. Falling Blossom Flowing Water immediately spoke. Chess Boy and the others also spoke. The world is so big. Don't you think you're being too domineering by questioning us just because your little brother is missing? At this moment, they naturally insisted that they hadn't seen Mai Yan. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. I want you to speak. Otherwise die. Unfortunately, Mai Zi didn't care about other reasons. He just wanted to know the result. Domineering. This was the powerful last-generation disciple. Of course, the others also felt that he had a reason to be domineering. You, falling blossom flowing water, and the others had unsightly expressions. The other party was too overbearing. I know where your little brother is. However, just as they were about to find another excuse, Lin Ling spoke. Speak. My Z frowned. He's dead. I killed him. Lin Ling smiled coldly. His smile was evil. He didn't hide anything and directly admitted it. Bang. At this moment, the entire square fell silent. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. My Z was stunned. Veins appeared on his forehead. His little brother was dead. He was killed by that young man? You're not joking? He roared angrily. His voice was mixed with shocking anger. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Ling was still smiling, but his voice became incomparably cold. This was an even more straightforward admission. This guy. Falling blossom flowing water, and the others smiled bitterly. Previously, they were thinking of ways to avoid it. Who knew that Lin Ling would directly admit it, and even counterattack in an overbearing manner? They couldn't figure out this kind of behavior that didn't play by the rules. As for Blue Enchantress, she smiled bitterly. This young man had offended all the geniuses and offended Yi Xiaoxiao. That wasn't enough. He even offended Mai Zi. This enmity was irreconcilable. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling dared to admit it. This wasn't arrogance. With his current strength, he really didn't fear Mai Zi and Yi Xiaoxiao. Since he didn't fear them, why should he be so humble? Why did you kill him? He's my only brother. Mai Zi finally reacted and let out a painful cry. His voice was distorted. Because he wanted to kill me. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the man and said fearlessly. Then why didn't you let him kill you? Mai Zi's eyes were filled with malevolence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His voice became cold. I have no enmity with him. He wanted to kill me because of the divine crystals. Now you're asking me why I didn't let him kill me? Let me tell you, once the test is over, I'll kill you too. His voice was filled with murderous intent. It was as if he wanted to kill the entire world. Mai Yan came to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling would definitely counterattack. If Mai Zi asked clearly and judged whether Lin Ling was right or wrong, Lin Ling might even apologize. But Mai Zi asked him why he didn't want to die. In this case, there was no need to keep this last-generation disciple alive. After all, Mai Yan's life was a life, but was Lin Ling's life not a life? Crazy. After Lin Ling's voice, the square was in an uproar. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so frivolous, but they could see that Lin Ling was going to die. Master Lin Ling, you're so bold. Mo and the others smiled bitterly. Master Lin Ling had provoked two last-generation disciples at the same time, and this had caused more dissatisfaction among the geniuses in the square. What will come, it can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head, because even if he endured the humiliation, the other party would not let him go. Time's up, the test begins. Yes. At this time, an old man's voice floated in the air, and everyone began to look up at the sky. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others naturally did not dare to disturb the test, and could only wait quietly by the side. No matter what the result of the test was, they would not let Lin Ling go today. Little Princess Tang Yue, is this lord of yours really arrogant or is he just bragging? Chapter 2387. Combat Strength Assessment. Tang Yue shook her head and smiled. In truth, I can't see through him either. Then he must be bragging a lot. Blue Enchantress thought that Lin Ling would definitely sneak away after the assessment. After all, bragging could be used to scare people, but it couldn't be used to defeat an opponent. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, his gaze was focused on the ground. The ground began to sink, revealing 10 huge platforms. A terrifying aura spread out from the platforms. On the platform, there was a cage made of steel. It was covered with cloth and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew by, and the cloth outside the cage was blown away, revealing a tall giant inside the cage. This giant's skin was as tough as steel, and he was over 100 meters tall. He stood there quietly, as if he was a demon king of the universe. Chi. Many people shuddered when they saw the giant because they felt extremely pressured by the giant. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully at the crowd's reaction. These people were mostly people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they saw that others were weaker than them, they all pretended to be fierce. But when they saw something mysterious and powerful, they were all like stray dogs. Shameful, Lin Ling said sarcastically. What did you say? Some people seemed to have heard it and glared at Lin Ling. Yuanian was among them. Take the seat yourself. Lin Ling didn't even bother to say anything. He appeared calm and collected. Even Blue Enchantress felt that compared to the others, Lin Ling was indeed very calm. However, she also stared at the platform and wondered, what the hell is this? In fact, Xian Yuangu and Tang Yue were also very curious. We met not long ago. Have you forgotten? Lin Ling said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes lit up. Could it be the martial god giant? That's right, this was the martial god giant. He had seen it not long ago in the martial god barracks. Of course, the martial god barracks was even bigger. So it's a puppet. That makes me less nervous. Blue Enchantress had obviously heard of the martial god giant. After the others learned about it, they all let out a sigh of relief. Only Lin Ling sneered. He whispered to Xian Yuangu, although this is a miniature version, don't underestimate it. All right, Xian Yuangu would definitely listen to Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with disdain, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man's voice resounded from the sky. One of the tests of combat strength is to fight the martial god giants. You're not allowed to utilize any weapons or treasures throughout the entire process. At first, the crowd didn't feel anything, but the second half of the sentence made many people turn pale. Forbidding the use of treasures and weapons. This was equivalent to choking off half of their strength. After all, some of them had extraordinary backgrounds and were born in a noble family. The weapons in their hands were extremely sharp, but what if they couldn't use weapons? How could they not be shocked? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Is the path of martial arts all about external weapons? At this time, Yuanian said contemptuously. He looked at the sky and saluted. Senior, I'll be the first to take the test. Oh. A surprised voice came from the sky. The voice seemed to want to say something, but Yuan Yi had already jumped down from one of the platforms before the mysterious old man could answer. The first person to take the test was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Therefore, cheers came from all around, which made Yuanian smile excitedly. He was very satisfied with his choice. Idiot. Only Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that Yuan Yi was going to suffer a lot. At the same time, the pupils of the martial god giant under the platform lit up, as if he had woken up from ancient history. A mysterious smoke also filled the air. Bang! He moved as fast as lightning. His fist was like a world. That fist instantly appeared in front of Yuan Yi. That fist could destroy a world. Oh no! Yuan Yi's face changed drastically. He never thought that the giant would be so terrifying. He anxiously retreated and burned his realm essence. Only then did he barely avoid the fist. However, the wind from the fist also seriously injured him. I give up. I give up. Yuan Yi shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a light barrier fell from the sky and enveloped Yuan Yi, protecting him. You're eliminated. At the same time, the mysterious old man's voice also floated out. Hearing that, Yuan Yi's face instantly turned pale. He had worked hard for 100 years just for this moment. However, all his hard work was in vain because he was eliminated in an instant. The irony was that he was so proud before, mocking others as good-for-nothings. However, he was the good-for-nothing now. Then the light brought Yuan Yi up. Lin Ling looked at him mockingly and said softly, "You're just a good-for-nothing." Such words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Yuan Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to do anything. Previously, it was Yuan Yi who pushed Lin Ling into the limelight. Now Lin Ling would definitely return the favor. Haha. Soon, a lot of mocking laughter came from the surroundings. However, they also began to look at the sky. Don't underestimate the martial god giants. Although they are puppets, their combat power has reached the true immortal realm. Underestimating them is courting death. Moreover, the goal of the test is not to defeat them, but to fight with them for half an hour. That's how you pass, the mysterious old man said. Hearing that, Yuanian was stunned. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because he thought that the test was to defeat the martial god giants. Who knew that he only needed to fight with them for half an hour? He was too anxious. Bang! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Yuanian fell down and fainted. A cultivator must be as calm as a mountain. I didn't even finish explaining the rules before you jumped off the platform. It's obvious how impatient you are. No wonder you were eliminated. In the sky, the mysterious old man said disdainfully, "Let me say one last thing. These martial god giants have participated in the Great War of the Myriad Worlds, and they have destroyed a world with a single punch. Therefore, only by knowing your enemy and yourself can you win every battle." Just like a little friend from before, he could tell that they were martial god giants at first glance. This shows that he is bold and cautious. The little friend he was talking about seemed to be Lin Ling. Many people were jealous because Lin Ling was praised by a mysterious old man. He was too lucky. As for the high platform in the distance, Yi Xiaoshou and the others had ugly expressions. They never thought that among the tens of thousands of geniuses, Lin Ling would be the first to be praised by a senior from the resplendent academy. I was just lucky. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky. This is not a fluke. Only when you know more can you be familiar with things. Little friend, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. Very good, very good. I think you will pass. Chapter 2388. Terrifying martial god giants. Immediately, more and more eyes looked towards Lin Ling, mixed with envy. Even Yu Linglong, Blue Enchantress, and the others were the same. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the other geniuses in the first row, besides envy, there was also jealousy and anger in their eyes. All right, I've said what needs to be said. 10 platforms, begin the combat strength assessment. The cages on the platforms opened and the death god giants walked out, their cold eyes looking towards the platforms. Immediately, many people shivered. Those eyes were emotionless, cold, and filled with a steely killing intent. Then the participating disciples leapt off the platforms. Since they were here, they might as well give it a try. However, as they landed on the platforms, they realized that the aura of the platforms was even more terrifying. 3 people's legs were already shaking. This was an extremely shameful situation. There was even one person whose pants were wet. The smell of urine wafted out, causing many people above to laugh out loud. The assessment hadn't even begun yet, and these people had already lost the strength to fight. They were destined to fail. Of course, their reactions were normal to ordinary people. After all, facing a true Divinity Realm powerhouse, no one could remain calm. And this was indeed the case. One of them had been killed by a single fist of the martial god giant, turning into a bloody pulp. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. The main reason was that facing the martial god giant's fist, he had been scared witless. If he didn't move, then he would have undoubtedly died. Another person shouted out that he forfeited and was finally saved. But one of them managed to escape from the platform. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, you left the platform, so you were eliminated. The mysterious old man lightly said. In truth, the remaining 7 people weren't much better off. They cried out again and again, constantly dodging the attacks of the martial god giant. Their cultivations were at the 2nd level of the World King realm, and their movement martial arts weren't too strong. They were soon overtaken by the martial god giant. As for a head-on collision, there was no need to mention that. This was simply impossible. They began to be eliminated one by one. Not bad, you managed to last for 10 moves. Unfortunately, there's still a bit of time left before an incense stick of time. You're eliminated. Just a bit more. You were too pleased with yourself before, and ended up failing. Remember, on the road of martial arts, don't think you've won until the final moment. In the end, out of the 10 people, only 1 passed. From this, one could see how difficult the test was. Those who failed could only go back and cultivate bitterly. Then, they would have to wait for another 100 years before they could try again. Sir Lin Ling, how can we possibly pass? especially since I'm not proficient in movement techniques. If we go down, we'll definitely die. On the platform, Go Boy looked at Lin Ling helplessly. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also shook his head. Even if I'm good at agility martial arts, the martial god giant's speed is so fast that I can't beat him. I estimate that I can only hold on for half an hour at most. They had all lost their confidence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xianyuan Guer. Guer, you might be able to pass. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The blue enchantress thought that Lin Ling was bragging again. She could tell that Xianyuan Guer didn't have much combat experience. As for his talent, she couldn't tell. However, the probability of him passing the test was probably lower than Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others. You're fooling us. In the end, the blue enchantress frowned. In fact, the others also thought so, but they didn't dare to say it. Xianyuan Guer, go to platform 7. Anyway, there's no one going there now. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Xianyuan Guer and said. Xianyuan Guer frowned slightly but revealed a beautiful smile. Okay. Although she didn't think that she could hold on for half an hour, she believed in Lin Ling's words. Then, she jumped down to platform 7. Many people exclaimed. They didn't expect that little demoness to be so bold. The blue enchantress and the others opened their mouths wide. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. They could only say that Lin Ling had killed Xianyuan Guer. Haha, some people are really vicious. They even harm their own people. Maybe he wants others to test the waters for him. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded out. The one who spoke was a youth wearing a white robe with maple leaves embroidered on it. Lin Ling had seen this person before. He seemed to be called the Moonlight Swordsman. And he seemed to be one of the top geniuses in this examination. Of course, he had the strength of a 5th-stage world king. This strength was enough to be proud of. However, Lin Ling was puzzled. He didn't have any interactions with this person, so why did he speak with such sarcasm? Suddenly, he saw someone beside the Moonlight Swordsman. It was Yuan Yan. That disgraceful fellow had woken up again. Moreover, on the other side of the Moonlight Swordsman, there were a few people who were familiar with him. Lin Ling had heard of 2 of them before. One was Luo Le from the Only Commandery, and the other was Master Qian, the #1 swordsman in the Tating Commandery. These 2 commanderies always had a grudge against Lin Ling, so they must be fanning the flames. Despicable. After the Moonlight Swordsman spoke, another person spoke out. It was White Bird. These top geniuses were supposed to be the most dazzling, but now, the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. They definitely didn't like him. Those fellows from the Martial God Battalion are all despicable. They like to stab others in the back. This Lin Ling is even more so. Now that Yuan Yan had a powerhouse by his side, he felt a lot more confident. When he saw Lin Ling looking at him gloomily, he immediately smiled and said, "You're angry because I exposed your plot, right? Haha, Gongyangjiang, if you follow him sooner or later you'll be killed by him." His words could be said to be sowing discord. However, Lin Ling quickly revealed a disdainful smile and said, "You said that I'm harming her. Well then, let's have a bet. If she passes safely, then you Yuan Yan will fight with me after the assessment? A battle of life and death. Do you dare?" Lin Ling's voice was loud and clear as he challenged Yuan Yan again. In this way, he had already challenged 3 people. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He had simply ignored all the other geniuses. For a moment, many people were even more displeased with Lin Ling. Of course, the self-righteous people didn't realize that they had disliked Lin Ling from the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Ling to show them any respect. "Do you dare?" Lin Ling shouted angrily again. Yuan Yan's face was pale. He had fought with Lin Ling before. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? At this moment, he was undoubtedly furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. One could imagine how he felt. "If you don't dare, then I'll only use one hand. Do you dare?" However, Lin Ling was aggressive. He wanted to humiliate Yuan Yan even more. "Only use one hand. This guy is courting death." Hearing this, many geniuses said disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was simply overestimating himself. Just when they thought that Yuan Yan would agree, however, Yuan Yan's body trembled as if he was hesitating about something. In the end he remained silent. Chapter 2389. You don't deserve it. Lin Ling was used to Yuan Yan's reaction. In the vast universe, there were many people like Yuan Yan. They were the type of people who sowed discord. When it came to a real battle, they were more cowardly than anyone else. Strength was the best way to deal with such people. The surrounding people were also looking at Yuan Yan. Based on their understanding of him, this genius from the great Yuan mansion was not weak. Although he was not as strong as the first and second geniuses, he was still ranked in the middle among the crowd. However, Yuan Yan did not dare to fight even when the other party was giving him a handicap of one arm. This was too disappointing. Coward. Many people looked at Yuan Yan, and their expressions changed. In the world of martial arts, being afraid of a battle was undoubtedly the most shameful thing. The surrounding gazes made Yuan Yan tremble, and his eyes became gloomier. I actually don't have much enmity with you. If you and I both take a step back, then we'll mind our own business. However, you're being aggressive. Let me tell you, you want to play with me? You're not worthy. Bang. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he spat out a sentence coldly. The moment he beat the Ask the Heavens war drum, he knew that if he wanted to wash away the shame of the past, he had to move forward bravely. Eliminate. Everyone was eliminated. Therefore Lin Ling had to be more determined. You don't deserve it. Bang. The whole square was filled with Lin Ling's voice, which was as tyrannical as endless thunder. I don't deserve it. Bang. Yuan Yan muttered to himself. He raised his sinister eyes and stared at Lin Ling. However, he lowered his head in the end. He did not know why, but he still did not dare to fight with Lin Ling. Is it fun to bully a coward? If I play with you, do I deserve it? Bang. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. It was Whitebird. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. How dare he be so arrogant in front of them? Haha. Bang. Lin Ling laughed loudly. In fact, he wasn't surprised that these people were targeting him. After all, compared to Yi Xiaoshou and the other two last-generation disciples, anyone would side with Yi Xiaoshou. However, in Lin Ling's opinion, if he was afraid of these geniuses, then how could he seek revenge against Tian Liuli? Moreover, in front of Li Xiaoyao, no one had the right to call themselves a genius. You're not worthy either. Lin Ling sneered and spat out another sentence. Every word struck at the heart. I'm not worthy either. Whitebird froze. He coldly glared at Lin Ling. He was a genius at the 5th level of the World King realm, and also one of the top geniuses. He thought that even if Lin Ling didn't fear him, Lin Ling would still consider him a formidable opponent. However, this was all his wishful thinking. Lin Ling said that he was not worthy. Are you saying that only senior brother Yi Xiaoshou and the others are worthy? Another voice sounded. It was the Moonlight Swordsman. He seemed to be unhappy too. You are only on the same level as Yuan Yan. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting to this. This fellow. The entire square was stirred up once more. Everyone narrowed their eyes. If even the Moonlight Swordsman and the others weren't worthy of being Lin Ling's opponent, then there was no need to mention anyone else. This meant that Lin Ling was telling everyone that he was the #1 person in this examination. This sort of arrogance was enough to stand above 10,000 worlds. What an arrogant youth. At this time in the skies, the mysterious old man was hidden in the clouds, his face filled with surprise. This was because the geniuses of 10,000 worlds and the geniuses of Martial God World had gathered in this examination. If an ordinary genius were to encounter such a scene, how could they dare to be arrogant? Only a genius with absolute confidence in themselves would dare. Thus, he didn't know if Lin Ling was being arrogant or if he had absolute confidence in himself. However, he could see that Lin Ling's temperament was filled with arrogance. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this the genius you recommended? He is indeed different from ordinary people. Then, the old man looked to the side and said, there was an old woman standing on top of a huge golden carp. She nodded slightly. She was Ancestor Dragon Granny. This little fellow actually dares to challenge the last generation disciples. I'm looking forward to it. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled faintly. All these years she had been paying attention to Lin Ling, So when Lin Ling came to the Resplendent Academy, she personally came. In fact, the mysterious old man was also looking forward to it. After all, the Resplendent Academy was a place to recruit geniuses. As long as you had the strength, the Resplendent Academy would also focus on nurturing you. They would even give up some last-generation disciples for some geniuses. Although the rules were somewhat cruel, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak, there was no fairness. Compared to their thoughts, the entire square was filled with countless complaints. Bastard! Yes. If senior brother Yi Xiaoshou hadn't threatened to kill him, I would have definitely taken action. Yes. Let him be arrogant. He might not even pass the examination. Yes. Many people shouted angrily, their anger soaring to the sky. Your mouth is very powerful, but let's talk after you pass the examination. The white bird's eyes had a strange light, like the eyes of a divine eagle, but he still swallowed his anger. Because he guessed that Lin Ling knew he was going to die, so he was provoking him, making him violate the Resplendent Academy's rules and attack. He definitely wouldn't fall for this kind of provocation. Wait until you are eliminated. At that time, you will discover that your current declaration is actually equivalent to slapping your own face. The Moonlight Swordsman had almost attacked, but at this moment, he also put his sword back into the scabbard. You say my mouth is powerful, but aren't you all the same? If you have the ability, then fight now. If you don't dare, then shut up. Lin Ling mocked, retracted his gaze, and looked below the platform. That fearless appearance undoubtedly made everyone's faces turn sinister again. However, right now they could only wait. Look, that's the Three Realms Ghost Emperor. Hey! At this moment, someone pointed at one of the platforms and let out a cry of surprise. The Three Realms Ghost Emperor, his name was very resounding. In fact, he was a very young youth. This person had a small reputation in the Western Kingdom. He was the master of 3 realms, meaning that he controlled 3 realms. Bang bang bang. However, facing the martial god giant, the 3 realms Ghost Emperor also failed. He was stomped into meat paste by the martial god giant. He died extremely miserably. Even the 3 realms Ghost Emperor was defeated. This combat strength test is so difficult. Many people's faces were ashen. Suddenly, someone laughed sinisterly. That little beauty is going to die. She is very close to Lin Ling. Once this was said, many people rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Because on platform number 7, Xian Yuangu was in the middle of the test. Her situation is getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the blue enchantress couldn't bear to watch any longer, and she spoke from Lin Ling's side. Because Xian Yuangu had been forced into a corner by the martial god giant, and a single punch was all it would take to destroy her. If it was any other time, the blue enchantress would definitely curse Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strong resistance against the geniuses made her somewhat afraid of Lin Ling. This is the martial god giant. Yes. Lin Ling ignored the blue enchantress. He stood at the edge of the platform and looked down indifferently. Whoosh. On the platform below, Xian Yuangu was in a sorry state. As she breathed, her full breast swayed. However, she saw the youth above. The youth's face was very calm, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Chapter 2390. Xian Yuangu had passed. Giant martial god? What is Lin Ling trying to say? Xian Yuangu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and then she revealed a beautiful smile. Lin Ling had told her that the giant martial god was a puppet, so she understood what Lin Ling meant. Roar. Almost at the same time, a huge fist blasted over, mixed with the aura of the sun, moon, and stars. Haha, to be able to see a beauty die, this is not bad. Even the Ghost Emperor of the 3 realms died. How can she be an exception? Many perverted people licked their lips as they spoke. As for Tang Yue and the others, they cried out in alarm and became even more worried. Only Lin Ling was still confident. But at this moment, Xian Yuangu made her move. A strand of colorful flames appeared. She raised it and smashed it at the giant martial god. This method was somewhat immature, causing many people to laugh at it, because it could not hurt the giant martial god at all. And the truth was indeed so. The mysterious flame did not hit the giant martial god at all. Instead, It floated to the ground and emitted crackling sounds. Trash's woman is also trash. Seeing this, the white bird could not help but mock. However, something strange happened. The giant martial god actually retracted his fist and pounced on the mysterious flame, extinguishing it with a punch. However, just as the flame was extinguished, another flame rose up. This time it was on the other side, and it swayed as if it was declaring war on the giant martial god. Roar! The giant martial god was provoked. He let out a furious roar and chased after the flame. He extinguished the flame with a punch, but at this moment, more flames appeared around him, causing the platform to become gorgeous. Boom! Boom! The giant martial god immediately attacked the flames crazily, as if he wanted to destroy all the flames. What happened? This giant martial god seems to have gone crazy. Seeing this scene, many people opened their mouths wide. It was too strange. Xian Yuangur was almost defeated, but at the critical moment, the giant martial god seemed to have gone crazy, allowing her to escape. This was earth-shattering. Damn it! Yuanian spat out a sentence. He was very unhappy. This was because he was the first to be eliminated. However, Lin Ling's woman was still alive. This kind of treatment made him seethe with anger. Roar! At this time, the martial god giant let out another roar. An ancient aura spread out and actually extinguished all the flames on the platform. At this moment, many people finally let out a sigh of relief. That beautiful girl deserved to die. The combat strength assessment is over. Xian Yuangur has passed. However, at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, veins popped out on their foreheads. He passed. That beautiful girl was about to die in the next moment. Who would have thought that she would survive this ordeal? This was too inconceivable. Moreover, they could all see that the beautiful young girl didn't have much combat experience. She was ranked at the bottom among all the geniuses. Yeah. At this moment, Xian Yuangu let out a cheerful sound. Although the sound was pleasant to the ears, it was undoubtedly ironic when it fell into the ears of the crowd. Then, a ray of light immediately brought Xian Yuangu away from the platform. Amazing! Xian Yuangu, how did you do it? Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword all laughed. They were happy for Xian Yuangu. Xian Yuangu looked at Lin Ling gratefully and said with a smile, "Ask him." At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, especially the chess boy and the others. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. Was Master Lin Ling really that amazing? As for the people around them, they were all like ducks who had been grabbed by the neck. Their faces were as ugly as eggplants because they still couldn't understand how the beautiful young girl passed. Could it be that the martial god giant saw a beautiful girl and held back? This seemed to be impossible. Lin Ling, what did you do? Yuan Yan's face was gloomy and he couldn't help but shout angrily. That was because he had failed. However, Lin Ling's woman had succeeded. He couldn't stand such a stark contrast. Didn't you say that she was trash? Now that she has passed, don't you think that you're worse than trash? Lin Ling said without looking at Yuanin. In fact, his words were directed at all the people who had mocked Xian Yuangu. They were worse than trash. The anger in the square suddenly became more vigorous. Lin Ling's words had scolded everyone. Damn it! Others are taking the test and you're gloating. Did you come here to see others fall? If you're in such a mood, why don't you pay more attention to the test? At this time, the mysterious old man reprimanded, causing many people to hold their breaths and finally become silent. Lin Ling looked at Yuan disdainfully, then whispered to falling flowers, flowing water, and sword. Their eyes gradually lit up. Senior, I want to take the test. They started to get restless and came out to take the test one by one. At this moment, those who didn't have a certain level of confidence didn't dare to take the test on the 10 platforms. Their appearance undoubtedly attracted countless eyes. Because these people who were about to take the test were Lin Ling's friends. They must die. Regardless of whether it was jealousy or jealousy, many people said coldly, "What a joke. This test only allowed 1 out of 10 people to pass. Sometimes all 10 people would be defeated." However, Lin Ling's friends wanted to pass all of them. That was a dream. Therefore, all the geniuses were waiting for a good show. including the Moonlight Swordsman. What a strange guy. His friend's cultivation isn't high at all. Unless they have great talent, they won't be able to pass at all. But why did he let his friends take the test? Yu Linglong, who had been silent, also spoke. At first, she disdained to look at Lin Ling, but now she couldn't help but look at him in the eye. Of course, even Blue Vixen was the same. Most importantly, Tang Yue had also taken the test. She wanted to stop her, but Tang Yue seemed to be very confident. Now she could only wait and see. On the platform, Luo Hua Lushui and the others landed and looked at the martial god giants solemnly. Roar. The martial god giants attacked, and their aura shook the heavens and earth. It was certain that if these martial god giants were placed in the sacred rainforest, they could destroy it with one punch, and countless people would be buried with them. Go to hell. Quietly staring at the platform, someone couldn't help but roar. However, something strange happened. Luo Hua Lushui and the others didn't use their unique skills. Instead, they were all dancing and even the chess boy was making faces. As for Tang Yue, she was jumping up and down. Seeing this, the square was silent. What were those guys doing? Kill them. More people roared, but the martial god giants weren't controlled by them. Instead, they stood there quietly and their cold eyes flickered as if they were thinking about something. Time passed bit by bit just like that. Finally, a martial god giant moved and rushed forward. However, Dimo, who was below the platform, threw a gong and drum. It hit the ground and made a clanging sound, which made everyone even more puzzled. Chapter 2391. All of them passed the test bang. However, soon, everyone saw what the gongs and drums were for. Dimo, who had given up on the platform, chased after the gongs and drums and smashed them with a punch. Clang. However, as soon as the gongs and drums were smashed, other people recognized them, causing the platform to ring continuously. For a time, those martial god giants chased after the sound. Time passed faster and faster. While everyone was dumbfounded, a voice suddenly rang out. 30 minutes have passed. They have passed the test. Boom. The voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. That was because all of Lin Ling's friends had passed the test. At this time, all the geniuses in the square were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. That was because those who had passed the test were not at a high level. How could they have passed the test? Senior, they cheated. Someone shouted. It was Yuanian. In fact, he was the most unwilling. Why do you say that? A voice came from the sky. Those martial god giants did not attack them at all. They must have done something. Senior, please eliminate them. Yuanian raised his head and said. His words were also what everyone was thinking. Hee, treasures and weapons are not allowed in this test. But do you think gongs and drums are weapons? The voice from the sky was sarcastic as it floated down. That's not it. Yuani, and did not understand what those gongs and drums were for, but he was sure that they were not treasures. I know that you are unwilling, but I have said before the test that you should know your enemy and yourself. That is the only way to pass the combat strength test. You should think about who your opponents are, and then think about how they passed the test. The old man's voice carried a hint of reprimand. Of course, he also looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Then he smiled and said, Ancestor Dragon Granny, this kid that you recommended is very careful and has sharp eyes. Hee, I did not expect him to use this method. The Ancestor Dragon Granny said with a smile. To be praised by the old man meant that her vision was extremely good. Lin Ling was indeed a good seedling. At this moment, everyone in the square was still puzzled. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Puppets, is this the reason? Puppets aren't humans, nor are they divine beasts. Sometimes they can't tell the difference between an enemy and an inanimate object, so they can be treated as toys. This is also the reason why Tang Yue and the others threw gongs and drums, made funny faces and jumped up and down. It's because they are playing with the puppets. Someone else spoke up. They seemed to have understood something. In the end, the puppet was still controlled by the person. If no one was controlling it, the puppet would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Therefore, it was very easy to deceive them. The geniuses in the previous tests were all fighting, the geniuses, and had fought young geniuses. At this time, the whole square was dead. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They did not expect Lin Ling to come up with such a plan. His eyesight was too sharp, because through Lin Ling's calm analysis, he was more familiar with the martial god giant than any of the geniuses. Tang Yue and the others looked at Lin Ling with admiration, because Lin Ling had reminded them of this. It was no wonder that Xianyuangu was the first to pass the test, because Xianyuangu was like a little she-devil, and she was the best at playing tricks on others. So, she was the first to understand the meaning of the test. So that's how it is. Envious. I'm so jealous. They all passed. Unfair. That's too unfair. If we knew this information, we could pass too. Then many people said unwillingly. Their voices were mixed with disdain. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said with even more disdain, "Do you think there are ifs on the path of martial arts?" As soon as he said this, no one in the square could refute him. There were no ifs on the path of martial arts. They saw that Lin Ling did it simply, but without Lin Ling, how could they do it? Moreover, if there were ifs, then there wouldn't be so many people dying in this merciless world. For instance, take Lin Ling. If he knew that Tian Liuli would harm him, why would he have helped her that day? Thus, there were no ifs on the path of martial arts. No one could refute Lin Ling's words, but they were even angrier. After all, they were all geniuses of their respective worlds, and were proud and arrogant. When had they ever been trampled on by others? And most importantly, the one who had trampled on their dignity was only a second-level world king. Humph, no matter what, it's enough that we can pass. At this time, someone coldly snorted and leapt off the platform. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. He lightly said, "The first person to eat the crab can obtain a good harvest, but the second person might not." After many people leapt off the platform, they discovered that Lin Ling's trick didn't work. This was because although the puppet's intelligence wasn't high, it wasn't dead. It could be tricked once or twice, but it wouldn't be tricked a third time. Roar. In fact, because they had been tricked before, those martial god giants were enraged. Their auras became even more terrifying. Those that participated in the test were immediately annihilated. In the skies, the mysterious old man sneered. These fellows were forever impatient, they deserved it. As for the geniuses in the square, they were all stunned. Then they flew into a rage out of humiliation. They discovered that throughout the entire test process, they had been completely controlled by Lin Ling. What a bunch of trash. But at this time, an indifferent voice floated out. The Moonlight Swordsman had attacked. Relying on unorthodox methods, you won't be able to go far. Some people shouldn't be arrogant and complacent just because they are a little clever. He had 2 swords hanging from his waist. He walked out and walked towards the platform. Hearing this, Lin Ling revealed a stunned expression. Was he arrogant and complacent? He had only helped Tang Yue and the others pass. He hadn't even spoken much during the entire process. However, he was too lazy to explain anything. Moonlight Swordsman. Let them see how fierce you are. Seeing the Moonlight Swordsman about to take the test, many geniuses immediately shouted out. They hoped that the Moonlight Swordsman could smoothly pass the combat strength test. The Moonlight Swordsman didn't say much. He leapt off the platform. Roar. At this time, the martial god giant was in a berserk state. But the Moonlight Swordsman didn't evade. Instead, he used his sword to resist. Maple leaves fluttered out in a gorgeous manner. The platform turned into a world of maple leaves. It was beautiful. Clang. As the sword slashed out, a terrifying world essence roared. The Moonlight Swordsman was at the 5th level of the World King realm. In addition to his sword Dao and talent, he was locked in a fierce battle with the martial god giant. Fierce, he is indeed worthy of being ranked as the #1 genius. Everyone cheered again and again. It was as if they were elated. Before, many of them hadn't been able to pass. Only Lin Ling's side had passed. Thus, they had been suppressing their anger. But now, the Moonlight Swordsman had helped them vent their anger. Moreover, he hadn't relied on any unorthodox methods, but true strength. Pass. Chapter 2392. A madman who had lost all reason. Thank you for letting me win. The Moonlight Swordsman elegantly put away his sword, and then leapt off the platform. Although he was a bit out of breath and his face was a bit pale, This didn't prevent the entire square from being filled with sounds of worship. The main reason was that up until now, the Moonlight Swordsman was the only one that had been able to meet the martial god giant head-on. Lin Ling, did you see that? Without your crooked methods, someone from our side still managed to pass. Yuanian proudly said to Lin Ling as he felt his entire body relax. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He shook his head and said, "You didn't pass, so why are you so happy for others? Moreover, did I say that others couldn't pass?" As these words fell, Yuanian was left speechless, unable to refute. Yes, he was thinking of suppressing Lin Ling's arrogance, but he didn't think that he himself wouldn't pass either. Then why was he so happy? The crowd also fell silent. They thought that Lin Ling would fly into a rage out of humiliation. But Lin Ling's response was too calm, as if he already knew that someone would pass. This made them feel as if they had used all of their strength, but had only hit cotton. And with the Moonlight Swordsman's dazzling attack, everyone else's confidence seemed to rise. One after another, they went to take the test. Of course, there were still many that failed and few that passed. Gradually, the first row of powerful geniuses stepped forward. These geniuses were also at the 5th level of the World King realm. Placed in the myriad worlds, they were equal to divine existences. Of course, facing mortals, they were like gods. But facing those that were on par with them, they were still humans. They would have emotions, unwillingness, and anger. This was the limit of one's vision. Yu Linglong was the second to meet the martial god giant, and also proudly pass. Next was White Bird. Even Blue Enchantress went to take the test. Although she didn't meet force with force, she still barely passed. Like this, geniuses and mediocre geniuses were separated. Of course, this was normal. When the geniuses of the myriad worlds met the native geniuses of martial god world, they didn't have the qualifications to shine. The geniuses of martial god world were naturally much better than them. They could be called proud sons of heaven. When will we also have such strength? When that time comes, we will be able to bring glory to our ancestors and return home. The geniuses in the first row all passed the combat strength assessment. I'm so jealous. That's nothing. They were the only ones who could resist the martial god giant. And the geniuses in the second row relied on dodging and stalling for time to pass. As for the others who just barely passed, there's no need to even mention them. Part of it was luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. In any case, as long as one can pass, we will be envious. Voices rang out from the square, making those who passed even more dazzling. Lin something, didn't you say that we're not worthy? Do you still dare to say it now? At this moment, an arrogant voice interrupted the shouts. It was White Bird. He had his hands behind his back, and was looking at Lin Ling like a king. And the person he was talking about was naturally Lin Ling. Ironically, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. This showed how arrogant he was. That's right. Didn't he proudly say that he wasn't worthy? Now, it seems like he doesn't even dare to participate in the test. The martial god giant has become much more cunning. His tricks are no longer useful. How pitiful. He helped his friend pass, but now he's in danger. Many people looked at Lin Ling with strange smiles. In their opinion, Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the World King realm. If he wanted to pass with this level of strength, that was nothing but a fool's dream. The focus of the square fell onto Lin Ling once more. Lin Ling shook his head. He really couldn't understand why these people had so much free time to pay attention to him. It was just as that mysterious old man had said. Rather than wasting time watching others fall into dire straits, it was better to spend more time bitterly cultivating. Only then would others look at you with eyes of worship. Perhaps this was also the reason why they were so weak. As for these voices, Lin Ling was too lazy to bother with them. He looked up into the skies and said, "Senior, I want to go to Platform 7 for the test." Platform 7, are you sure? The old man in the skies was a bit surprised. After all, there were some loopholes in the combat strength test. For instance, the more people there were, the more damaged the martial god giant would be, making it easier to pass. But the martial god giant on Platform 7 was in its peak condition. Going there to take the test was extremely unwise. I'm sure. Lin Ling nodded, his voice thick with confidence. The old man was silent. This was because he could see that Lin Ling was only at the second level of the World King realm. He didn't know where this confidence came from, but he still nodded. Going to platform 7? Is this fellow looking to die? Without any suspense, cries of alarm rang out from the square. In their opinion, Lin Ling was definitely looking to die. He would definitely be in a difficult situation. Tang Yue, he seems to have lost his reason. Aren't you going to persuade him? Blue Enchantress's lips moved. She pulled on Tang Yue's sleeve, but Tang Yue shook her head. If he wants to die, then I'll just watch him lose face. In truth, although her words were fierce, she was actually bitterly smiling in her heart. This was because she knew that it was impossible for her to persuade Lin Ling. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the others, they crossed their arms across their chests, watching from afar. This fellow seems to have lost his reason. Even I don't dare to meet the martial god giant on platform 7 head-on. Those martial god giants are formed from cosmic meteorite copper. They can resist the powerful strength of world essence. Moreover, these giants have countless enchantments carved into them. Unless one is a true divinity realm powerhouse, if one wishes to defeat these martial god giants, they will have to rely on a world enchantment master. I'm actually worried that if that boy dies on the platform, then senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshe will be enraged. They casually spoke, as if they could already see Lin Ling's fate. At this time, Lin Ling arrived at the platform. He looked over and saw a giant standing in the distance. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Standing there, he was like an ancient martial artist that split the heavens and earth apart. An ancient aura spread out from the platform. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if the one in front of him was not a giant, but a doll, a docile kitten. This boldness left many people secretly surprised. He moved. At this time someone shouted. The martial god giant took a step forward, and attacked like a whirlwind. His fists seemed to carry the sun, moon and stars. His steps seemed to tread on the universe, his aura rising steadily. Walala! That fist was unstoppable. The martial god giant was famous for his powerful defense, but even so, his fist was not something that a World King realm powerhouse could block. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would escape in a sorry state, Lin Ling also moved. He took a heavy step forward, as immovable as a mountain. His palm shook and the aura of divinity and demons spread out, turning into a palm that fiercely resisted that fist. From afar, one was a giant fist and the other was a thin and weak palm. The two were not on the same level at all. Bang! The terrifying attacks collided, causing the platform to shake. Lin Ling's complexion changed. His palm turned into a fist and he ruthlessly punched out. Everyone felt as if his arm was a dragon, crazily sweeping out. This fellow. Shit. At this time, everyone was looking at platform 7. Their faces were filled with surprise. This was because they never thought that Lin Ling would choose to meet the martial god giant head-on. This fellow was simply a madman. Chapter 2393. Violent destruction of the war god. He is courting death. Yes. The Moonlight Swordsman narrowed his eyes. But this was indeed the case. Because in the next moment, a figure was sent flying backwards, smashing into the stone walls and causing rocks to fall down like rain. Lin Ling had been sent flying backwards. He had collided with the giant war god. This result was already foreseen by everyone. Awesome. Awesome. However, from the rubble, a loud roar sounded out. Then a figure shot out like a cannonball. Pung. A surging fist came crashing down. This fist contained the strength of 5,000 universes. This was the limit of Lin Ling's divinity and demon body. He was well aware that the giant war god's defensive capabilities were extremely strong, and didn't fear world essence attacks. Thus, physical attacks were undoubtedly more effective. Rumble, rumble, rumble. They collided once more. Dust exploded from the platform like a tornado. But Lin Ling was still sent flying backwards. Moreover, he was likely severely wounded. This caused the corners of many people's mouths to curve into sneers. However, what they didn't know was that even though the giant war god's defensive capabilities were strong, how could Lin Ling's be weak? Die. Die. The people above clenched their fists, shouting out loud in their hearts. But in the next moment, Another figure shot out from the dust. It was Lin Ling. Bang! Seeing this, many people's hearts thundered. They had never seen such a freakish madman before. Could it be that he wanted to defeat the giant war god? This was simply something that could only be discussed in the middle of the night. The Moonlight Swordsman and the others had ugly complexions. Although they were the only ones that dared to clash with the giant war god, everyone could see that not only was Lin Ling doing so, but he was also suppressing the giant war god. Who in the World King realm would dare to do such a thing? At this time, Lin Ling's entire body was relaxed. This was the first time he had met an opponent with a strength of 5,000. He almost couldn't help but roar out loud. Of course, in these repeated collisions he had also been heavily wounded. But his fighting spirit boiled over even more. This was also because he discovered that his first dantian was beginning to quietly revolve. He was getting closer and closer to the third stage of the World King realm. Again. Roar! Roars came from the platform as if two indomitable giants were confronting each other. Their fists and palms broke through the sky. Rocks continued to fall, and dust continued to spread. The entire platform was almost covered by dust. The old man and ancestor dragon Granny in the sky were also shocked. However, they also discovered that Lin Ling's advantage was his physical body. In fact, with this advantage, Lin Ling could definitely pass the assessment. What a strange fellow, entering the Tao with his fleshly body. The old man exclaimed in admiration. Boom! Boom! The time it took for an incense stick to burn seemed very short, but at this moment, it felt as long as a century. After a long time, the sound finally stopped. However, the square was completely silent. Countless people stared at the dusty platform. They were somewhat nervous and wanted to know the final result. He must be dead. Yuanian muttered to himself. He didn't realize that his palms were already full of sweat. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for killing you. Tang Yue and the others immediately counterattacked, seething with killing intent. But their eyes were filled with worry. They couldn't understand why Lord Lin Ling would crazily clash with the martial god giant. However, the platform was covered in dust. When they looked down, they couldn't see anything. Someone came out. Someone. Finally, someone cried out in alarm. From the dust, a black shadow shot out. Moreover, it came closer and closer until it finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was Lin Ling. At this time, his clothes were in tatters and his body was covered in blood. But he stood there like a pine tree, like an invincible god of war. Chi-chi. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow hadn't died? Lin Ling, congratulations on passing and becoming the person with the best score in the combat strength assessment. The old man's voice floated out from the sky, a trace of shock in his voice. What? He has the best score in the combat strength assessment. Based on what? We also clashed with the martial god giant. Moreover, we weren't as distressed as him. Whitebird immediately said, unwilling to accept this. But in fact, everyone could see that Lin Ling was suppressing the martial god giant, while they were defending and clashing head-on. The two concepts were different. May I ask, how many moves have you exchanged with the martial god giant? At this time the old man asked. I have 30 moves. I have 50 moves. Yes. Whitebird and the others immediately spoke. They puffed out their chests and looked extremely proud. He has exchanged 500 moves, and 300 of them were launched by him. The voice in the sky sounded again, but it was like a bomb, causing the square to wriggle. The expressions of Whitebird and the others changed drastically. That madman! After all, the assessment was considered to have passed by enduring the time. Generally speaking, after they exchanged a move, they would have to rest for a few breaths of time. In the end, they would only exchange 20 to 30 moves. However, Lin Ling had exchanged 500 moves, and the time he had spent was only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It was terrifying just thinking about it. This meant that Lin Ling had not rested at all, and had fought head-on to the end. This is a battle between men. Yes. Hearing these words, some young girls looked at Lin Ling in amazement. At this time, Lin Ling's image was infinitely magnified in their hearts. Even so, what use is that? After exchanging 500 moves, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? As for us, we were completely unscathed. It's clear who is more distressed. The Moonlight Swordsman said, still unwilling to accept this. To lose to a second-level World King Jr., he would never do that. That's right, being distressed is losing face. Whitebird echoed. But just as they finished speaking, the old man in the sky lightly said, "Is that so? Then please look towards the platform." At this time, the dust on Platform 7 had already dispersed. As everyone looked over, they were immediately shocked to the extreme. They saw that there was no longer a martial god giant on the platform, only a pile of scrap iron. Moreover, it was dazzling to the eye and there were even clear fist marks on the copper and iron. Lin Ling, he had actually defeated the martial god giant. In that instant, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply unprecedented. This was because Lin Ling had actually defeated a true divinity realm martial god giant. This freak. It was as if a pebble had been thrown into a calm ancient lake. Endless ripples spread out. The Moonlight Swordsman's pupils widened. Before, Lin Ling had said that they weren't worthy, and now it seemed that they really weren't worthy. Impossible, you are only at the second level of the World King realm. After a moment of silence, Whitebird couldn't accept this reality. He glared at Lin Ling and said, "Speak, how did you defeat the martial god giant?" His attitude was aggressive, as if he wanted Lin Ling to speak. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed together. But soon he sneered. "I punched him 500 times, that's all. I punched him 500 times, that's all." The entire square echoed with Lin Ling's heroic voice. "That's all? That's all?" As for the others, let alone 100 punches, they might not even be able to punch once. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to punch out 100 times, could they be as crazy as Lin Ling and punch out 500 times in a row? Chapter 2394. Talent Assessment. In the beginning, many people disdained Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was too ordinary. Since his strength was ordinary, he should keep a low profile. But now, they realized that this unknown youth was indeed extraordinary. Although this did not mean that Lin Ling was stronger than all the geniuses, at least he was not mediocre. This guy is actually a world spiritist. As for the mysterious old man in the sky, he said in astonishment. Only he saw how Lin Ling destroyed the martial god giant. Otherwise, how could he destroy the martial god giant? On the side, Ancestor Longpa smiled faintly. They could naturally see that Lin Ling could not destroy the martial god giant with his strength. However, Lin Ling was a world spiritist. His 500 punches seemed useless, but in reality, every single one of them had landed on some spirit formation. In the end, he had destroyed the spirit formation with brute force. That was how he had destroyed the martial god giant. It could be said that if Lin Ling was not a world spiritist, he would definitely not have been able to do that. From the looks of it, he is at least a green-robed world spiritist. The Resplendent Academy cannot miss such a genius. After that, the old man said excitedly. As for Yi Xiaoshou and Mai Zi, who were watching from afar, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to blossom with such brilliance among tens of thousands of geniuses. Not only had Lin Ling passed the battle power assessment, he had even become number 1. This was disadvantageous to them because if Lin Ling was too dazzling, he would be valued by the seniors of the academy. There is still one more assessment. If he fails, he will definitely be eliminated. Yi Xiaoshou said indifferently. I wonder what level his talent is. Mai Zi's eyes were also cold. The plaza was still filled with discussions and was extremely lively. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly about Lin Ling. No one had expected that Lin Ling would suppress all the geniuses in the manner of an overlord. This guy broke through the martial god realm with brute force. The blue enchantress looked at Lin Ling in horror. She thought that the lord above Tang Yue's head was only SOSO, but now she realized that she had once again underestimated Lin Ling. It was no wonder that the mischievous Tang Yue would submit to Lin Ling. Awesome. My lord, watching your fist shatter the martial god giant made my blood boil. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword said with incomparable admiration. That won't be easy. I just want to see what this martial god giant is made of. Lin Ling changed into a clean robe and shook his head with a smile. The main reason why Lin Ling had destroyed the martial god giant was because he wanted to see how strong the barrier of the martial god giant was. It would also be helpful to him. Pervert. Is that why you tore that thing apart? The chess boy and the others trembled and shook their heads helplessly. If Lin Ling was interested in the resplendent academy one day, wouldn't he tear down this ancient academy as well? Their lord was really a freak with a unique way of doing things. While they were talking, on the other side, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others had gloomy expressions. They, the first row of geniuses, were now being trampled under Lin Ling's feet. However, there's still one more test. At this moment, they only had one last chance because they didn't want to be trampled on by Lin Ling. In fact, they didn't know that with Lin Ling's current strength he had no interest in bullying them because Lin Ling disdained it. Everything was caused by their self-righteousness. Disciples who have passed the previous test, prepare for the final talent test. After resting for a moment, a dignified voice came from the sky. Moreover, a middle-aged man wearing a standard robe appeared out of thin air. He had 2 strands of beard on his face and looked wise and mighty. A pair of sword-like eyebrows were currently looking indifferently at the square. For the sake of fairness, the 2 tests were presided over by different people. Let me remind you, don't think that passing the combat strength test means that you've completely passed. Regardless of the result of the combat strength test, if you fail the talent test, you'll return to the round. Someone shouldn't get carried away. His voice was low, but he seemed to be talking about Lin Ling, because in the combat strength test, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. Hee, it's Senior Zhang. Yi Xiaoshu immediately started laughing from the distant spectator stands. Senior Zhang had a strange temper, and he was the hardest to please. Yi Xiaoshu had suffered quite a bit of trouble when he'd just entered the academy, but Senior Zhang didn't make things difficult for him anymore after he gave Yi Xiaoshu a huge amount of divine crystals. Lin Ling had been so dazzling before. Based on Senior Zhang's eccentric personality, he would definitely make fun of Lin Ling unless Lin Ling gave away divine crystals to curry favor with him. In fact, many young geniuses had secretly given away divine crystals for this test. Of course, the young geniuses who gave away divine crystals were all local geniuses of the martial god realm. They had their own connections. If the geniuses of other realms wanted to give gifts, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. Moreover, if the gifts were too cheap, Senior Zhang wouldn't be interested in them. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He looked indifferently at the sky. He also knew that the middle-aged man seemed to be talking about him. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Ling was neither arrogant nor humble, he frowned slightly and secretly cursed. What an untactful brat! Because after he spoke, Lin Ling should have immediately flattered him and secretly told him that he, Lin Ling, had already understood the meaning behind his words. After the test, the treasures would be delivered to his door. However, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. Therefore, he knew that the young man wouldn't give him any treasures. Senior is right. We will definitely listen to Senior's instructions. Compared to Lin Ling's lack of tact, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others understood and flattered each other. The middle-aged man secretly nodded. The test this time is the 3 lotus. If you want to pass, you must cultivate on the 3 lotus for the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. The middle-aged man's voice floated out. The square was silent. And then there was an uproar. It was actually the 3 lotus. This was a test of talent. Lin Ling, what is the 3 lotus? Xian Yuanguo said nervously. Lin Ling smiled and explained. Before we came, didn't we see an old man cultivating on a lotus? That was the 3 lotus. This lotus was born in the chaos of the universe. It was the same as the martial god tree. The difference was that it could continuously provide spiritual energy in the universe, increasing the speed of one's cultivation. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that one's talent must be high enough. Otherwise, it would be easy to go berserk. Hearing this, Xian Yuanguo nodded in understanding. You mean, if one's talent isn't high enough, they won't be able to last 3 incense sticks and will be eliminated? Yes. However, if one's talent is high enough, they can use this lotus to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling revealed an interested expression. Because he could use this opportunity to break through to the next realm. Only this little ambition? Everyone who comes to Resplendent Academy has great ambitions. Some people come to take the test to break through to the next realm. This martial path won't go far. As if he heard Linling's words, the middle-aged man sneered and narrowed his eyes at Linling. He, Senior Zhang, maybe some people's talent is very ordinary. If he is going to be eliminated, then he must be taking advantage of the academy and borrowing treasures to cultivate. Chapter 2395. Fight for first place. Embarrassing. He thought that Linling was going to be eliminated, but he took the opportunity to break through to the next level. Linling, on the other hand, was going to be eliminated. I think his talent is at most a 5th grade Xian body. A 5th grade Xian body can barely pass. However, if his state of mind isn't good, he might not be able to last 3 hours. Let's see how arrogant he can be in this round. Whitebird and the others also let out a cold laugh, as if they were elated. Linling didn't refute. After all, words were useless. Only strength could prove everything. As for talent, he had too many. His godly demon body was 5th grade, the space-time flame was 9th grade, and as for the 1,000-elephant demonic eyes, he was too embarrassed to use it because it would be too much of a blow to the geniuses around him. Since it's the final assessment, why don't we have a bet to see who will be first in the talent assessment? Then let's start a bet. At this moment, Yuanian suddenly smiled and looked at the middle-aged man in the sky. The middle-aged man nodded secretly. A bet would definitely bring in divine crystals. Naturally, he wouldn't stop it. Up to you. However, for the sake of fairness, I'll be the banker. The middle-aged man said faintly. After pondering for a while, he announced the bet. Moonlight Swordsman 1. 1 Whitebird 1. 1 Yulinglong 1. 1 Guru Qian 1. 2 Lua 1 Sierra Leonean Leone. 2 Blue Enchantress 1 2. Everyone could see that the geniuses in the first row were 1. 1 because they had the highest chance of winning and the lowest odds. Of course, there were risks. For example, Moonlight Swordsman, Whitebird, Yulinglong, etc. Who would be first would depend on luck. As for the geniuses in the second row, their odds were higher. Next were the other geniuses who had passed. Among them, Linling's odds were 130. It could be seen that Senior Zhang didn't think highly of him. Of course, under such circumstances, no one would bet that Linling would be first. As for Senior Zhang, he would definitely win unless a dark horse appeared. Of course, such a thing was extremely unlikely. Therefore, he smiled with satisfaction. No expert would complain about having too many divine crystals. After all, it was related to one's strength, and even he was no exception. After that, the square became more and more lively. Regardless of whether they were going to be assessed or eliminated, they all placed their bets. To those young geniuses who'd been eliminated, even though they'd been eliminated, their trip wouldn't have been in vain if they'd won some divine crystals. Right at this moment, a tender voice suddenly resounded. I'll buy Linling for 200,000 divine crystals. This voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, because there was actually someone betting on Linling. Instantly, everyone looked over and realized that it was Xian Yuangur. In fact, it was all the divine crystals that Linling had obtained from the martial god barracks. Wow, this beautiful girl is crazy. Many people cried out in surprise. 200,000 divine crystals wasn't a small amount. This was practically gifting money to Senior Zhang. I'll also buy Linling for 200,000 deity crystals. This time, it was Tang Yue. As the little princess of Square Commandery, she was not short of money. The crowd was in an even greater uproar. The middle-aged man secretly smiled. In the blink of an eye, he'd received 400,000 divine crystals. Not bad at all. Playing with money, haha. I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll bet on Linling for first place, 1 million divine crystals. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Gong Yangjiang, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. He wasn't strong and had only come to join in the fun. However, at this moment, he finally shone with dazzling brilliance. 1 million. There was no one who wasn't shocked, no one who wasn't moved. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. He said indifferently, "Do you have so many divine crystals?" "I'm Gong Yangjiang, the son of a branch of Fuxing House in Qingzhou. You tell me whether I have it or not. If you don't believe me, You can take my name to Fuxing House and ask. I think it's worth at least 10 million divine crystals. Gong Yangjiang raised his chin and said proudly. In terms of strength, he was inferior to others, but in terms of wealth, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Hearing this, many people instantly became envious. If they had the money, their strength would have been greatly improved. Unfortunately, Gong Yangjiang was a good-for-nothing. He had a mountain of treasures but didn't know how to use it. Okay, then you can place your bet. Senior Zhang was overjoyed and nodded lightly. We'll also bet on Lin Ling. Falling flowers, flowing water. And the others spoke one after another. Although they didn't have much money, they would still support their lord. What a bunch of idiots. Betting on themselves is more like betting on Lin Ling. They have a lot of money. Let them be. They'll cry later. Many geniuses sneered. They could already see Lin Ling being eliminated and going bankrupt. Of course, senior brother Yi Xiaoshou was also waiting for Lin Ling. Therefore, it was extremely good for Lin Ling to hand over the divine crystals before his death. Among everyone, only Lin Ling's friends were betting on Lin Ling. However, the bet couldn't be underestimated. It had reached more than 1 million divine crystals. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others in the sky, they were somewhat unhappy. Zhang Wen was very snobbish. As long as he presided over the assessment, it would definitely be related to the divine crystals. However, this didn't violate the rules of the assessment, so they couldn't do anything about it. Ancestor Dragon Granny, that little guy called Lin Ling, what grade is his talent? I took a look before. It seems to be a 5th grade Xian body. His talent is in the body refining Dao. A 5th grade Xian body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to get first place. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ling had many mysterious aspects, but his talent was obviously his weakness. Okay, everyone get ready. At this moment, Senior Zhang saw that the situation was about right. He gently waved his right hand, and suddenly, a large number of lotuses floated out. These lotuses were antiques and extremely precious. They belonged to the Resplendent Academy. Thousands of lotus flowers floated to the ground, turning the square into a world of thousands of lotus flowers. Beautiful clouds and mist quietly drifted out. These 3 lotus flowers were connected to the primal chaos of the universe, and they could continuously absorb the primal chaos of the universe. Seeing the treasure, many people became excited. They couldn't wait to cultivate on the 3 lotus. After all, this kind of opportunity was extremely rare. Lin something, you said that we weren't worthy before. After that, your performance in the combat strength assessment was indeed not bad. But now, do you still dare to say that we're not worthy? When walking towards the 3 lotus, White Bird looked indifferently at Lin Ling. We should be the ones saying that he's not worthy. At the side, the Moonlight Swordsman smiled disdainfully. Then he looked at White Bird and said, You'd better not be distracted by external things. Be careful, I'll beat you. Then let's see who's more powerful. White Bird immediately retracted her gaze and retorted without showing any weakness. Obviously, the two of them had already disregarded Lin Ling. Although they didn't know Lin Ling's specific talent, they could guess that Lin Ling had a 5th grade Xian body. Most people only had one type of talent. Those who had 2 types of talent were the top 10 geniuses in the Azure province. At the very least, they wouldn't appear in this square. Chapter 2396. Talent Assessment. Tang Yue, why did you bet on him? Blue Enchantress asked Tang Yue as she stared at the 1,000 lotuses in front of her. Although she thought that Lin Ling was very powerful, talent was not a miracle. It was fixed and could not be changed in a short period of time. Therefore, she thought that Tang Yue was too stupid. Previously, when she saw Tang Yue betting, she almost became impulsive, but in the end, her reason prevailed over her impulse. I can't let my lord lose face. If I lose money, then I lose money. Anyway, I can't lose my momentum. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders and said. Her words seemed lazy, but in fact, she was standing on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling did not hear the two whispering. His eyes suddenly flashed as if he thought of something. He quickly asked Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword to come over, and whispered to them. That's fine too. Listening to Lin Ling's whisper, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, and the others suddenly cried out in alarm. This was because Lin Ling had taught them a set of martial arts. Although this martial art would not allow them to become first place, it would not be difficult for them to last for 3 incense sticks of time. Go. Go. Lin Ling did not explain much and waved his hand with a smile. He only needed to ensure that Xian Yuan go, or passed the assessment. Then Lin Ling's eyes began to burn. The 3 Lotus assessment this time was very rare. His main goal was to break through the realm. As for first place? With those bets, he was determined to get it. After the assessment, disciples sat on the 3 Lotus. The square was even more like a fairyland. Colorful ribbons waved, making the assessment disciples look more elegant. As for the eliminated disciples, they looked at the scene with envy. If they passed the combat strength assessment, it would mean that they could also appear on the dazzling martial stage. Boom. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The square changed. Everyone saw that they were in the world of the universe. Their surroundings were pitch black, and there were only specks of light in the distance. And this was the chaos of the universe. Some geniuses were even able to see their hometown. Is this the power of the 3 Lotus? The exclamations gradually increased. Then they saw thousands of lotus flowers floating in the starry sky. It was incomparably dazzling. Streaks of dragon-shaped chi revolved around the lotus flower. They were of various colors and were extremely colorful. The 3 Dao Lotus was able to match a martial artist's talent and provide a corresponding amount of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy came from the primal chaos of the universe, so it was enormous. Those without talent would find it difficult to support it. Puff! Someone coughed out blood and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. That was because he couldn't withstand the powerful chi. He was going to be eliminated. I must persevere. The young genius roared, but reality had defeated him. With a boom, the 3 Dao Lotuses erupted with a terrifying shockwave that blasted the young genius out of the lotus. Eliminated. The first genius youth to be eliminated was born. Many people sighed when they saw this. That genius young man passed the combat strength test, but he lost in the talent test. 3rd grade Xian body, no wonder. In a distant place, the mysterious old man indifferently said. As if there was a beginning, more and more geniuses were eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 100 people had been eliminated. A few devastatingly beautiful girls directly cried out after being eliminated. Pear blossoms with tears, it was truly moving. However, no one laughed at them. Because to be able to sit on the 3 Dao Lotus, they were prouder than many others. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Ling was on a lotus flower in the distance. The lotus flower was sacred and had mysterious ribbons curling around him. It caused his slender eyelashes to flutter slightly. However, his chiseled face was still as calm as an ancient well. An endless stream of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Ling's body. This spiritual energy was the most ancient spiritual energy in the universe. It was extremely pure. At this moment, Lin Ling heard the sound of all things. He heard the breathing of the world. Tao. The primal chaos of the universe. This was a martial comprehension that was even more profound than the laws of heaven and earth. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also pursued this comprehension. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to cultivate the 3 Dao Lotus. It was a huge regret. At this time, Lin Ling's Omega Sword Dao also quietly rose. And within his Dantian, the world spirit began to rumble, as if a new world was being born. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Moreover, it didn't last for long. The 3rd great world essence power was born. 3rd stage of the World King realm. Lin Ling was overjoyed. But he also felt that everything was happening naturally. This was because he wasn't too far away from breaking through to begin with. He suppressed the aura of his breakthrough and continued to cultivate, making it so that those in the distance didn't notice him. This was because this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. What he needed to do next was increase his Omega Flame Dao. Omega. This was a boundary of martial arts that could give birth to the power of chaos. He already had the Omega Sword Dao, and it was at the microscopic boundary. But the Omega Flame Dao hadn't been born yet. And with this boundary, a martial artist's martial arts would be slightly stronger than an ordinary person's. It would increase their strength by at least 30%. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Lin Ling's second dantian began to rumble. This was a fire attribute world spirit dantian. But the Omega Flame Dao was born at this time. No one saw that the 3 Dao lotus beneath him had quietly changed. The spiritual energy that flowed out was multicolored. His second dantian was also crazily rising. However, no one noticed any of this. Everyone's eyes were focused on the others. This was because the time limit of 3 incense sticks was approaching. That can't be right? Those friends of Lin Ling's haven't been eliminated. Yuan Yian's gaze was fixed on the 1,000 Dao lotuses. At this time, he cursed out in jealousy. He constantly shouted in his heart, "Fail, fail, fail." Because he had failed, he didn't want others to pass as well. This sort of jealousy could be called twisted and abnormal. However, in reality, Tang Yue and the others who were sitting cross-legged on the 3 Dao lotus were still as motionless as a mountain. Their talent was also quietly revealed. Falling Flower Water Sword was a 5th grade profound body. Tang Yue was a 6th grade profound body. The others were also in the 5th grade range. With a profound body of this level, as long as they were careful, they could still pass. In addition, with Lin Ling's previous cultivation method, their chances of passing were even higher. Look at that beautiful girl over there. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of horror. This was because someone saw that Xian Yuangu's talent was displayed. It was a 7th grade profound body, and it looked like her potential was not weak. TSK, I don't know what kind of talent this is, but I'm sure that she's definitely a good seedling. Fire talent? Is it the wind and cloud phoenix flame? Or is it the ancient orchid cloud-breaking flame? At the same time, the ancestor dragon granny and the mysterious old man laughed in surprise. No matter what, they were sure that the girl's talent was definitely not weak. It seems like we've underestimated her. Many geniuses also exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with admiration. From their perspective, mediocre people were not worthy of attention. For example, Lin Ling's talent was not strong, but his arrogance was high. That would only make the crowd attack him. However, if he displayed great talent, then he would be admired and worshipped. Now Xian Yuangu had clearly convinced them. Chapter 2397. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The first row of geniuses was tit for tat. Haha, what a disgrace. Not long ago, he ranked first in the combat strength assessment. Now he has ended up like this. How sad. Even his girlfriend is more powerful than him. I wonder if he has any sense of shame? He is not worthy of that little beauty. Based on my experience, it won't be long before his little beauty falls into the hands of someone else. Then he will be even more miserable. Many people laughed at his misfortune. In reality, such things had happened many times. Couples who were originally in love with each other would have a meteoric rise because of one party's strength. As long as the woman was snobbish, she would abandon her original lover and pursue a more arrogant man. Although this was shameful, it was also human nature. Therefore, Lin Ling would definitely end up like that. Of course, the crowd soon ignored the handsome young man. It was as if the young man had fallen from the altar. In fact, they did not know that Xian Yuangu's talent was improved by Lin Ling. 3 incense sticks. Time is up. All the geniuses who are still in the 3 Dao lotus have passed. After a while, Senior Zhang said indifferently. Without a doubt, there were sounds of envy from all around. Those who passed the talent assessment could not help but laugh. Lin Ling also passed. Moreover, none of his friends were eliminated. Seeing this, Yuan Yian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red with envy. Yeah, he passed. I can't hold on anymore. The spiritual qi from the 3 Dao lotus is getting stronger and stronger. Enough is enough. Those geniuses who passed the test left the 3 Dao lotus one by one. Those who stayed were those with excellent perseverance and wanted to compete for the first place. At this moment, many people's emotions were stirred. Who would take the first place? Look, Lin Ling is still persevering. I didn't expect that he would not leave even after passing the test. He is really shameless. Shameless. Suddenly, someone looked at Lin Ling who was in the corner and said, his perseverance is not bad. Unfortunately, it is useless. Many people thought that Lin Ling was still persevering because of his perseverance. This was because Lin Ling did not display any powerful talent from the beginning to the end. It seemed like he only had a 5th grade Xian body. This is also very good. Perseverance is an essential factor for a martial artist. In the distance, the ancestor dragon Granny chuckled. Lin Ling, this brat, had everything a genius needed, but his talent was a little weak. However, the path of martial arts was so long, who could guarantee that Lin Ling would not be reborn in the future? He ranked first in the battle strength assessment, but his performance in the talent assessment was very ordinary. His mentality will definitely be affected. After he leaves the 3-Dao Lotus, let's comfort him. The mysterious old man said. Even if he fails, he doesn't need to be comforted, because he isn't the kind of person who easily gives up. Ancestor Dragon Granny shook her head. Obviously, both of them thought that the next stage had nothing to do with Lin Ling. They were afraid that Lin Ling would suffer a blow, so they said that. Alas, I failed. At this time, another person left the 3-Dao Lotus. They were the geniuses in the second row. Blue Enchantress was also among them. Her face was filled with helplessness. This was because the spiritual energy from the 3-Dao Lotus was getting stronger and stronger. Wave after wave, it was like a shocking wave, making it difficult for her to persist. This Lin Ling is still persisting. Blue Enchantress came to Tang Yue's side and looked around. After discovering that one person was missing, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. Lord's perseverance is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others said solemnly. This was because they were also surprised by Lin Ling's perseverance. It's a pity that his talent is a little weak. Otherwise, everything would be perfect. Blue Enchantress's beautiful eyes flickered. In her eyes, the cold blue-robed young man sat cross-legged on the ancient lotus, like an ancient well without any ripples. This made her quietly moved, because, to be able to persist until now, there was no need to say more about his perseverance. Therefore, she felt that the blue-robed young man was as indifferent as the clouds. He looked ordinary, but if you looked carefully, you would find an indescribable charm. What's the use of perseverance? However, at this moment an untimely voice sounded. It was Yuan Yin. He knew very well that perseverance could only allow Lin Ling to persist for a while. In the end, he would fade away. The reason why Lin Ling persisted was that he did not want to be trampled on by others. After all, not everyone could withstand such a great rise and fall from being the number one not long ago to his current decline. After he leaves the 3-Dao Lotus, I will ask him properly why we are not compatible. Moreover, the great rise and fall would not only affect the martial artist's mentality, but the mockery and ridicule of outsiders would also be a blow to the martial artist. It was human nature to watch a good show. Therefore, many people had already begun to prepare to ridicule Lin Ling. Look over there. At this moment, someone exclaimed in shock, causing everyone's eyes to lock onto the most dazzling 3-Dao Lotus. On one of the 3-Dao Lotus, a young lady with an alluring aura sat cross-legged. Her black hair danced in the wind, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Above her head, an ancient and vast universe world appeared. She was the genius in the first row, Yuling Long. TSK, she actually stimulated the universe. Her talent is very magnificent. Senior Zhang could not help but exclaim in admiration because he knew that it was the Zhongyu Lingyu body, which had reached the terrifying 7th grade. Moreover, this talent could still be improved, but like other Xian body talents, the improvement was very slow and required luck. 7th grade talent, the strongest talent at present. Many people exclaimed in admiration. Based on this, one could tell the difference between a genius and a mediocre person. Wait, the white bird world has appeared. It's so beautiful. However, this was not the only thing that made people envious. On the other side of the 3-Dao Lotus, countless white birds as smooth as jade flew up and circled around the 3-Dao Lotus, sprinkling down countless diamond stars. It was very beautiful, as if it was the purest thing in the universe. Looking at the owner of the 3-Dao Lotus, it was the heavenly quartz white bird. Turning a bird into a human, the current him displayed a terrifying talent. 3000 black bird body. 8th grade Qian body. Boom. It was like a silent thunderclap, causing the hearts of many geniuses to rumble. At this moment, they had no choice but to accept it. Looks like this junior brother of mine is going to blossom in the resplendent academy. In a distant place, Yi Xiaoshou nodded in admiration. 8th grade Qian body, and it had not reached its limit yet. If it reached its limit, even a true immortal realm expert would be killed. This first place, I want it. While the crowd was still in shock, the white bird opened its eyes and said indifferently, "That's right. Confidence, incomparable confidence." Even at this moment, everyone thought that he would definitely take the first place. 8th grade Qian body. Yu Linglong's origin was extraordinary, and her body was precious. At this moment, she seemed to have suffered a blow. Chapter 2398. The clash between two top-notch geniuses. In the previous combat strength assessment, she wasn't number 1 and lost to an unknown youth. Now she seemed to be suppressed in the talent assessment. Master said that talent is only one of the factors. Perseverance is also very important. I still have hope. Yu Linglong clenched her teeth. Unfortunately, her perseverance was indeed good, but compared to Lin Ling, who started from scratch and had seen countless storms, her perseverance was like child's play. Therefore, she was defeated not long later. She spat out a mouthful of blood and helplessly left the 3-Dao lotus. One of the geniuses in the first row was eliminated. It seemed like White Bird was going to be number 1. White Bird, White Bird. Seeing this, voices of admiration immediately sounded out from the surroundings, especially from some young girls. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they stared at the White Bird. White Bird was too handsome. At this moment, the stage belonged to White Bird. This caused some geniuses to be ignored, and Lin Ling was one of them. Of course, at this moment, instead of looking at Lin Ling, why not look at the other genius in the first row? Because only he had the qualifications to compete with White Bird. That person was the Moonlight Swordsman. Seeing off the guests on the first night of the Xuanyang River, maple leaves and flowers rustle in autumn. Almost as soon as everyone's gazes shifted, a desolate sound drifted out from the world around them. Maple leaves sprinkled down in the world around them, forming a desolate scene like the falling leaves signifying autumn. I walk the world alone, like maple leaves. Maple leaves are the great Tao of the world. Thousands of maple leaves swirled and formed a dragon dance, causing the 3-Dao lotus in the distance to bloom with dazzling light. The Moonlight Swordsman's talent was the immortal maple depressing physique. It was an extremely ancient talent. It was said that this talent gathered all the depressing aura in the world. The stronger the depressing aura, the stronger the power. There was once a magnificent feat of destroying the world. When the depressing aura was depressing and depressing, one sword could break the world. Another 8th grade talent. Senior Zhang exclaimed. The Moonlight Swordsman's master was one of the top 10 sword immortals of Qingzhou. Indeed, like master, like disciple. At this moment, everyone's attention was undoubtedly attracted by the two ancient lotuses. Both of them are the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation. Who is number 1? Why is it that their age is similar to ours, but their talent and strength are so much stronger than ours? I think the Moonlight Swordsman is number 1. Intense voices and boiling blood flowed in each genius body, because they were the most dazzling geniuses in the world. Moonlight Swordsman. At the same time, White Bird looked at the Moonlight Swordsman calmly. His eyes were filled with battle intent. White Bird of the Heavenly Court, I have long heard of your great name. Among the younger generation in the 1,000 years of cultivation, you are one of the most important opponents for me. Come, let's fight. The Moonlight Swordsman raised his eyes and looked at White Bird. Their gazes were like intense sparks that clashed madly in the chaos of the universe. The clenching saw swordsman, SA matched, S. This was because this was their martial dais. In fact, at this moment, in the eyes of the Moonlight Swordsman, only each other was their opponent. They wanted to eliminate each other and walk into a wider world. 2S? Both of them were persevering. They wanted to see who could last longer. The spiritual energy from the 3-Dao lotuses was even more majestic. It was hard for the two to hold on, but they weren't willing to be the first to give up. Not only were they resisting the spiritual energy from the 3 Tao lotuses, but they were also using their talent auras to clash. It formed a terrifying shockwave that shocked countless people. But at this moment, a soft voice sounded. "Look, there's another figure in the 3 Tao lotuses." The moment this was said, the entire world went silent. Countless people's eyes trembled. On the ancient lotuses, other than the 2 most dazzling geniuses, there was another person sitting cross-legged. He was wearing a blue robe with his long hair tied behind his head. His handsome face was filled with determination. He was Lin Ling. He hasn't failed yet? Everyone's heart was like thunder. Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as Whitebird and his background was unknown. However, he had persevered until now. This guy, even Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others in the distance had just noticed Lin Ling previously. Their gazes had been attracted by Whitebird and the others. As for Blue Enchantress and the others, they were all shocked. How embarrassing. This is a talent assessment, not perseverance. Don't disturb their competition. Senior Zhang shouted angrily. He seemed to be upholding justice, but in fact he was very unhappy with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling became first, he would lose big. Most importantly, Whitebird was a member of the Heavenly Court and had a powerful background. The Moonlight Swordsman was the disciple of one of the top 10 sword immortals in the Qing province, and also had a noble status. But what was Lin Ling's background? He was only a member of the martial gods camp. From a certain perspective, he couldn't compare to Whitebird and the others. Because the martial gods camp was only a military camp of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, if there was really a need for help, Whitebird and the others would obviously be more helpful. Lin Ling was obviously unable to help. Therefore, Senior Zhang couldn't wait for Lin Ling to disappear from his sight. If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. Although he didn't dare to disturb Lin Ling's assessment, his words were very rude. Too much. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others narrowed their eyes. It was a critical moment now. A sudden breeze could affect the results of the entire assessment, so words could naturally affect others. What a disgrace. Get lost. What's perseverance? This is a talent assessment. This Lin Ling is really a disgrace. But after a moment of silence, many geniuses also reprimanded. They wanted to see Whitebird and the others compete, not Lin Ling's perseverance and support. Moreover, in their hearts, Lin Ling's background wasn't as noble as Whitebird and the others. What's more, Lin Ling's silence was probably because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. His intentions were vicious. Unfortunately, the surrounding voices didn't affect Lin Ling at all. The main thing was that his ultimate flame Dao had reached a critical moment. What a tenacious cockroach. But do you want to take advantage of us? You're not worthy. At the same time, Whitebird also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. He actually used the aura of his talent to suppress Lin Ling. Haha, this is first place in the combat strength assessment. I didn't expect you to be so down and out. Don't tell me you did something that angered the heavens and caused you to fall from the stage. That Moonlight Swordsman also said indifferently with a mocking look in his eyes. You want to take advantage of us? You're not worthy. Following his words, thousands of maple leaves fluttered and started to affect Lin Ling. It could be said that if it was anyone else here, they would definitely vomit blood and suffer from qi deviation. Because both of their auras were affecting Lin Ling, and with Senior Zhang's words, it could be said to be a triple attack. Chapter 2399. Lin Ling unsheathed his sword. Pop, pop, pop. 3,000 white birds and a sky full of maple leaves swept towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was affected by the aura and began to sway slightly. His expression was still calm, but there was a trace of blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. He naturally sensed that Whitebird and the others had attacked. However, he had reached a critical moment in comprehending the ultimate flame Dao, so he had to endure. In fact, he had been enduring since the beginning of the assessment. However, was it possible for Ghost Genius Li Xiaoyao to endure such humiliation? To put it bluntly, they were not worthy. However, no one knew what Lin Ling was thinking at this moment. Everyone wanted Lin Ling to give up. How tenacious. Don't you have any sense of shame? Of the two of them, one is from the Heavenly Court, and the other's master is the master of Qingzhou. They are fighting, but a cockroach like you wants to disturb them. Don't you think it's embarrassing? You should give up. Senior Zhang sneered and said indifferently. His words were very sinister. If one's mentality was unstable, they would definitely be affected and even feel inferior. Damn it. Seeing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword shouted angrily. Was this assessment fair? Could it be that they were afraid that Lin Ling would take first place, so they joined forces to suppress Lin Ling? Zhang won. However, at this moment, an ancient voice sounded. The voice was mixed with anger, causing Zhang Wen's expression to change slightly. He did not speak again, because he knew that the person who spoke was Ancestor Long Pu and the others. Obviously, he had overstepped his authority. However, although he did not speak to affect Lin Ling, White Bird and the others would not let Lin Ling off. Waves of aura once again engulfed Lin Ling. The crowd saw that Lin Ling's body was like a fallen leaf in a storm, swaying with the wind. At this moment, some girls secretly sympathized with Lin Ling. He did not have good talent, but he had perseverance. He had persevered until now with his perseverance. However, others bullied him because he did not have talent and were targeting him. Unfortunately, even though they sympathized with him, there was nothing they could do. Because this world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Rumble. The terrifying aura was unstoppable. In addition to the spiritual energy of the 3 Tao lotuses, it made people suspect that if Lin Ling didn't give up, he would be crushed to pieces. And yet Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the tempest, finally smiled. Although his eyes were closed, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was because he had finally comprehended the ultimate flame Tao, and it was at the same level as the ultimate sword Tao, the arcane realm. Boom. His eyes opened, and in that instant the entire universe shook. Wave after wave of powerful aura began to spread out. The people around were still thinking that Lin Ling was about to be eliminated, but when they saw this scene, they immediately felt like ducks being held by their necks. It was because Lin Ling stood up on top of the 3 lotuses. His blue robes fluttered in the wind. His hands were behind his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if he was standing in the universe, looking down on the world. More importantly, the crowd realized that Lin Ling had broken through. He had reached the 3rd level of the World King realm, and it was because of the aura of his breakthrough that he was able to block White Bird's aura. To use the 3 Tao lotuses to break through, this was the first person to do so since the beginning of the talent assessment. This caused the entire universe to fall silent. My lord! Falling Flower Flowing Water looked at this man, his eyes filled with excitement. They were well aware that Lord Lin Ling didn't want to provoke anyone. But because of Yi Xiaoshou and the others, Lord Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side since the beginning of the talent assessment. Many people thought that Lord Lin Ling was too arrogant, and in addition to his outstanding background and talent, Lord Lin Ling had no advantage at all. Thus, everyone was dissatisfied with Lord Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lord Lin Ling put on a good show. However, facing all of this, Lord Lin Ling never gave up. In fact, the more people looked down on him, the more they mocked him. This actually encouraged Lord Lin Ling to become stronger. And now Lord Lin Ling still stood there, his back straight. He didn't admit defeat, nor did he compromise. He is so strong. Even Blue Enchantress was moved. Lin Ling. Xian Yuan Guer's eyes were wet with tears. This was because she knew that the geniuses around her had great backgrounds. Each one of them was a master of a world. They were all pressuring Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was still able to persist. This wasn't easy at all. I don't understand why you all oppose me at every turn. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Ling's body. His indifferent eyes swept around, and he coldly spat out these words. Wherever his eyes passed, those geniuses that mocked Lin Ling shut their mouths. They didn't know why they didn't dare to mock him, but Lin Ling's left eye was too demonic. What is your background? What is our background? What is your talent? What is our talent? Don't you know your own limits? However, the others didn't dare to speak, but White Bird and the rest did. White Bird of the Heavenly Court shouted angrily. In fact, he had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. Especially after Lin Ling obtained first place in the combat strength assessment, his anger towards Lin Ling had reached its peak. My background is from the martial gods camp. I can't compare to you guys, but you think you can bully and mock me just because of that? Could it be that only people with great backgrounds like you can obtain glory in this assessment, and no one else is allowed? Lin Ling looked at Whitebird and said indifferently, "It seems like you still don't understand what it means. Then let me tell you. Your talent and background are inferior to us. When we bully you, you can only swallow your anger and not refute us arrogantly like before. A person who doesn't know his own limits won't be able to go far." The Moonlight Swordsman also said indifferently. Hearing that, many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Ling was spouting nonsense. They even thought that Lin Ling was very foolish to ask such an idiotic question. If Lin Ling had powerful talent and outstanding background, who would dare to bully Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling didn't have that at all. Then Lin Ling should be humble and not make an enemy of the world and rather die than submit. Haha. However, Lin Ling's hearty laughter was soon heard from the void. To be honest, I understand your words. If you don't have strength, then you're a lowly dog. If you don't have a backer, then you're a lowly slave. However, what I don't understand is why you can bully me, mock me, and target me. Even that idiot presiding over the assessment is the same. Don't tell me that the other people's talents are better than mine? And I'm trash? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, causing the chaos in the universe to become even quieter. Zhang Wen's expression was extremely cold, because Lin Ling was calling him an idiot. He wanted to shout angrily, but Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. However, I gradually understood that in fact, you guys are just jealous. I became the focus of attention when I just came for the assessment, and surpassed everyone. Therefore you guys are jealous of me. I ranked first in the combat strength assessment, so you guys are even more jealous of me. Don't you think so? Chapter 2400. The king descends. Who will be the king? The entire primal chaos was dead silent. Those geniuses wanted to reprimand Lin Ling, but they couldn't refute, because they were indeed jealous of Lin Ling. Even Whitebird and the rest had ugly expressions. Lin Ling's words hit their hearts and hit the wound deep in their hearts. But soon the Moonlight Swordsman mocked. A 5th grade mystic body. Do you think you are qualified to make us jealous? Shut up. However, Lin Ling shouted angrily, which made the Moonlight Swordsman's pupils dilate. A 5th grade mystic body trash wanted him to shut up, and even shouted at him in front of so many people? You people are really pitiful. Because of jealousy, you think others are weaker than you, so you bully others. But in reality, you are just deceiving yourselves. How laughable. Lin Ling started to look at everyone. His aura became more and more intense, like an unsheathed sword. All along, he had been enduring silently. But when he couldn't take it anymore, he would unsheath his sword. Trash, open your eyes and take a look. Lin Ling spat out another sentence. The anger that he had been suppressing since the start of the assessment had erupted at this moment, causing him to be dripping with blood. Like a swift sword, revenge. But after his words, the primal chaos of the entire universe exploded. Trash. Everyone was trash. It seemed like even Senior Zhang was scolded. At this moment, monstrous anger burned in the universe. Everyone's eyes were red and almost went crazy. Whitebird and the Moonlight Swordsman's eyes turned cold, and wanted to scold Lin Ling. But at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out. Flames soared into the sky and the 3 lotuses started to change quietly. They actually turned into colorful ancient lotuses. Lin Ling's talent also started to increase crazily. It was like a silent slap that knocked all the dissatisfied voices into their stomachs. The second Dantian's fire attribute talent shocked the world. 1st grade mystic body. 2nd grade mystic body. 3rd grade mystic body. 5th grade. 6th grade. It gradually reached 8th grade. In that instant, Lin Ling caught up to Whitebird and the others in a domineering manner, causing them to open their mouths wide. Their expressions had already turned into confusion, surprise, and finally fear. An 8th grade Xian body, the first generation of geniuses. Everyone was moved. If such a talent was considered trash and could be mocked, trampled and humiliated by others, then what about a 5th level profound body and a 6th level profound body? At this moment, no one could refute. They realized how ridiculous it was to mock a genius who possessed an 8th-rank profound body. To many people, they weren't even qualified to look down on Lin Ling. Ants, you're speechless, aren't you? I can tell you that in this trial, I took first place in the battle prowess trial, and then again in the talent trial. There's no need for any explanation. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling spread out his arms. Since he had chosen to do it, then he would continue to be arrogant. Make everyone shut up. Boom. The 9th-grade Xian body was a ghastly sight to behold. The colorful flames were like a sea of fire that burned the universe. On top of the 3-Dao lotus, the youth was extraordinarily handsome. With the attitude of an overlord, he commanded the wind and clouds. There was no need for any explanation when a king descended. In fact, there was indeed no need for any explanation. A 9th-grade Xian body, in the 10,000 realms, was in existence that was the king of 100 realms. Among the tens of thousands of geniuses here, who could compare to Lin Ling's talent? Who else but him? A 9th-grade Xian body, and it seems to be the same as Xian Yuan Ge-er's. How could this guy have a 9th-grade Xian body? In a distant place, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the old man were shocked. All of this had exceeded their understanding, because even if it was a dual talent, under the stimulation of the 3-Dao lotus, all of their talents would be revealed. However, Lin Ling had not revealed it before. How could they know that not only did Lin Ling have dual talents, but he also had dual dantians? It was equivalent to hiding another person in his body. If he didn't activate his fire talent, how could others detect it? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't have dual talents. He also had the all-encompassing demonic eyes and the space-time divine steel. These were even more terrifying talents. However, once this talent was exposed, there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling wasn't that stupid. At this moment, in the chaos of the universe, everyone was silent for a long time. They looked at the colorful sea of fire. Other than shock, there was only shock on their faces. Was this still Lin Ling, who had overestimated himself in their eyes? It was as if they were the ones overestimating themselves. The geniuses in the first row all shook their heads, as if they were unwilling to believe the reality in front of them. Especially White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsman. They were even more so. Previously, they were the most dazzling existences fighting for the final stage. However, in the blink of an eye, their light was stolen by someone else. It seemed like they couldn't even keep the stage. How could they accept such a reality? Previously, you said that I had no sense of shame and didn't know my place. Now I want to ask, who is the one with no sense of shame? At this moment, Lin Ling looked at White Bird and the rest. White Bird and the rest opened their mouths, but they couldn't say a word. Just as they thought, Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as theirs, which meant that he was as cheap as a dog. However, now that Lin Ling's talent was above their heads, who was the dog? Just a little talent, and you're already so arrogant. I'm afraid your future will only be so. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and said sarcastically. You. The Moonlight Swordsman's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling. I've said it before. You guys aren't worthy to play with me. Now scram. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him. He shouted domineeringly. In fact, that was indeed the case. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ling didn't treat them as opponents. They were the ones who were being cheap and repeatedly offended Lin Ling. They were just asking for humiliation. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's voice, the monstrous flames surged. Previously, White Bird and the other Moonlight Swordsmen used their aura to suppress Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling showed them what was called aura. PFFF. White Bird and the rest were sitting cross-legged on the ancient lotus. They were originally going to resist the impact of the spirit chi from the 3-Dao lotuses. At this moment, they were struck by Lin Ling's time fire. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces turned pale. So powerful. Previously, the two of them couldn't suppress Lin Ling even when they joined forces. But now, Lin Ling alone is suppressing them. Seeing this, many people exclaimed. At this moment, they also realized the difference between Lin Ling and White Bird and the rest. White Bird and the rest were indeed not worthy to be Lin Ling's opponent. Lin Ling, you want to eliminate us? The Moonlight Swordsman gritted his teeth and let out an angry roar. Stray dog, shut up. Lin Ling looked over coldly, and an even more terrifying aura swept out. A 9th-grade mystic body could suppress everything. Pu-piu. The Moonlight Swordsman and the other Moonlight Swordsman spat out blood again. In the end, they stared at Lin Ling with resentment and left the 3 Tao lotuses in a sorry state. If they didn't leave, they would definitely suffer from qi deviation and be seriously injured. They weren't as strong as Lin Ling's physical body. In terms of defense, they were much weaker. Chapter 2401. 5 Years Promise. I'm the king. Was there anyone who wasn't convinced? At this moment, countless geniuses were breathing heavily, and their eyes were filled with admiration. At the start, Lin Ling was arrogant, but his talent wasn't proven, so they were disdainful. But now the facts had proven everything. They had no choice but to be convinced. Sometimes, humans were complicated creatures. Once they felt that their opponent had surpassed them by too much, they wouldn't be jealous anymore. They would only look up. We lost. White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsman were dispirited, and seemed to have lost their minds. They were on the verge of exploding in anger. Because they had all been eliminated. They looked up at Lin Ling and were unwilling. But what could they do? The stage didn't belong to them anymore. You're not convinced, right? The test is over. Let's fight. I'll let you know where you're not worthy. Lin Ling naturally knew that they were unwilling. He spoke indifferently. Okay. I'll wait for you. White Bird and the others roared and completely lost their minds. Although Lin Ling's talent was higher than theirs, their realms were higher. Lin Ling was definitely not their opponent. Lin Ling looked at them mockingly, and then ignored them. He looked up at the sky. Senior, who's first? The entire universe was filled with his voice. Who's first? That arrogant voice entered everyone's ears and made them excited. Who's first? How could they not know? Sir. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others shouted excitedly. Sir Lin Ling, even if he was against the entire world, he would never admit defeat. Now he had finally taken first place. Moreover, this was first place in 2 major tests. Lin Ling. Xian Yuanguo's beautiful eyes were wet. She was proud of Lin Ling. She didn't expect that a young man from the north would make the geniuses of the myriad of worlds submit to him. This guy is so powerful. The blue enchantress stared at Lin Ling. She remembered the first time she saw Lin Ling at the inn. At that time, she was disdainful and thought that Lin Ling could make Tang Yue listen to him because of his identity. But now she realized that she was wrong, ridiculously wrong. Suddenly, she looked at Tang Yue beside her and smiled bitterly. Little princess, you've kept me in the dark. Tang Yue shook her head. To be honest, I didn't know he was so powerful either. Her words were calm, but her eyes constantly flickered. Clearly, she was happy for Lin Ling in the depths of her heart. She was proud because this was the lord above her. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at Zhang Wen, waiting for his final decision. But in reality, this senior Zhang was bursting with anger because he had opened a bet, and Lin Ling's odds were 120. Moreover, more than 1 million divine crystals had been placed on Lin Ling. So he would have to pay 20 million divine crystals. Even though he was a senior of the Resplendent Academy, he couldn't take out so many divine crystals at once. Even if he did, how could he bear to part with them? What did you do? Zhang Wen's eyes were cold as he suddenly shouted angrily. Now, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't admit Lin Ling. However, just as his voice fell, a voice that seemed to come from the distant starry sky arrived. He's number 1. The ancestral dragon Granny spoke. Zhang Wen, this matter is obvious to all. Don't tell me you dare to violate the Academy's rules. The mysterious old man said coldly. Previously, Zhang Wen's words had affected Lin Ling, and they were already unhappy. Now Zhang Wen still dared to be arrogant? All of you. Zhang Wen stared at the distant sky. His face turned pale, and he became dispirited and angry. He never expected that because of an unknown young man, he would lose all face today. Moreover, he would probably have to spit out all the treasures he had stolen over the years. Lin Ling, number 1 in the talent assessment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. He had no choice but to admit it. Hearing that sentence, Lin Ling finally smiled, and it was an extremely bright smile. In his previous life, He had swept through the clouds and defeated countless geniuses in the martial god realm. How could he fail miserably today? Lord Linling, congratulations. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others immediately said excitedly. As for the other geniuses, they looked at Linling with only one sentence in their hearts. What a proud young man. Without a doubt, today's stage belonged to Linling. Whoosh. At the same time, the entire universe disappeared like a receding tide. Everyone found that they were still in the square. This change made them feel like they were in a dream. However, the blue-robed young man in the square let them know that this was not a dream. Congratulations to everyone for becoming a disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Almost at the same time, the mysterious old man finally appeared. He was wearing a Taoist robe with 8 trigrams. He had a kind face, white hair, and a youthful complexion. He gave off a very good feeling. At least compared to the snobbish senior Zhang, he gave off a better impression. Linling, congratulations on becoming the first in 2 tests. The mysterious old man looked at Linling and smiled. Thank you, senior. The other party was very polite, so Linling naturally did not dare to be negligent. He bowed slightly. Linling was neither haughty nor humble, neither arrogant nor rash. Without a doubt, the mysterious elder nodded again. Others who had obtained first place in 2 major examinations would be incomparably arrogant. However, Linling had quickly returned to his normal self and was not affected by external factors. His martial arts heart was very steady. Beside the mysterious old man, Zhang Wen's eyes were filled with resentment. At this time, Gong Yangjiang said with a smile, Senior Zhang, don't tell me you don't want to give up the bet? These words were like pouring salt on the wound, causing Zhang Wen's heart to tremble. I can tell you that for other matters, Qing Province's Fuxing Manor will not step in for me. However, when it comes to money, then no one will give you face. You can try not to. Gong Yangjiang opened his mouth again. He, who was usually carefree, had become cold and indifferent. Sure enough, when it came to money, this guy became a little more imposing. Of course, he had used the Qing State Fortune Manor's money to place the bet before, so it was the Qing State Fortune Manor that was collecting the debt now. Qing State Fortune Manor. Zhang Wen's eyes flashed. He knew that he couldn't go back on his word because he now owed money to the Fortune Manor, and no one could go back on their word when they owed money to that place. Linling, it's all because of you. With that thought, Zhang Wen's gaze became even more resentful. However, Linling did not even look at him. His gaze fell on the front stage at the side of the square. Yi Xiaoshou, genius member of the Heavenly Court, the 5-year agreement is here. His voice drifted out, causing the square to fall silent. Linling challenged him to a battle. This guy really dares to fight? Many geniuses' eyes trembled fiercely. At first, when Linling said he wanted to fight, they thought it was just a joke. But who knew that Linling really wanted to fight? Although Linling's test results were not bad, that was only a test, and it did not represent one's strength. Chapter 2402. In the void battlefield, 1 person lived and 1 person died. Do you think you are a match for senior brother Yi? Whitebird didn't expect Linling to really dare to fight. He snorted. Stray dog, shut up. I know you want to fight me, but let me tell you, after I fight Yi Xiaoshou, I welcome you to fight me. Now you are not worthy. Linling looked at Whitebird indifferently and shouted angrily. The other party was a member of the Heavenly Court, so he didn't need to give face. You are not worthy again. This kind of arrogance had appeared a few times today, but now they didn't feel that Linling was arrogant because in the previous assessment, Linling had already proven many things. Whitebird's face became even gloomier, but he endured it. He really didn't have the right to speak now. However, the Moonlight Swordsman seemed to be unwilling. He wanted to speak, but Linling was faster than him. You shut up too because you are also not worthy. You. The Moonlight Swordsman's gentle features were distorted from anger at this moment. He was also not worthy. Could it be that only the last generation disciples were worthy? Fine, I will watch you die. The 2 didn't speak anymore and obediently shut up. Linling's gaze also started to look at the high platform. He saw Yi Xiaoshou caressing his broken arm with an extremely cold expression. He said indifferently, You really surprised me. You actually became #1 in 2 assessments, and even have a 9th grade mystic body. Compared to the first time we met, you have grown a lot. Linling, oh Linling, you are really my greatest enemy in life. However, let me give you a word of advice. Don't be arrogant and complacent. Sometimes if you are too confident, you will die prematurely. Hearing this, Linling smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Thank you for the reminder, but I think that the person who can make me die prematurely isn't you." His battle intent began to boil at that instant. He, Linling, had accepted the challenge of the 5-year agreement. In the past, when Linling went to collect debts from the market of Weimar Commandery, this matter had nothing to do with Yi Xiaoshou. However, Yi Xiaoshou's sister interrupted him and even humiliated Yu. Yi Xiaoshou wanted to kill Linling, so Linling naturally resisted with all his might. The two of them, who originally had no grudges against each other, suddenly became mortal enemies. To put it bluntly, it was because Yi Xiaoshou saw that Linling was weak and wanted to decide Linling's life and death. I don't play around with childish battles. If you want to fight, then fight to the death. If you dare to come, then I'll open the void battleground. Yi Xiaoshou stretched out his other arm, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his aura surged. All right. Linling nodded and strode towards the spectator stands. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others looked at each other. Then they formed complicated hand seals and sealed the spectator stands in the distance. Void Battleground. This was also Radiant Academy's life or death arena. If there was a conflict between martial artists that couldn't be resolved, then it would be decided by life or death. Upon stepping onto the life or death arena, only one person could live and one person could die. Yi Xiaoshou, kill him. Zhang Wen glared at the void battleground, his eyes icy cold. Of course, Whitebird and the others were also like this. They wanted to see Linling die in front of them. And this was the first time in the history of Radiant Academy that someone who had just become a last-generation disciple had challenged a last-generation disciple. This could be called unprecedented. As if they were affected by Linling's unyielding fighting spirit, countless people felt their blood boil over. However, there were also many people who thought that Linling was seeking death. After all, although Linling had a 9th grade profound body, he was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. Moreover, he had just broken through. His boundary was unstable and his martial arts background wasn't strong. As for Yi Xiaoshou, although he was only at the 5th level of the World King realm, his background was extremely deep and his martial arts were formidable. Although his talent wasn't as high as Linling's, defeating Linling wasn't difficult at all. Some people even knew that as long as Yi Xiaoshou's boundary rose by another 10%, he would have the qualifications to compete for the 3rd-generation disciple position. Even Whitebird and the others didn't have the confidence to last 3 moves against him. In this battle, the strong and the weak were clear. There was no suspense at all. In the void battleground, 2 figures appeared, standing far away. I, Yi Xiaoshou, have studied martial arts for 1,500 years. 500 years ago, I became famous throughout the martial god world. 1,000 years ago, I entered Radiant Academy and defeated countless geniuses. But the only one who can break my arm is you. Yi Xiaoshou's voice was fierce, as if he were saying that for an ant like Linling to be able to break his arm, this was simply a miracle. Senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshou has been in Radiant Academy for 500 years. Many people cried out in alarm. They didn't think that Yi Xiaoshou would be so fierce. Linling looked at Yi Xiaoshou with a sneer on his face. Yi Xiaoshou's words were, in fact, just to elevate himself. However, compared to Li Xiaoyao, Yi Xiaoshou couldn't even be considered mediocre. You don't know how I've spent these past 5 years. You also don't know that I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now I'll let you experience what hell is. Yi Xiaoshou's eyes turned red as his terrifying innate talent erupted. Xiaoyu's king physique was a mysterious innate talent. It turned the void into night and rain continued to fall. Under this rain, the opponent's strength would be suppressed by 30% while Yi Xiaoshou could increase his strength by 30%. This innate talent was truly heaven-defying. Yi Xiaoshou used his innate talent so quickly. I'm afraid he's going to use his true strength and directly crush Linling. It wasn't hard for people to guess Yi Xiaoshou's intentions. The latter not only wanted to wash away his shame, he also wanted to prove his strength in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone know that the last generation disciples were not people they could offend. I know your innate talent is a 9th grade Xian physique. Come, I'll let you have one move. Yi Xiaoshu sneered as he stretched out one hand. He had the demeanor of an expert because if he wanted to win, he had to win beautifully. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He stretched out his left hand and multicolored flames engulfed his body, turning him into a flame god. He moved. Lin Ling pounced towards Yi Xiaoshu. It was as if he was holding a taboo flame, surging in the rain. The rain under the night sky did indeed affect Lin Ling. It slowed down his speed and weakened his attack power by a lot. However, Lin Ling's strength wasn't suppressed by 30%. It was at most 10%. The reason for this was because Lin Ling's defense was too strong. If White Bird and the others were here, they would have been affected by 50%. Space-time flame. Lin Ling quickly appeared in front of Yi Xiaoshu and heavily slapped out a wisp of flame. You've disappointed me. I've waited for you for 5 years and this is all you've got. Yi Xiaoshu stretched out one hand and endless black light condensed, forming a huge circular world in front of him. An ancient and majestic aura also erupted. Bang! The space-time flame collided with the black world and let out an explosive sound. Whoosh! The surrounding rain seemed to be blown away. The entire void battlefield was shaken. Yi Xiaoshu's eyes flashed. A 9th grade Qian physique was indeed powerful. It actually gave him a feeling of heavenly might. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's cultivation was too low and couldn't unleash the power of a 9th grade Qian physique. As a martial artist, you have powerful innate talent but only know how to use it to suppress others. Your martial arts foundation is too weak. After blocking Lin Ling's space-time flame, Yi Xiaoshu's single arm pulled the void and a black spear appeared, causing the void to tremble. Yi, yi. A low roar accompanied the thrust of the spear. Chapter 2403. The Hyperfocus Boundary, Middle 2nd Grade Night King Spear Art. Alarmed. This was because this spear art was extremely famous throughout the myriad worlds. It was said that when cultivated to the peak, one could completely absorb the chaos of the universe. There was no need to doubt its might. Moreover, this was a middle 2nd grade origin world martial art. This was not something that just anyone could successfully cultivate. Lin Ling is about to be defeated. Then many people shook their heads. Lin Ling had erupted with his full strength from the start. He had used his profound body, because he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the effects of his strongest attack were very weak. And all of this was because of the disparity in boundary. However, Lin Ling's complexion didn't change. The spear struck out. His body twisted, dodging the spear. This was because the flames of time were burning space, allowing his body to leap through space. Currently, although his ultimate flame Dao had reached the hyperfocus boundary, he hadn't yet cultivated the accompanying fire attribute martial arts. Thus, he could only use the flames of time and space as a movement martial art. Moreover, he had only wanted to familiarize himself with the might of the flames of time. Thus, he had only used the world spirit of his second Dantian. That Dantian was only at the 2nd stage of the World King realm. But Yi Xiaoshu didn't know any of this. He thought that Lin Ling was only at this level. Dodge. You came to our 5-year agreement. Could it be that you only know how to dodge? Roar. Yi Xiaoshu's spear struck out. He roared, as if all the pent-up pressure he had endured for the past 5 years had been released. He was slowly washing away his shame. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lin Ling constantly retreated, as if he were avoiding a storm. Weren't you very arrogant before? But now you can't even withstand a single strike. Have you wasted 5 years of your cultivation on a dog? You dare to fight me? You simply don't know how to write the word death. Roar. Come Lin Ling. Let's have a life or death battle. You think that with your formidable talent you can crush me? Let me tell you, you are far too inexperienced. Roar. The entire void battlefield was swept up by the spear, stirring up a storm. Ha. Roar. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was still too arrogant, daring to challenge the last generation disciple. That was simply an impossible thing. They could already foresee that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Moreover, Lin Ling should be regretting it now. We're not worthy? Is he worthy? Whitebird and the Moonlight Swordsman looked at each other and shook their heads mockingly. As for Xianyuan Ge-er and the others, they were extremely worried because the void battleground was becoming more and more chaotic. The darkness of the night was like the waves of the sea, constantly engulfing everything. Although Lin Ling was using the space-time flame to constantly burn and change space, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Lin Ling, don't you have anything to say? Yi Xiaoshuo's aura was growing stronger and stronger. Lin Ling continued to retreat, but he finally opened his mouth and said, "It's been 5 years. Looks like you haven't become as strong as I thought." Although he was in a dangerous situation, Lin Ling's pride was still astonishing. At this time, Lin Ling actually said that Yi Xiaoshuo was only SOSO? Haha, I've waited for so long for such nonsense. Lin Ling, I'm very disappointed in you. Perhaps I shouldn't have waited for you for 5 years. Now I'm going to break one of your arms. Endless Night Spear. In the void battleground, spear shadows appeared all over the sky. If they attacked 10,000 worlds, they could easily destroy a world. It was terrifying. Primal Chaos Force. Ancestor Dragon Granny's expression changed drastically. World Essence was the source of a martial artist's power, and Primal Chaos Force came from martial arts. It was a power even greater than World Essence. However, this kind of power could only be controlled by a top martial god. A World King Realm powerhouse could only use martial arts to barely use a wisp of Primal Chaos Force and add it to their own World Essence. And a martial art with Primal Chaos Force was undoubtedly terrifying. This spear has reached the middle of the 2nd grade of World Essence martial arts, the peak of it. The mysterious old man also said with a solemn expression. At this moment, the void battleground was enveloped by the spear. If the geniuses in the plaza were to be there, they would only have one outcome, and that was death. Moreover, no matter how many people there were, they would all die. A middle of the 2nd grade of martial arts, at some point in time, could crush everything. This was also the difference between Whitebird and Yi Xiaoshuo. It was also the difference between those who entered Radiant Academy and those who didn't. For these past 5 years I have been cultivating this spear. In front of my powerful World Essence martial arts, any talent is useless. The entire void was filled with Yi Xiaoshuo's voice. The void battleground was sealed off. Lin Ling had nowhere to retreat. Before, Lin Ling had relied on his strange movement technique to dodge Yi Xiaoshuo's spear. But now he could no longer dodge. Defeat, there was no suspense. At this moment, Lin Ling was surrounded by 10,000 spears. From his eyes, the entire void battleground's night sky was distorted, as if the universe's primal chaos was being distorted. Seeing this, Lin Ling also stood still. His face was still as calm as an ancient well, but when people saw his actions, they all thought that Lin Ling had already given up. Of course, this was normal. Facing a martial art that contained the power of primal chaos, what else could Lin Ling do? He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. If he didn't challenge Yi Xiaoshuo with his talent, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass Yi Xiaoshuo. You're admitting defeat just like that? Trash. Yi Xiaoshuo's lips curled into an excited smile. 5 years. It had been a full 5 years. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now was the time for him to wash away the shame of his life. Not only was he excited, but he also felt that his martial arts comprehension had increased. After all, the knot in his heart was about to be untied. However, was that really the case? Lin Ling stood still, waiting for the night sky to arrive. His right hand finally reached for the ancient sword behind him. In fact, he had several ways to defeat Yi Xiaoshuo. Dodging domain. He could easily dodge the sky full of black spears. Space-time divine steel. He could easily smash Yi Xiaoshuo to death. However, Lin Ling didn't use any of these because he wanted to use his sword. In truth, his talent in the path of the sword was inferior to that of the space-time flame. But in terms of control, he was more familiar with the profound sword record. After all, he had only just comprehended the ultimate flame Tao of the space-time flame. Lin Ling, is he drawing his sword? What's the use? This is nothing more than a deathbed struggle. Many people saw Lin Ling's actions and couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's fearless state of mind. But that was it. At this time, Yi Xiao was still brandishing his spear, attacking Lin Ling. But soon a horrifying killing intent locked onto his body. This killing intent came without warning, but it caused his heart to palpitate. A very intense aura. This was a sword. Who was it? Suddenly, he looked towards Lin Ling. It was only then that he discovered that Lin Ling had already drawn his sword. Moreover, the sword's aura climbed higher and higher. Yi Xiao suspected that Lin Ling had already reached the 5th level of the World King realm. But, wasn't Lin Ling at the 3rd level of the World King realm? In that moment, Yi Xiao's heart trembled. In particular, as he saw Lin Ling's calm eyes, he began to panic. At the same time, the sword became increasingly bright, as if it came from the world of swords. The first stroke of the profound character appeared. Soon after, a second stroke appeared. Of course, compared to the raging night sky, these 2 strokes seemed ordinary. But Yi Xiao could sense that this was the ultimate sword Dao. Chapter 2404. Ye Xiaoshou defeated. As for the so-called minute subtlety, that was the subtlety of understanding the myriad swords of the universe. To be familiar with the moves of the swords had already reached the terrifying boundary of minute subtlety. And this sort of mysterious boundary was the martial arts comprehension that every martial artist pursued for their entire life. For Radiant Academy, this was something that only appeared in the 3rd generation of the Academy. Bang! At the same time, sword phantoms appeared in the skies, turning into great swords that swept through the dark night. At this moment, as if the raging dark night met the heavens and earth, it immediately melted away like tofu. The myriad spears simply couldn't block the myriad swords. How is this possible? At this time, everyone in the square felt their hearts violently tremble, as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Just what was so mysterious about that sword strike? What they didn't know was that Lin Ling had already used the boundary spirits of his 2 dantians and reached the 5th level of the World King realm. Moreover, he had displayed an ultimate sword Dao that was even higher than Ye Xiaoshou's. Retreat. At this time, Ye Xiaoshou's complexion changed. He frantically retreated, but it was clearly too late. This was because Lin Ling's sword had already locked onto him. Immediately, 10,000 swords shot out, as if he were the Emperor of Swords. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunderous rumbles continued to sound out. A tyrannical and fierce sword potential came crashing down, breaking through all the spears of the dark night. In the next moment, Ye Xiaoshou discovered that a person was standing in front of him, a sword hanging from his neck. This person's blue robes fluttered in the wind. His eyes were calm, so calm that it made one's heart race. It was Lin Ling. In these last 5 years, your strength has only increased by this much. Lin Ling softly said, causing Ye Xiaoshou to shiver. He stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Shua. But in the next moment, sword light flashed. Ye Xiaoshou's other arm was cut off, blood gushing out. Ah! A pained cry erupted from Ye Xiaoshou's mouth. How ruthless, how decisive! Everyone in the square cried out in alarm. They never imagined this would be the result. As for Yi Xiaoshou, both of his arms were broken. His complexion became dispirited. In these past 5 years, he had bitterly cultivated the ultimate spear Dao of the boundary origin martial arts. He thought that he could wash away the humiliation he had suffered in the past. When he saw Lin Ling again, he wanted to make sure that Lin Ling would be amazed by his strength. However, 5 years later, the former ant grew even more crazily. Not only was his talent greater than his, even his world origin martial arts were more powerful than his. He even wanted to ask how Lin Ling cultivated. Looks like you have nothing else to say. Then you've lost. Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiaoshou indifferently. The 5-year agreement was over. Whoosh. Sword light flashed, domineering and magnificent. Lin Ling then turned and left. This was a battle of life and death. Only one could live and one could die. The one who walked out of the void battleground would be the king. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't show any mercy. As for Yi Xiaoshou, he stood in the void battleground, staring at Lin Ling. A sword mark appeared on his neck and in the end, he fell on his back. In the past, Lin Ling was like an ant to him. If it weren't for the appearance of the martial god Canon, an ancestor Long Pa, Lin Ling would have died long ago. However, 5 years later he was no longer Lin Ling's opponent. It could only be said that Lin Ling's growth speed was monstrous. The last generation disciple, Yi Xiaoshou, was defeated. The square became even more silent. Even the expressions of many people in the distance changed. These people were the last generation disciples. They had heard the news and came to watch the battle. They wanted to see which junior was so arrogant that he dared to challenge a last generation disciple. But now they saw it. This was an extremely mystical swordsman. In these past 5 years, Yi Xiaoshou has worked hard to cultivate. He has already surpassed many last generation disciples. I thought he would shine brightly, but who knew that this last generation disciple candidate was even more talented than him? The last generation disciple solemnly said. A last generation disciple challenging a last generation disciple. This was an unprecedented last generation disciple. Now, the last generation disciple was defeated. This was unprecedented, and there would be no one like this in the future. It's your turn. Do you dare to fight? Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the stage. He raised his sword and pointed at a person. That person was none other than Mai Zi. However, at this moment, Mai Zi was silent and his face was somewhat pale. As a last generation disciple, you don't dare to fight? Lin Ling asked again as if he didn't know what Mai Zi was afraid of. Mai Zi's body trembled after hearing this because he was not as strong as Yi Xiaoshou, so he didn't dare to fight. Do you dare or not? Yes. However, Lin Ling was pressuring him, just like how Mai Zi pressured Lin Ling in the beginning. Pa. Mai Zi took a step back and his face became even paler. Senior brother Mai Zi, I don't dare. Yes. The crowd let out a dignified voice. They found it hard to accept what was happening in front of them. If they remembered correctly, Mai Zi was very domineering in the beginning, and insisted on asking Lin Ling about his brother's whereabouts. Now Lin Ling was also domineering and forced Mai Zi to fight, but Mai Zi could only endure the humiliation. However, no one felt that Lin Ling was domineering because Mai Zi was the one who bullied others first. Not to mention, Lin Ling had the capital to be domineering. I admit defeat. Feeling Lin Ling's terrifying aura, Mai Zi took a step back and lowered his head. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Lin Ling looked deeply at Mai Zi and then put away his sword. Although he knew that Mai Zi must have a lot of resentment towards him, Lin Ling couldn't break the rules at Resplendent Academy. Trash. After leaving behind this sentence, Lin Ling walked towards the square. Trash. Mai Zi's body suddenly trembled. A last generation disciple dared to call him trash? This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a thing. His eyes were filled with resentment, but he endured it. It's your turn. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and looked at White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsman. Their faces were already pale, and they had the same expression as Mai Zi. There were many mysteries in their hearts. For example, how did that sword defeat Yi Xiaoshou? They couldn't understand. Previously, they had been bullying Lin Ling, and Lin Ling directly retaliated, and even said that they weren't worthy. Now they felt that they were indeed not worthy. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. The two of them didn't hesitate and directly spoke. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. No wonder Lin Ling didn't put them in his eyes from the beginning. It was because Lin Ling really didn't care about them. However, they overestimated themselves and repeatedly provoked him. This was very ironic. Lin Ling shook his head and seemed to be a little disappointed. Then he began to walk towards the mysterious old man. At this time, the mysterious old man's face was full of surprise. The result of this battle had surpassed their imaginations. It could only be said that Lin Ling had secrets that they didn't know about. After all, Lin Ling was only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm. But that sword strike of his had erupted with 5th stage World King realm essence. There must be some secret behind this. Of course, they guessed that Lin Ling had practiced some ancient cultivation method, and had temporarily risen his boundary. Of course, there were always pros and cons. This sort of cultivation method had its own side effects, and it couldn't be used for a long period of time. Lin Ling, you've won. After a moment, the mysterious old man lightly said. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I was just lucky. As these words came out, many people in the square wryly smiled again and again. To be able to defeat a last-generation disciple, this wasn't a fluke. Then Lin Ling began to chat with the mysterious old man. As for the geniuses in the square, they all had looks of worship in their eyes. Today Lin Ling had gone through so many twists and turns. Through his formidable strength, he had already convinced everyone. Chapter 2405. Reward. A city square. Amazing Tang Yue. This lord of yours is really full of surprises. The blue enchantress looked at Lin Ling with envy, while Tang Yue shook her head helplessly. Actually, I'm also very surprised. As for falling flowers, flowing water, and the others, they were all excited. The Resplendent Academy's examination was finally over. Lin Ling looked into the distance. He seemed to see the marshal of the Martial God Battalion, the mysterious middle-aged man who had been watching him all this time. At this moment, he revealed a gratified smile. Sensing this, Lin Ling also smiled. He didn't lose face for the Martial God Battalion. However, although he had become the most dazzling genius of the 10,000 worlds, he wasn't complacent. This was because Tian Liuli was stronger and more dazzling than him. Tian Liuli was probably the famous empress of the 9 provinces. Currently, Lin Ling still had some distance to go before he could reach Tian Liuli's level. Next, those who passed the examination became the last generation's candidate disciple. Lin Ling became the last generation's candidate disciple, but he had to complete a mission. This was also the first case of the Resplendent Academy in so many years. No one knew that many of the ancient martial gods of the Resplendent Academy had been secretly paying attention to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, congratulations. Ancestor Long Granny also arrived and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling didn't dare to slight this senior who had transformed from a carp into a dragon. He hurriedly bowed and asked about the whereabouts of Yu Yu and the others. They're doing very well. They've become the 3rd generation of the Resplendent Academy. They're currently doing missions outside. It won't be long before you see them. Ancestor Long Granny said with a smile, which made Lin Ling relax. In addition, the Academy will reward you with a city square outside the Resplendent Academy. Ancestor Long Granny said again. When these words fell, many people revealed envious expressions. To be able to own a market in Qingzhou was undoubtedly like sitting on a mountain of gold. After all, the closer a cultivator was to the later stages of their cultivation, the more resources they would need. With a market, they would be able to provide an endless supply of cultivation resources. Thank you, Senior Long Granny. Lin Ling bowed once more, his heart also filled with joy. The market is something that not even the 3rd generation of Radiant Academy is qualified to own. You're making an exception for Radiant Academy. As for what you want to sell in the market, it's up to you. Let's go, follow me. The Ancestor Dragon Granny waved her hand in an extremely benevolent manner. She brought Lin Ling along as she walked. Xian Yuangu, and the others also followed behind. As the crowd in the square watched Lin Ling leave, the envy in their eyes became even more intense. This was because he had just become a candidate for the last generation's disciple. Yet he was able to make the seniors of the academy come in person. This was not something that just anyone could be qualified to do. Lin Ling. Zhang Wen glared at Lin Ling with hatred. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Of course, Mai Zi was the same. Although his strength couldn't compare to Lin Ling, there were countless geniuses in the Resplendent Academy, and there were quite a few people who could kill Lin Ling. The other disciples who had passed the assessment also dispersed one after another. Someone had brought them to their residence. Although they were candidates for the last generation's disciple, they still weren't considered as disciples of the last generation. Therefore, they still weren't qualified to enter the Resplendent Academy. They could only stay in the city square while waiting for the news. Only after going through the challenges could they finally become disciples of the last generation. The status of a disciple of the last generation was very important. It wasn't easy to obtain that status. It was also because of this that everyone was so surprised when Lin Ling defeated Yi Xiaoxiu. Of course, after becoming a candidate for the last generation's disciple, everyone would be able to obtain a divine pill from the Resplendent Academy. Its name was Divine Cleansing Pill. This pill could condense boundary essence and quickly increase one's strength by 1 realm. It was extremely precious. Lin Ling followed Ancestor Dragon Granny to the street outside the academy. Then he was given a market. At the same time, Gong Yangjiang also took out 10 million divine crystals. These were all won by everyone from the previous bet. Hee, with this money, we can also buy some treasures and sell them. Lin Ling, how about leaving this market to me? Everyone will invest 10 million divine crystals in it. Then we will collect the profits every month. How about that? Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. This guy wasn't good at martial arts, but when it came to things related to money, he was full of spirit and interest. Okay, what are we going to sell in this market? Elixirs, weapons. After talking for a while, Lin Ling gave a name to the market. It was called Rainforest Market. This was the name he came up with because he missed his hometown. Everyone naturally agreed. Then, Gong Yangjiang took the 10 million divine crystals and went out to buy things. Lin Ling also told them what they needed to buy, because next, he would have to personally forge. Ancestor Dragon Granny also gave him some pointers. She also had a title. She was the guest boundary master of the Rainforest Market. Regarding this, Lin Ling was secretly grateful. Ancestor Dragon Granny was very famous in the Azure province. With her in charge, the business of the market would definitely be better. After that, everyone started to get busy. Lin Ling handed over all the treasures he didn't need to the Xianyuangu, such as the set of armor that the Martial God Battalion had rewarded him. Because the current Lin Ling's defense was very strong, he didn't need any armor at all. After dealing with the matters of the market, Lin Ling chatted with Ancestor Dragon Granny. After learning that you still needed some time to come back, he could only wait. Although you are now a disciple of the last generation, there is a task that you must complete. After completing it, you can also enter the Resplendent Academy. The Resplendent Academy is divided into many schools such as the Sword System, the Training System, the Fire System, the Lightning System, and so on. Cultivators can choose the corresponding school. Ancestor Dragon Granny explained, from the characteristics of your current cultivation, it should be the Sword System, the Training System, and the Fire System. Hearing this, Lin Ling was very interested. Although he had a lot of experience in martial arts, the Resplendent Academy had a longer history than Li Xiaoyao. Naturally, it had its own uniqueness. Being able to enter the academy to cultivate would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. Now you should stabilize your cultivation and wait for the academy to give you the task. After chatting for a while, Ancestor Dragon Granny said goodbye and left. As soon as Ancestor Dragon Granny left, Xianyuangu entered the room. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They came from the North Territory and went through hardships. Now they finally became candidates of the last generation of the Resplendent Academy. It had to be said that all of this gave people a feeling of happiness after suffering. Good, do you miss home? Lin Ling held Xianyuangu's hand and sat down. He thought of his grandfather, Lin Yi, and the others. Yes. Xianyuangu immediately nodded. After the academy gives out the task, let's go home. At that time, Yu and Yuer should be back. Yes. Lin Ling's face revealed a look of longing. Then he smiled and said, Xianyuangu nodded heavily. She also missed her father, the great demon king of the east. The two chatted for a long time. Lin Ling began to guide Xianyuangu in cultivation. Then he also entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 2406. Trouble Divine Cleansing Pill. Then a pill appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the divine pill rewarded by the academy. He had also swallowed this pill in the past. The first time he had swallowed it, the effects had been good, but the second time the effects had been halved, and the third time could be said to have no effect at all. This pill is very poorly refined. Then Lin Ling disdainfully shook his head. In his eyes, this pill was crudely refined. Then a space-time flame appeared in his palm. He flipped his hands and a massive number of enchantments appeared. He used space-time to refine the divine cleansing pill. As he was refining, he suddenly thought that this was a pretty good way to make money. Because Xianyuangu also had the fire of time and space, As long as she was taught the method to refine the spirit cleansing pill, then she could also use it to do business in the market. After all, there were quite a few people who had become candidates for the last generation of disciples. Everyone naturally wanted the effects of their pills to be better. Thinking of this, Lin Ling immediately called over Xian Yuangu, or after he finished refining the divine cleansing pill. He personally taught her the method of refining the pill. Although Xian Yuangu, or had never refined a pill before, she only needed to spend a bit more effort to refine the pill. And this was something that Xian Yuangu, or could accomplish. After Xian Yuangu, or was 100% successful, Lin Ling became a shopkeeper again, and entered a state of bitter cultivation. He was well aware that the Azure province was not like the martial god world. This was because tens of thousands of powerhouses wanted to gather here. Thus, the rules here were even more chaotic, and the law of the jungle was even more obvious. After the divine cleansing pill entered his mouth, Lin Ling's second Dantian's world spirit began to surge. The power of the world essence crazily rose. This was truly worthy of being called a rare divine cleansing pill. Its effects were even better than the 3 Tao Lotus. Of course, the divine cleansing pill was a one-time use pill. The 3 Tao Lotus could be used infinitely, thus the 3 Tao Lotus was even more precious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The second Dantian naturally reached the third stage of the World King realm. This meant that Lin Ling could fight with a 6th-level World King powerhouse. Next, Lin Ling channeled the remaining power of the pill into his godly demon body, causing his physical strength to increase slightly, reaching 5,500 universes of power. After all, his primal chaos divine formula required him to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. Therefore, the strength of his fleshly body could not be a burden. Up until now, his soul force was the highest, followed by his fire elemental talent. His god-devil body was the weakest. If his fiend god body and fire element talent were to increase by another level, he would be able to step into the third stage of the primal chaos divine formula and give birth to 3 Dantians. Unfortunately, I still haven't found a suitable martial art for the ultimate flame Dao. Lin Ling sighed again. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao was of the lightning attribute. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao didn't know much about the fire attribute martial arts. Even if he knew those fire attribute martial arts, they wouldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes. Thus, Lin Ling planned to enter Resplendent Academy and search for fire attribute martial arts. As for the profound sword record, he could still improve it. His main goal was to improve his ultimate sword Dao so that he could step into a new boundary earlier. The true enlightenment of the Dao. Like this, the days of bitter cultivation quietly passed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On this day, a thunderous rumble sounded out from the city square, causing Lin Ling's complexion to change. He withdrew from his state of cultivation. And at this time, a massive number of people had gathered in the city square. Voices of reprimanding constantly sounded out. This is the God-cleansing pill that you refined for me? This city square of yours is simply a scam. A black-robed youth angrily shouted. This person was strong. He was at the 5th level of the World King realm, and his talent wasn't weak either. He had an 8th-grade mystic body. And behind him, a massive number of people echoed his words. This rainforest city square is a scam. To refine a god-cleansing pill for 100,000 divine crystals, this is far too greedy. Most importantly, a newly refined god-cleansing pill has no effect at all. I think everyone should tear down this store. That's right. For everyone's sake, such a store should have closed long ago. Voices floated out, causing Gong Yangjiang and the others' complexions to become extremely ugly. In these past days, the city square's business had been steadily rising, but today it had welcomed this black-robed youth. As for Xian Yuanguer, her expression was icy cold. You are all speaking nonsense. Since you say that my newly refined pill has no effect, then take out the god-cleansing pill, and let everyone see whether or not it has any effect. During this time Xian Yuanguer had refined the god-cleansing pill many times. Thus she was confident that there was no problem with that pill. These people were definitely here to look for trouble. I've already taken the pill. Haha, I know that you want to cheat me of my pill, and then secretly tamper with it. What a despicable heart. The black-robed youth sneered. This person was a last-generation disciple of Radiant Academy. His name was Lu Yan, and he had acne all over his face. He didn't seem like a good person at all. I'm despicable? You're the despicable one. You swallowed the pill, and now you can falsely accuse us without any evidence. If you think you've been cheated, then take out the pill to prove it. Xian Yuangu was a little demoness. She was extremely intelligent and naturally guessed the other party's thoughts. The other party was deliberately hiding the pill, so that there would be no evidence. Hearing this, some of the people who came to buy things nodded their heads. That's right. If the black-robed youth thought that this city square was cheating him, then he could take out the pill as proof. Otherwise, how would others believe him? Good. You cheated me of my money and still have a sharp tongue. The black-robed youth heard the voices around him, and his face became angry. He raised his hand and immediately slapped toward Xian Yuangu. You dare! Gong Yangjiang's expression changed greatly. He never thought that the other party would be so arrogant and dare to hit people in the city square. As for Xian Yuangu, her beautiful eyes narrowed. You can't talk, so you want to fight? However, that slap was quickly caught by a hand. It was Lin Ling. Who are you? Is it your turn to meddle in my business? The black-robed youth was slightly shocked when his hand was caught. However, he immediately said coldly and straightened his chest to tell Lin Ling that he was the last generation's disciple. Most of the people on this street were last generation's candidate disciples. After all, these last generation's candidate disciples weren't just this year. There would be some every year, which was why there were so many of them. Therefore, the last generation's disciples' status was obviously higher to them. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can sit down and talk slowly. What kind of ability is this to hit people? Lin Ling's expression was extremely cold. He looked directly at the black-robed youth, causing the black-robed youth to feel a little guilty. However, he still sneered and said, Your city square is cheating people and selling fake pills. I don't like it, so I'm here to uphold justice. Everyone, come and see. This Yulin City Square is simply a cruel and unscrupulous shop. They sold fake pills and now they don't allow me to seek justice. How can they be so overbearing? The black-robed youth shouted towards the outside of the shop with a sneer on his face. His actions were ruining the business. Unless there was a great enmity between them, why would he do this? Lin Ling was sure that this was the first time he saw this youth. He couldn't understand why the other party was causing trouble here, unless someone secretly ordered him to do so. Shut up. Thinking of this, Lin Ling coldly shouted. I won't shut up. So what? Don't tell me you dare to kill me? Chapter 2407. 36 World Kings. After he spoke, he darkly smiled. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with this troublesome situation. Unfortunately, this youth had already challenged Lin Ling's bottom line. To Lin Ling, Xian Yuangu was his reverse scale. This was because even he didn't dare to strike Xian Yuangu. Before this, he had patiently spoken to this youth. First, he wanted to see who the mastermind was. Second, he wanted to give this youth a chance. But now there was no need for that. I can't count as killing you to silence you, but in my territory, you don't have the qualifications to speak so much. Lin Ling's voice was icy cold. He drew his blood-stained sword and slashed it across the black-robed youth's neck. Fast. This was an incomparably fast sword strike. With Lin Ling's current strength, he didn't place a 5th-level world king in his eyes at all. The only exception was if the other party's talent was extremely high. Everyone, come and take a look. The black-robed youth was still speaking, but his neck was already leaking blood. Blood gushed out from his neck. This caused him to look down at his chest, his complexion becoming increasingly panicked. This was because his chest had already been dyed red with blood. He pointed at Lin Ling, wanting to say something in panic. Unfortunately, nothing was left of him as he fell backwards. As for his eyes, there was only regret. In truth, he had been invited here by someone. He thought that Lin Ling was a newcomer, and that if he were to encounter difficulties, he could only helplessly flatter him. But, who knew that Lin Ling would be so decisive? If he had known this earlier, he would never have accepted such a difficult task. Murder. This rainforest city market is murdering someone. This is too overbearing. Within the city square, everyone was stunned. Soon, cries of alarm sounded out. This voice seemed to come from far away, making it impossible to tell who it was. Immediately, a massive number of voices sounded out from the city square. However, these dissatisfied voices immediately vanished as soon as a flame appeared. A space-time flame appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. Then he gently raised it, burning the black-robed youth to ashes. As long as you're here to do business in my Yulin market, I welcome you with open arms. However, if you're here to cause trouble, then don't blame me for what happens next. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out. Then, he strode out of the market square. As for the people in the city square, they all had gloomy expressions. They didn't think that the owner of the city square would be so crazy. Of course, there were some intelligent people who had their own thoughts. This was because the black-robed youth had really come here to seek justice. If he had come here, then he should have spoken slowly, and tried to obtain as much as possible in return as possible. However, he didn't. After Lin Ling came out, he was still so rampant, as if he hadn't come here for money. In addition, there were many markets around, so it was not difficult for them to guess that this might be a trick played by their competitors. And this was also a very normal thing. Every time a market was opened, it would inevitably encounter a lot of suppression. Lin Ling is still the best. Gong Yangjiang and Xian Yuangu also followed him out. At this moment, the street was filled with warriors. They were all looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to them and looked indifferently at the crowd. The reason why he had come out was to see who was targeting him. In fact, he had previously guessed. For example, Senior Zhang Wen from the Resplendent Academy, Mai Zi, White Bird and the rest. These people all had grudges with Lin Ling. Another example was the people from Only My Commandery and Grand Court Commandery. In addition to the competitors around the city square, there were many people who wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling. You killed my people? Sure enough, in the restaurant across the street, a young man slowly walked out with a wine cup in his hand. Lin Ling had never seen this person before. However, Lin Ling had an impression of the few people beside him. One of them was a guy called Luo Lu, and the other was a guy called Great God Qian. These two people were the second batch of geniuses in this assessment. However, they weren't as good as White Bird at that time, so they didn't leave much of an impression. Most importantly, one of them was from Only Me Commandery, and the other was from Tating Commandery. It seemed that they were the ones who were making things difficult for the Rainforest City Square. Tang Yue, what's going on? At this time, Blue Enchantress also walked over with a few people. She stared at the drinking youth and her expression changed. 36 World King. 36 World King. Hearing this, there were cries of surprise from all around the street. Most of the people here were last-generation disciple candidates. There were also some loose cultivators, and there weren't many last-generation disciples. As for this youth called 36 World King, he was a third-generation disciple of the Resplendent Academy. A third-generation disciple was in existence even more terrifying than the last-generation disciples. And there was no need to doubt his strength. He had already reached the 7th stage of the World King realm. Others are just seeking justice and you're dissatisfied so you kill them. You're really a person who kills people like they're scything flax. At this time, another voice sounded from the other side. This person had a strange appearance. His face was covered with wrinkles, as if he had aged prematurely. He carried a bamboo basket on his back and wore old clothes. There was a strong smell of blood on his body, and there was only one person beside him. It was Mai Zi. At this moment, he had a sneer on his face. Obviously, he was also one of the people who were making things difficult for Lin Ling. He had even come to avenge his younger brother, Demon Guardian Master. Blue Enchantress also recognized this person, and her pretty face became even more dignified. This was because this was also a third-generation disciple. Most importantly, he was a member of the Flying Dragon Organization. The Flying Dragon Organization was an assassin alliance that spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Just the name alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. Tang Yue Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, D by Mo Chess Boy, this has nothing to do with you. Mai Zi shouted angrily. These people's backgrounds weren't weak and he didn't want to provoke them. It seems that they're here for revenge. Of course, it could also be a competition for the market. After all, Only my commandery and Grand Court commandery both had markets here. But it was undeniable that the blue-robed youth seemed to be in trouble. Do you want to do it, or should I? The entire street was silent. Only the demon guardian master spoke. He spoke to the 36 realm kings. He killed my people. Let me do it. The 36 realm kings nodded. They drank their wine and walked out indifferently. Okay, the head is mine. I want to report back. The demon guardian master stopped and closed his eyes. It seemed that he didn't care about what was going to happen next. And he obviously came for Lin Ling's head because the Flying Dragon organization had issued a kill order for Lin Ling. The 36 realm kings didn't say much. They smiled faintly and said, "You shouldn't have killed him. If you kill him, you'll die." There were rules around the Resplendent Academy. Martial artists couldn't kill. However, there were many martial artists here, and there were even rogue cultivators. Therefore, the academy couldn't do anything about it. They could only helplessly accept the cruel reality. Only in the market would the academy come out to punish them. Since Lin Ling had killed the black-robed youth, others wouldn't have to worry about killing him unless Lin Ling hid in the market. How dare you? Sensing the killing intent of the other party, Tang Yue and the others shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare to kill my people? Moreover, he doesn't deserve to make me afraid. The 36 realm kings continued to walk forward. Chapter 2408. Against the third generation little princess of Square Commandery. This matter has nothing to do with you. Scram. Don't think that just because Square Commandery is here, I won't dare to touch you. The 36 world king sneered. His powerful aura surged outwards, causing Tang Yue's face to pale, and she no longer spoke. Your name is Lin Ling, right? I'm sorry, but I've already set my sights on you. You have no way out. The 36 world king looked at Lin Ling and sneered. His words were savage and he looked down on the common people. However, no one thought that he was overbearing because this person was the world king of the 36 worlds. He had long since become accustomed to being a tyrant. Lin Ling already knew what had happened. He turned around and walked towards the city square. Scared? You think I won't dare to touch you if you hide in the city square? Let me tell you, you can hide for a while but you can't hide forever. If you have the ability, then don't ever leave the city square. The 36 world king disdainfully said. However, Lin Ling still walked forward. This caused the 36 world king to angrily shout. Don't tell me you want to leave without leaving anything behind. He clearly thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him. In fact, the people around the street also thought so. It's just a sword. Why are you so nervous? However, Lin Ling finally spoke. His words caused the 36 world king's pupils to narrow. Did Lin Ling really dare to fight with him? The people around the street were also stunned. But soon, they saw Lin Ling walk out with the great sword on his back. This caused their hearts to tremble. Lin Ling didn't hide in the city square? You are indeed arrogant, but your strength is weak. In my eyes, your ability is nothing. The 36 world king's voice was gloomy. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A halberd appeared in his hand. As he waved it, the street roared and strong winds howled. One could even faintly see the world of the 36 worlds appear in the sky. As the halberd appeared, many of the last generation candidates' combat strength became unstable. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A tyrannical world essence strength rushed forwards, causing Lin Ling's pupils to shrink. This was a 7th level world king, and that halberd strike was extremely demonic, carrying with it a wild and demonic aura. It had likely reached the level of a high 2nd grade world essence martial skill. The martial arts of these 36 world kings had already surpassed the limits of what Lin Ling could withstand. Suspended Sword Ridge. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed out, forming 2 strokes of the word Xian. The long sword slashed through the air with a whistling sound. What's the point? However, the 36 world kings disdainfully smiled. Their halberds shook and a deafening rumble of thunder erupted as they resisted Lin Ling's sword world essence. In his opinion, a single halberd strike was enough to obliterate Lin Ling. Everyone else also thought this. Lin Ling was at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, but the 36 World Kings were at the 7th stage of the World King realm. The difference between the two was far too great. Rumble. However, reality wasn't as bad as they imagined. Swords shot out like 10,000 swords returning to their origin, carrying with them wisps of chaos energy. They actually caused the halberd to tremble. What? The 36 World Kings were startled. Lin Ling was clearly at the third stage of the World King realm, but the feeling he gave off was that of a sixth-stage World King. But to him, Lin Ling was only a explode. The 36 World Kings angrily roared, their wild aura surging like rivers and seas. All around the halberd, 10,000 worlds of thunder appeared out of thin air, cleanly swallowing up all the swords that shot out. I'll kill you with one move. Green thunder appeared all around the 36 World Kings, causing clouds and winds to roil in the skies. He had erupted with his own Xian body. Green Summer Monster Thunder. According to the legends, this monster thunder was born from a divine object, and had reached an 8th grade Xian body. After these thunderbolts appeared, they were like creeping vines that swam about, terrifying to the extreme. Then his halberd became even more terrifying. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Xian Yuangu and the others immediately shouted out. As for Mai Zi and the others, they all sneered. It wouldn't be difficult for the 36 World Kings to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, a single move should be enough. But was this really the case? At this time, the monster thunder that filled the skies came crashing down. Lin Ling's complexion also became dignified. His body was wrapped in thunder, and blood quietly flowed out. But he knew that the most terrifying thing was that halberd. Flame of time and space, flute heartsword form. All of his strength gathered together. Multicolored flames appeared like demonic flames. Moreover, these flames accompanied the massive sword. At this moment, it ruthlessly slashed down. This overbearing aura caused many people's complexions to change. No one thought that Lin Ling would erupt with such strength. This was because he was facing a third-generation World King. That is Lin Ling, the newly risen last-generation World King. He is truly fierce. The difference is so great, but he can still contend with the 36 World Kings. What a pity the difference in boundary cannot be made up for. Many last-generation World King disciples cried out in alarm. Boundless sky, surging sword, scorching heat, clouds. Lin Ling's all-out sword ruthlessly collided with the halberd, forming a scene of fire and thunder. So fierce. The 36 World King's complexion changed. He didn't think that Lin Ling would become stronger the more they fought. Moreover, he discovered that Lin Ling's talent was a grade higher than his. But he was a dignified third-generation World King, and yet he couldn't kill Lin Ling in 2 moves. To him, this was a great disgrace. Splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, shaking the vault of the heavens, shattering the universe with a vicious storm, cutting down all evil with 1,000 halberds. He angrily shouted. His aura was like vines and his strength was like thunder. He became even more demonic. This terrifying aura caused the dark clouds in the sky to turn a strange green color. And at this time, Lin Ling's pupils were tightly focused. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. But his left eye had become even more demonic. Amidst the myriad vines, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Dragon painting finishing touch. The sword in his hand trembled. Draconic energy roared as it carried Lin Ling through the void. Fast. This sword strike was incomparably fast. Why is this brat so difficult to deal with? The 36 World King sensed Lin Ling's actions, and his complexion changed once more. With a loud roar, massive plants appeared beneath his feet and shot into the skies. These plants were formed from demonic thunder. They were terrifying. But his movements were still a fraction too slow. A sword passed through his eyes, and a wisp of hair fell to the ground. And on the other side, Lin Ling lightly sighed. A 7th-level World King with rich combat experience was truly a formidable opponent. He was sure that if this were a 6th-level World King, his sword strike would have already obliterated this opponent. But at the critical moment, this opponent had erupted with his talent and formed a demonic barrier around his body, altering his sword strike so that he had only managed to cut off a wisp of hair. From this point, it could be seen that with Lin Ling's current strength, fighting a 7th-level World King was a very unrealistic problem. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Moreover, although Lin Ling had cut off a wisp of hair from the 36 World King, He was also entangled in endless demonic thunder, causing him to be injured once more. But with his godly demon body, these injuries weren't fatal. In this fierce battle, there seemed to be a brief respite. All around the streets, everyone's jaws dropped. So many moves had been exchanged, but Lin Ling hadn't died yet. This was simply a miracle. After all, the two of them weren't on the same level. The 36 World King was 100 times stronger than Yi Xiaoshu and the others. Moreover, he was a king-level existence. This brat is a bit mysterious. Chapter 2409. The mission arrived. You have injured me. You. At this time, the 36 World King stood atop a giant vine, looking down at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with a gloomy light. Third generation killing me, the last generation, should be a simple matter. Lin Ling didn't answer, but instead asked a question of his own. Without a doubt, his words were filled with sarcasm. The 36 World King's complexion changed and his anger became even more wild. He lifted his left hand high up and pointed towards the heavens. This move can erase you. Thunder drawing art. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Clouds and rain tumbled in the skies, forming a giant vortex. The scene was extremely shocking. It was like thunder was being summoned from the distant infinite worlds, restless and ready to strike. Thunder drawing art, a third-grade world origin martial art. It could draw down thunder from the universe and strike down all living beings. Lin Ling also realized how terrifying this move was. He never imagined that although this person had no enmity with him, this person would actually try to kill him because of someone else's request. There is no way you can defend against this move. You will only be blown to pieces by me. The 36 World King sneered. His finger pointed towards Lin Ling, causing the earth to shake. As if it had been summoned by something, green demonic thunder came crashing down from the skies. This thunder was like a giant vine, filled with a wild and monstrous aura, shocking to the eye. Hurry and retreat. Everyone's complexions changed as they quickly drew backwards. How terrifying. The anger of a third generation was like the wrath of the heavens. For Lin Ling to be able to fight until now was already an amazing feat, but no one believed that Lin Ling would still be alive. A tremendous pressure fell down from the skies, like a palm smashing down, causing Lin Ling's feet to sink. He could feel that this giant thunder didn't have the might of the ultimate Thunder Dao, but because the rank of this martial art was very high, it was enough to kill him with just its strength alone. Of course, from the previous collision, Lin Ling also knew that if he reached the fourth stage of the World King realm, killing the 36 World Kings would be easy. All he lacked was a bit of time. Moreover, he had been hiding a powerful trump card all this time. Shockingly, it was the true flame of time and space, the divine steel of time and space. However, Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his trump card. After all, there were too many people watching. That might not be the case. Lin Ling coldly spat out. When the demonic lightning in the sky came crashing down, his body instantly disappeared. Evasion domain. Rumble. The entire street was filled with green fey thunder. The martial artists who were close by were directly ravaged to death. That's all you've got. Under the tyrannical rumbling, the 36 World Kings let out disdainful voices, causing many people to shake their heads. That monstrous Lin Ling had most likely died. What a pity. Finishing touch. However, at this moment, a sword light shot over. It was like a crescent moon, decisive in its killing intent. Impossible. The complexions of the 36 World Kings changed. Lin Ling hadn't died. He immediately formed complex seals with his hands, causing the Fey Thunder Vine beneath his feet to shoot up into the skies, firmly protecting him. Of course, his reaction was quick. Even so, a sword still pierced through his arm. Blood gushed out, causing his complexion to become even more fierce. And above a building on the street, Lin Ling's figure appeared. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, his ancient sword pointed to the ground. Seeing this, the entire street fell into a deathly silence. Beneath that massive Fey thunder, Lin Ling was actually still alive. How was this possible? My apologies. I must have disappointed you. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. It was like a silent slap that fell onto the 36 World Kings' faces. The 36 World Kings, the third generation of Radiant Academy, had a boundary and martial arts that were stronger than Lin Ling's. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling in a single move. However, the result was that after they had exchanged several moves, Lin Ling hadn't died. Instead, the 36 World Kings had been injured. This was simply a great miracle. To the 36 World Kings, this was the greatest shame of their lives. Lin Ling, hurry and come to Radiant Academy. But at this time, the voice of an old man echoed through the skies. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. The 36 World Kings froze in place, blue veins bulging out of his forehead. Since a senior from Radiant Academy had summoned Lin Ling, it was impossible for him to attack again. Otherwise, if he angered that senior, he would have to bear the consequences. Then, as he looked at his bloody arms, his complexion became even more ferocious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the academy had assigned a mission to him. He immediately informed Xian Yuanguer and the others, and then rushed towards Radiant Academy without stopping. The next time I see you, I will kill you. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice filled with thick killing intent also floated out. To him, there was no enmity between him and the 36 World Kings. But the 36 World Kings had toyed with him as if he were an ant. If they wanted to kill him, they would kill him. You stray dog. In the distance, the 36 World Kings roared. Lin Ling was truly a lucky bastard. Otherwise, he would have killed Lin Ling. In truth, he didn't know that if he wasn't in the middle of the street, Lin Ling would have already used the space-time divine steel to kill him. So he was the one who was lucky. A loser who only knows how to run. Mai Zi and the others had ugly complexions as they coldly mocked. Today they had dispatched 2 third generations, but Lin Ling was still alive. This was not something they wanted to see. They were very unhappy in their hearts. 36 World Kings, you have disappointed me. In the distance, the prematurely aged demon guardian coldly said. He was just lucky. The anger in the 36 World King's heart grew even stronger. He could feel the mocking gazes from all around him. You don't need to attack. Let me do it. Demon Guardian left behind these words and left with his bamboo basket. I'm so angry. Seeing this, the 36 World King's complexion became even more ferocious. He was the World King of the 36 worlds. He could kill whoever he wanted. When had he ever failed? Today was the first time. He is this year's last generation disciple? How fierce. A 9th grade talent. If his cultivation realm increases, then perhaps even the 36 World Kings won't be his match. How did he avoid that demonic thunder before? The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Many people's faces were filled with horror. Die. As if he had heard these voices, the 36 World Kings pointed out a finger. Tyrannical thunder blasted several last-generation disciple candidates to death. No one on the street dared to speak anymore. Then these powerhouses also left. Of course, the 36 World Kings also left behind a tyrannical sentence. Rainforest Market. Whoever dares to go there again will be killed by me. The street was different from the Resplendent Academy. If they didn't like someone, they would kill them. This was because they were third-generation disciples, and many people on the street were candidates. Perhaps they would be eliminated tomorrow, so what was there to fear? How tyrannical. That's right. He killed just because he said a word. Too arrogant. I hope that rising star Lin Ling can kill him. What a pity. Lin Ling isn't the 36 World Kings' match. Before, the 36 World Kings must have underestimated him. The surrounding people also began to disperse. As for Xian Yuanguer and the others, their complexions were dignified. They hoped that Lin Ling would be able to overcome this calamity. At this time, Lin Ling was carrying an icy cold killing intent as he flew towards the Resplendent Academy. After he arrived at the martial god world, Tian Liuli and the others had been his greatest enemies, and they were also the ones he wanted to kill the most. But now there was one more person, and that was the 36 World Kings. Before this, if he hadn't been so calm, he would have already activated the Space and Time Divine Tablet. Once I reach the 4th level of the World King realm, I will kill you like a dog. Chapter 24:10. Reaching the rising sun boundary, arriving at the plaza where the assessment was held not long ago. Ancestor Dragon Granny had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Lin Ling, she couldn't help but smile. However, Lin Ling could see that Ancestor Dragon Granny's eyes were filled with worry. Obviously, she knew what had happened before. The waters of the martial god world are very deep. I could help you before, but I can't help you forever. Especially the Flying Dragon organization. The assassins there are impossible to guard against. Ancestor Dragon Granny said. I know. Lin Ling nodded. Ancestor Dragon Granny would definitely help him on major matters, but it was not good for her to interfere in a clash between geniuses. After all, this was the Resplendent Academy, a place where geniuses constantly clashed. If others helped, it would only attract more disdain. Fortunately, you didn't lose to him. Ancestor Dragon Granny relaxed when she saw that Lin Ling was fine. If there weren't so many people, I would have killed him long ago. Lin Ling shook his head. His words caused Ancestor Dragon Granny's heart to tremble. Lin Ling could defeat 3 generations of geniuses? Was this a joke? However, based on her understanding of Lin Ling, this young man was not someone who spoke arrogant words. If he said it, he would naturally do it. This meant that Lin Ling had a powerful trump card that she did not know about. The mission this time is to help a prince of the Rising Sun boundary ascend to the throne. The Rising Sun boundary is a very ancient boundary. Although the cultivators there are not strong because of their history, the Qing province attaches great importance to them. The person you are looking for is called Sun Yaoyang. Just help him become a king. After that, Ancestor Dragon Granny handed a jade slip to Lin Ling. There was a detailed explanation of the mission inside. After the mission is completed, you will become a disciple of the last generation, and the academy will reward you with a 3-Dao lotus. Hearing this, Lin Ling was delighted. The 3-Dao lotus was very rare, and came from the chaos of the universe. Even Li Xiaoyao had not found such a treasure in the past. Go have a safe journey. Under Ancestor Dragon Granny's laughter, Lin Ling stepped on the journey. In the vast starry sky, in the chaos of the universe, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He stared at the endless starry sky, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. Roaming the primal chaos was something that every martial artist yearned for the most. I wonder how things are at home. Then Lin Ling looked to the north. That was the north border, and the sacred land of the rainforest was there. Unfortunately, he had a mission at hand and did not have the time to go back and take a look. Moreover, he urgently needed to increase his strength. This was especially true for the fire element, which was of utmost importance. He planned to fight the 36 world kings once this trip was over and kill them all. The sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide for the fish to swim. He didn't place the matter of the 36 world kings in his heart. Lin Ling took out a jug of wine. With the ancient sword on his back, he happily repaid his debts of gratitude and enmity. Hot wine was in his throat. The Rising Sun world was an extremely ancient world in the Southern Territory. This world was clearly more powerful than Lin Ling's world. However, this world had a demonic creature that stirred up a storm of blood, causing this world to become extremely chaotic. Moreover, many powerful martial artists had also died. And according to the mission records, the demonic creature that had appeared was the Flaming Lip World King. This World King wasn't too strong, but he was difficult to deal with and difficult to track down. He had hindered the birth of a new emperor of the Rising Sun world. Lin Ling's goal was to help the second prince ascend the throne and become the new emperor and world king. However, there were many people participating in this mission. There were also people from Heavenly Saint Academy and Blue Dominance Academy. After Lin Ling arrived at the Rising Sun world, he discovered that the skies here were even higher, and the sun was even larger. The spiritual energy and gravity here also surpassed that of his homeland. The martial artists here are even stronger. They have all reached the World King realm. Lin Ling thought to himself. Luckily, the strongest martial artists here did not surpass the scope of Lin Ling's strength, so this mission wasn't too difficult. Most importantly, Lin Ling was interested in the Flaming Lip World King. This was because the flaming lip bead that the World King possessed could allow Lin Ling's spacetime to rise to the level of an awakened divine body. Then Lin Ling casually entered a city, bought a horse, drank some wine, and set off. At the same time, he also began to comprehend the final layer of the profound sword record, the profound word sword. This sword was divided into 5 moves. When the final sword was slashed out, it formed a giant profound word that could cut down all. The primal chaos force contained within the sword was even stronger, reaching the lower third grade. If he could successfully cultivate this sword, Lin Ling would be able to defeat the 36 world kings with ease. At this time, in the Rising Sun Great Empire, tens of thousands of troops had gathered, their momentum shaking the world. A prince prayed to the heavens, burned incense, and took a bath. Then the army was ready to set off. Today, the second prince wanted to confer the title of emperor of a world. Thus the entire world was in an uproar. However, the imperial mausoleum was far from here. The second prince wanted to bring the ancestral jade seal to the imperial mausoleum, to offer a sacrifice to the heavens, and announce this to the world. This was the rule of their world. The problem was that the road ahead was bound to be filled with dangers. There would be monsters stirring up trouble and hindering them. Thus, they asked the martial god world's martial gods to help. Are those the martial god geniuses? At this time in the royal square, the army stood quietly. The civil and military officials were whispering to each other. They stared at the dozen or so youths in the square, their faces filled with fear. Thank you to the martial god geniuses of the 3 great academies for assistance. We only need the help of 5 martial god geniuses for this trip to the imperial mausoleum. Sometimes too many people isn't good. So, may I ask which 5 martial god geniuses are willing to follow us? The second prince wore a dragon robe and spoke politely to the youths. Even though he was the world king of this world, the son of heaven, he didn't dare to neglect these youths. This was because these youths were the martial god geniuses from the 3 great academies of the Green Province. 5. That's very few. But this is normal. It's useless to have some trash follow us. A tall and sturdy youth said. This person's aura was extraordinary, and he was also a world king. However, he had received a mission from the Heavenly Saint Academy and had volunteered to come. It's hard to say who's trash. A young girl said with disdain. She held a whip in her hand. Around the whip, for stars flowed. Songling Academy's Jade Gem Fairy, don't be too confident. The tall and sturdy youth immediately retorted. What did you say? In front of my junior apprentice sister, take back your arrogance, otherwise I don't mind teaching you a lesson. A green-robed youth immediately said. His strength was at the 5th level of the World King realm, and he was also one of the last candidates of the Songling Academy. Then come at me. However, the other party didn't back down. Seeing this, the second prince ruefully smiled. He couldn't afford to offend these people. After all, not only were they stronger than him, but their status was also higher than his. They were all world kings. Everyone, how about this? Let's draw a circle. You all will exchange a single move, and the loser will be eliminated. How about it? The second prince cautiously said. That's too simple. I can sweep away all of them by myself. Someone disdainfully smiled. The circle isn't too big, only 10 meters wide. All of you will enter it, and the most important thing is that the circle cannot be damaged. This elimination should be a bit difficult. The second prince smiled. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. This was indeed difficult. Chapter 24:11. Saving time come. Then these geniuses nodded. They stared at each other, their eyes filled with a thick fighting spirit. They all wanted to eliminate each other. Then over a dozen geniuses walked into the circle. Hold on, I'll also join this elimination round. But at this time, a smiling voice echoed out from the distance, causing everyone to look over. They saw a youth galloping towards them. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, giving off a feeling as if he were roaming the world. This person was Lin Ling. What a handsome young man. The army cried out in their hearts. In their eyes, this youth was like a god that had descended to earth. But those young martial gods from their academies were unhappy. This was because they had been preparing to begin, but this youth had suddenly arrived and even asked to join. Didn't this mean that they were all waiting for this youth to join? And most importantly, this youth was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. What qualifications did he have? What a disgrace. You must have come here to enjoy the feeling of superiority. Someone mocked. Maybe he came here to covet the food of the royal family. After all, he has been eliminated. But the second prince will still invite him to a meal. Such a person, I will be the first to eliminate him. These geniuses indifferently said, all of them proud and arrogant. Of course, they were all masters of a world in the past, so they naturally had the qualifications to be proud. Brat, are you from Resplendent Academy? I've never seen you before. Someone lifted their chin and looked at Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was this year's last generation disciple candidate, they naturally hadn't seen him before. Indeed, Lin Ling leapt down from his horse, slowly walking forwards. Rookie. Hearing this, the other geniuses also confirmed that Lin Ling was a newcomer. Then roll over here. This young master is in a good mood today. Because of the second prince, I will spare your arm. Someone stretched out a giant arm, slowly clenching it into a fist as he lightly said. When his fist moved, the entire rising sun boundary seemed to be in turmoil. Qianshan, don't mess around. If you destroy the drawn circle, you will be eliminated. Another person immediately said with a smile. Ha, my world essence is too great. If you want me to restrain my strength now, isn't that just like embroidery? But eliminating all of you is still simple. The young man who clenched his fist smiled confidently. For a moment, the auras of the young martial gods from the three great academies clashed, causing the second prince to smile bitterly. Beside him, a beautiful young woman walked over and frowned as she looked at the martial gods. Brother, these experts are so arrogant. They are very strong. We are like ants in front of them. Of course they are arrogant. If it wasn't for the long history of our rising sun boundary, and the three great academies giving us face, I'm afraid these martial god geniuses wouldn't even look at us. The second prince shook his head and said, Royal brother is right. However, there are 28 martial god realm geniuses here. I wonder who will remain in the end. The beautiful young woman asked curiously. The second prince's gaze swept over them, and he said solemnly, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the success rate. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling who had already walked into the circle. He shook his head and said, that young man should be a candidate for these 2 years. His strength is a bit weak. Isn't he going to be humiliated? The beautiful young woman frowned. On the road of martial arts, being humiliated is unavoidable. Perhaps only after experiencing this will he be able to work harder. After all, I have heard that the three great academies have many missions, but most of the martial god geniuses that enter their academies fail to complete them. This is the reason their background is lacking. All right, let them begin. After the second prince explained, he smiled at the crowd and said, begin. At almost the same time, the 10-meter-wide circle erupted with an aura. One person's aura was too strong. He rushed into the circle and was directly eliminated, leaving him depressed to the extreme. Being strong wasn't enough? As for the others, their methods of controlling their world essence were even more formidable. They all attacked, and in several breaths of time, those below the 5th stage of the World King realm were forced out of the circle. All of them had dark expressions, so angry that they had nothing to say. In just a moment, there were only 10 people left in the circle. 5 more people would be eliminated. You, a 3rd stage World King, haven't been eliminated yet? Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Before this, someone had erupted with a powerful martial skill that covered the entire circle. The weaker ones had all been sent flying away, but this blue-robed youth still hadn't moved. As for this blue-robed youth, his cultivation wasn't high and he should have just become a final generation disciple candidate. Shouldn't such a person be the weakest? Even the second prince and the others stared at this blue-robed youth, some surprise on their faces. This blue-robed youth was Lin Ling. At this time, his combat strength was like a pine tree, like an immovable king. His mortal body was formidable, reaching a freakish level. If his opponent didn't dare to erupt with their full strength, they simply wouldn't be able to shake him. Of course, even if his opponent erupted with their full strength, Lin Ling could also erupt with his full strength and kill them all the same. Royal brother, that handsome and otherworldly youth is fiercer than we imagined. The beautiful young woman couldn't help but say. The second prince smiled and shook his head. Before this, because his cultivation was low, no one paid attention to him. But now that he is one of the remaining 10, there will be people who will attack him. And indeed in the circle, there were people who attacked Lin Ling. Brat, I'm sorry, but you have been eliminated. Earthquake. A young man in a golden brocade robe said without even looking at Lin Ling. A strange thing happened. The 10-meter-wide circle started to roll, uproot, and even hang upside down. Everyone was suspended in the air, and they felt the ground shaking, making their feet unstable. What a terrifying power of realm essence. His talent is related to the earth. The surrounding army was shocked. Pa, 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 pa. 3 people couldn't react in time and fell from the sky, eliminated. Now there were only 8 people left. Many people subconsciously looked at Lin Ling, and they were shocked to find that Lin Ling was upside down, but his feet seemed to have taken root, and he didn't move at all. Most importantly, he actually took out wine and drank it. Looking at the others, they all had serious expressions. Some were in a horse stance, some were sitting cross-legged, resisting the mysterious power of realm essence. Brother, look at him. At this moment, the beautiful young woman opened her mouth in shock. How could the youth with the lowest cultivation be so mysterious? The second prince beside him smiled bitterly. He couldn't explain it. Brat, take 3 of my punches, I will break your waist. A genius shouted angrily, and his fist smashed toward Lin Ling. Bang, bang, bang. Realm essence suppressed in the fist landed heavily on Lin Ling's body, causing the circle to shake. Smoke filled the air, but Lin Ling was still safe and sound. The other party only used realm essence to kill him, and didn't use any martial arts. Lin Ling's godly demon body didn't fear such power at all. Get lost. Lin Ling looked up at the same time, and his legs swept out like a whip. He came here for only one purpose, and that was to get a spot. If others didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. If others wanted to eliminate him, he would do it. Chapter 24:12. Towards the Imperial Tomb. Bang. The strength of over 5,000 worlds erupted. The youth that was kicked was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, shooting into the heavens before vanishing from the universe. This kick was terrifying. To kick someone into the universe, just what sort of strength was needed? And what was most terrifying was that even though Lin Ling had erupted with such strength, there wasn't even a speck of dust beneath his feet. Isn't this fellow at the 3rd stage of the World King realm? How could he possibly block Sir Lu's kick? That kick contained the strength of 5 great world essences. The remaining people all looked at Lin Ling. They finally realized that Lin Ling was the most terrifying opponent. Eliminate him. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Ling, their eyes burning with unwillingness and anger. This was because Lin Ling was clearly a newcomer to Radiant Academy. But his strength was far greater than these geniuses that had cultivated for several hundred years. To them, this was a disgrace. Ha! Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to test just how strong his defenses were, so he continued to drink. This was because even though his opponents attacked, they didn't dare to use any martial arts. They only used the strength of their world essences. He should be able to block this strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 6 people attacked at the same time. Their world essences were extremely terrifying. As their world essences fell onto Lin Ling's body, there was a sound like muffled thunder. Moreover, their strength was too great, causing the circle to break apart. One by one, they fell down from the skies, their faces filled with regret. But when they looked up, they discovered that Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. Moreover, he was slowly floating down. He was fine. That fellow was actually fine with the world essences of 6 people? Could it be that he had cultivated some powerful defensive martial arts? You have all been eliminated. Lin Ling looked at them and smiled. Those geniuses all dropped their jaws. But someone sneered. If the circle is destroyed, aren't you also eliminated? My apologies, but the soil beneath my feet is still the soil of the circle. However, Lin Ling smiled once more. Everyone discovered that from start to finish, Lin Ling's feet hadn't moved at all. He was still standing where he was at the start. Even though the circle was broken, the soil seemed to be sucked in by his feet, drifting down with him. This fellow. Everyone's hearts fiercely shook. Sometimes, a martial artist's destructive strength. This didn't mean that they were strong. What was truly fierce was a martial artist that had perfect control of their strength. For instance, A sword slashing falling leaves of falling leaves. That was a true martial arts skill. Moreover, they were so strong that they could shatter the circle in a single breath. Therefore, it was even more difficult to control their strength. This was the key to this elimination. Lin Ling's control of his strength had clearly surpassed all of them. The second prince hurriedly bowed. He knew that he had underestimated this blue-robed youth. The beautiful girl next to him was full of admiration. She hoped she could be as strong as the blue-robed young man. That's great. I'll go alone. These people are redundant anyway. Lin Ling nodded. He was in a hurry to complete the mission, so he didn't want any martial gods to waste everyone's time. The martial gods smiled wryly when they heard this. They wanted to refute, but they couldn't. After all, they were indeed eliminated. The second prince smiled wryly too. He bowed respectfully and said, "Let's stick to the previous conditions and leave 5 of you behind. What do you think? It doesn't matter how many of them there are. They won't be able to withstand a single blow from an expert." Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but he felt they were still too weak to participate in the mission. However, when the martial god realm geniuses heard the truth, their faces reddened with anger. Won't be able to withstand a single blow? Isn't this young man too arrogant? They didn't know that Lin Ling's overall strength was enough to fight 3 generations at once. Moreover, Lin Ling was now the last generation. Therefore, he didn't think he was arrogant at all. Most importantly, the strongest of these people was only at the level of the falling flowers flowing water sword. They were indeed very weak. How about this? You will choose the remaining 4. The second prince shook his head helplessly and looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling smiled. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would follow the second prince's request. He glanced at the martial gods. They were furious at first, but now they were looking at Lin Ling with anticipation. Of course, Lin Ling didn't have time to waste. He randomly chose 4 people, called the second prince, and set off immediately. The 4 martial gods who were chosen were extremely lucky because they could complete the mission. Once they completed it, they would be the last generation of the academy. The army set off toward the imperial tombs in a mighty manner. Lin Ling and the second prince were in the same carriage. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated. He didn't want to waste too much time. The second prince looked at Lin Ling with a wry smile. He wanted to say something, but he was extremely respectful of Lin Ling. As for the beautiful girl, she was even more so. Although she sat upright and looked like an obedient child, her big eyes stared at Lin Ling curiously from time to time. Is there something wrong with my face? After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and stared at the beautiful girl. No. The beautiful girl was shocked and kept waving her little hands. Senior, please forgive her. My royal sister is very curious about martial arts. It's a pity that her talent is limited, so she hasn't been able to step into a new realm. The second prince was afraid that his sister would offend Lin Ling, and quickly tried to smooth things over. Lin Ling looked at them, and felt as if he was looking at an old friend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. At that time he also helped the second prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom seize the throne. Hence, the scene in front of him reminded him of his childhood. Actually, you don't have to be so serious. I didn't speak before because I wanted to seize the time to cultivate. It doesn't mean that I'm a difficult person to get along with. Lin Ling revealed a friendly smile, which made the second prince and the others less serious. What's your name? Then, Lin Ling looked at the beautiful girl and asked. Sun Yener. The beautiful girl didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Ling. She clasped her hands together and said nervously. Haha. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This lass was rather shy and didn't have the willfulness of a princess. He nodded and said, After the mission is over, I'll help you improve your talent and guide you on a set of martial arts. Really? The beautiful girl was ecstatic. This time, she dared to stare at Lin Ling. She then asked with anticipation, How powerful will I be? More powerful than those people outside. This is an unchanging fact. Lin Ling said. At this moment, outside the carriage, the remaining 4 martial god prodigies were riding on their horses and protecting the carriage. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they all gritted their teeth. That blue-robed youth looked younger than them, but he acted like an old man, which made them very unhappy. Chapter 24:13. The realm-devouring beast. The army immediately came to a stop after hearing Lin Ling's voice, as if they were facing a formidable foe. In front of them was a huge pitch-black forest. It was extremely quiet, so quiet that it caused them to hold their breaths. The darkness was terrifying. However, the silence lasted for quite some time, causing the four martial god realm geniuses to frown. They were quite nervous before, but they now realized that it was quite normal. Hee, this guy is just trying to trick us, one of the martial god realm geniuses said disdainfully. Even though Lin Ling was quite strong, he was still a rising star. The thought of them having to listen to Lin Ling's words was quite unpleasant. I think he's just bluffing. Let's move forward. Another person calmly said. It was a great opportunity for them to let the second prince know that Lin Ling was only so. Let's wait a little longer. Even though this Lin Ling is only a candidate for the last batch of disciples this year, his words still make sense. A woman was rather cautious. You're just a coward. Did you just lose to him because he's strong? We were only testing his control of the realm force. I admit that he's strong in that aspect, but he's no match against us in terms of realm force. The martial god realm genius who spoke at the beginning strode forward. However, as soon as he moved, whoosh, countless birds flew out from the woods ahead, as if they were startled. The martial god realm genius halted in his tracks. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's calm voice could be heard from the carriage. Aren't you very strong? Go ahead. I guarantee that you won't live for more than the period it took an incense to burn. What? What? The martial god realm genius's eyes glittered. This Lin Ling was underestimating his strength. After all, he was the ruler of a realm. He could easily destroy a realm with his full strength. Let's see how I won't live for more than the period it took an incense to burn. Following this, the martial god realm genius continued to move forward. Rumble. At that instant, a rare phenomenon took place. The enormous woods ahead began to sink, and the ground began to sink too. A huge mouth appeared, and began to devour the ground. At that instant, everyone was startled as their figures began to tremble. Such a huge mouth. That mouth seemed to want to devour this world. Moreover, the terrifying aura it emitted was extremely shocking. Go on, let's see if you can survive the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's calm voice echoed, causing the martial god realm genius called Chu Tian to fall to the ground with a thud. His face was very pale. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's reminder, he would have been dead. Thank you, Chu Tian immediately said. The other martial god geniuses didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. One of the girls asked, "What is this?" They all sensed that the huge mouth could easily swallow them. World-swallowing beast. At this moment, the carriage came to a stop. Lin Ling stood in front of the carriage and said indifferently, "Realm-swallowing beast? What is that? Strange, with our strength we can easily destroy a world, but that terrifying mouth gives us a terrifying feeling." Among the four, an older and more composed youth looked at Lin Ling and said, "Born in the chaos of the universe, it is a strange object of heaven and earth that can swallow a world. This is an immature body, so it hasn't reached a terrifying level yet." Lin Ling said indifferently. Then he waved his hand and said, "Let the army take a detour." World swallowing. This time, the four martial god geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Moreover, they finally remembered this ancient object. According to legend, this terrifying object was condensed by the chi of the universe. Once it appeared, it would wipe out all living beings. It had appeared once in the ancient era. At that time, it had swallowed more than 3,000 worlds, causing the martial god world to be mighty. This incident was also recorded in the history books. Unfortunately, this world-swallowing beast was too rare, so not many people knew about it. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was younger than them, but he knew about these ancient secrets? "Sir, you must be this year's assessment disciple of the Resplendent Academy, right?" the woman asked with a smile. Her smile was quite beautiful. Lin Ling didn't understand why she asked this. He nodded and said, "Yes, I passed the assessment not long ago." Their hearts jerked when they heard this. Now that they thought about it, Lin Ling was their junior brother, But this junior brother was too miraculous. However, although I passed the assessment, I am not considered a candidate of the last generation. I am already a candidate of the last generation, Lin Ling said. He didn't hide anything. After all, Qing province was very big. After these martial god geniuses met this time, it would be difficult to meet them again. That's fine. Aren't you only a candidate of the last generation after passing the assessment? The four people were even more surprised. After all, they were still candidates of the last generation. In order to remove the word candidate, they had worked hard for 100 years. Idiot, is junior brother Lin Ling an exception? The beautiful woman suddenly said. The other three people were stunned and nodded. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were even more in awe. The last generation of the resplendent academy was someone they could only look up to. Junior brother Lin Ling, no, senior brother Lin Ling, how did you detect the world-swallowing beast before? The more calm young man asked. Lin Ling's soul power was huge. In addition to his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes and his knowledge, he could naturally detect the changes in the earth. However, he would definitely not tell this secret. He smiled and said, the world-swallowing beast roams around the universe, but when it suddenly appears on the earth, there will be fluctuations in the void. Just pay attention to the fluctuations in the void. Amazing! The four people said at the same time. They certainly understood this principle, but wanting to do so was difficult. They had to be alert to the slightest movement in the earth. After all, even if they could sense the changes in the earth, it would be too late. They would have been swallowed up. They needed to be aware of the fluctuations in the void. All right, let's prepare to set off. However, with the appearance of the world-swallowing beast, there are also the Reaper aphids. These are the world-swallowing beast's companion beasts. We must be careful when facing them. Lin Ling looked into the distance and lightly said. At the same time, ancient black elephants began to crawl out from the sinking earth. These ancient elephants were as large as small mountains, but if one looked carefully, they weren't ancient elephants at all. Rather, they were masses of black sludge. These were the Reaper aphids. There were over a dozen of these black aphids. After they crawled out, they began to eat people. The army immediately retreated. The second prince and the others were pale with fright. They could only look at Lin Ling's group of 5. It looks like they are only at the first level of the World King realm. Luckily, they aren't too difficult. Let me do it. World King 7 directional fingers. The calm young man faintly smiled. He pointed out a finger. Blue light bloomed and the void exploded. A finger shot forward at high speed. Senior apprentice brother Liu, what a fierce World King 7 directional fingers. The others couldn't help but praise. The latter was at the 5th level of the World King realm, but within this boundary, he was still an extremely formidable existence. However, this martial art that could break through a world actually fell upon the black aphids. It only caused them to pause for a moment. What? Senior apprentice brother Liu felt disbelief. Were these aphids even more formidable than a world? Chapter 24:14. Imperial Tomb, Scorpio constellation. At this time, the earth was constantly sinking. That giant mouth seemed to swallow everything. If they didn't deal with these black aphids soon, the army would be in danger. Attack! The others erupted with their ultimate skills, as if the ruler of a world had arrived. Pop pop pop. Waves of energy rolled out from the earth, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Beneath this all-out attack, the black aphids died one by one, turning into a puddle of mud. Are these really aphids? They are simply giant beasts. Luckily, we have these martial god geniuses. The army behind them exclaimed in surprise. The 4 martial god geniuses couldn't help but laugh. They were finally in the limelight for once. They're too slow. However, just as they were laughing, Lin Ling poured cold water on them. This caused the 4 martial god geniuses to be unwilling. The youth called Chu Tian frowned. These death god aphids have extremely strong defenses. We've already used a low 2nd grade martial skill. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to break through them. His words were mixed with unwillingness. He thought that Lin Ling's words were too simple. Lin Ling shook his head, not explaining. He shot forwards like a swallow. In the air, He drew his ancient sword and slashed down at the last death god aphid. A single sword cannot cut down these aphids. Seeing this, the martial god geniuses shook their heads. However, a miracle occurred. Lin Ling's world essence didn't use any martial arts. It was only an ordinary third-stage World King Realm world essence. However, under this sword strike, the aphid trembled and was split in half. With this, the four martial god geniuses' pupils shrank. The army sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling drew back his sword and floated in the air. These aphids have a surface like mud, but they also have flaws. If I can find a still and motionless piece of mud, then I can kill them in a single strike without using any martial skills. How is this possible? The delicate woman cried out in alarm. This was because the mud on the surface of the aphids was constantly flowing. It was impossible to find a motionless one. Thus, she couldn't help but be surprised. She even thought that although Lin Ling looked young and delicate on the surface, there was a 10,000-year-old monster hidden in his heart. Otherwise, how could he be so abnormal? Let's go. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He turned around and left. The four martial god geniuses looked at Lin Ling's back with even more reverence. The army took a detour and headed in another direction. Inside the carriage, the second prince and the beautiful girl looked at Lin Ling in awe. They never thought that Lin Ling, who was the youngest, would surpass the other martial gods in every aspect. Big brother, why are you so powerful? Are all martial artists so respected? The beautiful girl noticed that Lin Ling was easy to talk to, so she wasn't so restrained. Looking at the young girl, Lin Ling thought of his son Lin Yi. He also thought of the fire spirit princess. He smiled and said, "Learning martial arts may seem glorious, but in fact, it is accompanied by many dangers. If one is not careful, it is very common for one's soul to dissipate. So sometimes, it is better to be immortal." Since Big Brother is so strong, he must have experienced many disasters. The beautiful girl asked. Lin Ling nodded. Indeed, he had experienced many life and death situations in his life. There was no end to it. Others saw that he was strong and yearned for his life of being respected, but who knew that he had worked hard behind the scenes? Little Yan, it is fate that we met. I will teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Moreover, I have a martial god fruit that can change your talent. With that cultivation technique, you should be able to reach the strength of a realm lord in the future. Then Lin Ling looked at the beautiful girl and said. The beautiful girl was stunned and extremely excited. Why aren't you thanking Senior Lin Ling? The second prince beside her knew that his sister's luck had come. She had met a benefactor. Disciple greets master. The beautiful girl reacted and hurriedly knelt down. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He was just giving her some pointers. He couldn't say that he was a master. He immediately helped the girl up. The beautiful girl looked at Lin Ling with even more admiration. She had truly met a benefactor. As for the four martial god geniuses outside the carriage, their eyes flashed. After knowing each other, they felt that Lin Ling was unfathomably deep. He was clearly at the third stage of the World King realm, but the feeling he gave off wasn't so. If we ask him for some pointers, do you think he will agree? That would be too shameful. After all, he is younger than us. If you don't ask, I will. Who says I won't ask? I just happen to have some doubts about my current martial arts. I hope he can give me some pointers. Imperial Tomb, Scorpio constellation. This was the goal of the army. A day later, the army arrived at the Imperial Tomb. The dragon energy here was extremely rich. Ancient buildings covered the entire mountain range. It was quiet and quiet, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. We've arrived. The second prince waved his hand and the army stopped. Then, a guard held up the imperial jade seal and carefully knelt down. In front of them was a giant altar. Imperial incense wafted through the air, as if the sound of an emperor was drifting through the air. The entire army, tens of millions of people, all knelt down in unison. Now was the time for the second prince to offer a sacrifice to the heavens and announce it to the world. At this moment, the second prince was wearing a neat dragon robe. He took the imperial jade seal and walked towards the altar. Throughout the entire process, his face was extremely solemn. Lin Ling and the rest stood calmly. Naturally, they would not kneel. However, just as the second prince was about to offer his sacrifice, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Smoke drifted out of the cave in front of them. A large number of soldiers in black armor appeared. Their bodies were filled with dense demonic energy. Sun Yaoyang, how have you been? A cold yell could be heard. A middle-aged man in a long black robe appeared in the distance. He held a huge saber that was taller than a person and walked over step by step. Bang, bang, bang. Following his footsteps, the ground shook. Great General Tuoshui? The second prince's expression changed drastically. He obviously knew that middle-aged man. Hand over the imperial jade seal. The emperor of this world can only be the crown prince. The middle-aged man in the black robe sneered. His body was filled with smoke, and he looked even more demonic. Big brother, those are the crown prince's men. At this moment, the beautiful girl on the other side said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. This was not the first time he had seen something like this. When the throne changed, there would definitely be other crown princes competing for it. It was no wonder that he had not seen other crown princes since he came here. Hand over the imperial jade seal. The sinister middle-aged man shouted again. He looked at the beautiful girl with a sinister gaze. Princess, this time, you have finally fallen into my hands. His gaze caused the beautiful girl to tremble. She subconsciously hid behind Lin Ling. The sinister middle-aged man only glanced at Lin Ling and the rest. Then, he ignored them and raised the huge saber in his hand. Kill. The surrounding black-armored soldiers charged forward like a demonic army. The demonic energy formed a huge demonic scorpion. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. The second prince's army also charged forward. Chapter 24:15. Battle Tumor Water General, unable to withstand a single blow. Sun Yaoyang, you don't have the qualifications to call yourself king. The black-armored middle-aged man advanced once more, his expression icy cold. As for the second prince, he looked at the middle-aged man and then at his own army. His complexion became even more dignified. This was because his army was beginning to retreat in defeat. He had long heard that the crown prince had turned into a monster. Now that he saw it, it was true. If you follow the crown prince, do you want to become neither a human nor a monster? The second prince angrily shouted. Die. You speak too much nonsense. The black-armored middle-aged man disdained to speak further. He grasped his saber and threw himself at the second prince. Along the way, his monster energy soared into the heavens, and a giant black scorpion appeared behind him. This scorpion's tail burned with a demonic green flame. It raised it high, wanting to kill the second prince. In your dreams. At this time, Chu Tian and the others attacked. The strength of a fifth-level world king completely erupted. Unable to withstand a single blow. However, the black-armored middle-aged man stopped. Then he stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted. Green monster flames splashed out in all directions. Puff! Chu Tian and the others immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and were sent flying backwards. The delicate young woman cried out in alarm. 6th stage world king realm? Moreover, his talent is at least 9th grade. Another person shouted out. Then they all crashed to the ground. It was clear that they were not the black-armored middle-aged man's match. After all, this black-armored middle-aged man's boundary was higher than theirs and his talent was greater. How could they be his match? I already knew that someone from Martial God World would come to help. Unfortunately, this person is too useless. Second prince, you can die now. The black-armored middle-aged man coldly shouted and threw himself at the second prince once more. As for Chu Tian and the others, their complexions changed. They wanted to crawl up, but they discovered that the monster flames on their bodies continued to burn them, making it impossible for them to stand. These monster flames were a bit strange. Royal brother! The beautiful young woman cried out in worry. However, she didn't discover that Lin Ling had already disappeared. A sword appeared in the sky, and in the next moment he arrived in front of the second prince. Clang! A sword stabbed out. Dragon painting finishing touch. At the same time, the black-armored middle-aged man's saber slashed out. Monster flames roared around it, but it was evenly matched with Lin Ling's sword. Seeing this, the second prince's expression changed drastically. He didn't die? The black-armored man's complexion changed. Before this, he had already seen this blue-robed youth, but he could sense that this blue-robed youth was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm, and was weaker than the other 4, thus he hadn't placed him in his eyes. However, he now realized that this young man was the strongest among them. Who are you? The black-armored middle-aged man said coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling gripped his sword and said calmly, the last generation of Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling. Last generation disciple. The black-armored man's pupils constricted, and an imperceptible trace of fear flickered in his eyes. But soon, when he saw that Lin Ling was alone, his expression became calm. You want to save them all by yourself? It's enough. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His calm demeanor raised the morale of the second prince's army. Currently, Lin Ling was the most mysterious martial god genius on their side. If Lin Ling couldn't block this enemy, then they would all be annihilated. Haha boy, you haven't been weaned off milk yet, have you? If the Resplendent Academy had sent out other martial god geniuses, then I, Great General Tuoshui, might have feared them a little. But you are by yourself. Just who do you think you are? I can see that your cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. The black-armored middle-aged man laughed heartily. Hearing this, the 4 martial god geniuses' complexions darkened. The black-armored man wasn't wrong. Although Lin Ling was stronger than them, his opponent was at the 6th level of the World King realm. Moreover, his monster flames were extremely strange. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any hope of winning. At this moment, the hope that had just risen in everyone's hearts dimmed once more. Do you see that? They don't have any confidence in you. But, you are also quite pitiful. It's rare for you to go out adventuring, but you ended up encountering a powerhouse like me. The 6th level of the World King realm. That is a goal you will never surpass. Haha. The black-armored man laughed. His world essence surged and his saber ruthlessly slashed down at Lin Ling. Monster flames followed his saber, like a poisonous scorpion stinger. This sort of fire was not only hot but also poisonous. If one was struck by it, they would lose the ability to fight, just like the 4 martial god geniuses from before. Demonic flame saber. Like a monster flame burning the plains, the entire imperial tomb was filled with monster flames. The 2 armies stopped fighting. The second prince's army was all worried. The black-armored monster army sneered, extremely confident. Beneath all eyes, Lin Ling's complexion remained calm. His handsome face revealed a taunting smile. Is the 6th level of the World King realm so arrogant? It's not like you haven't fought before. Fire, come out. His voice was icy cold. He stretched out his left palm and multicolored flames leapt about. A powerful martial artist had changed his innate talent, giving him a demonic aura. Therefore, the tyrannical song in his hand trembled, and the sword emitted an ear-piercing sound, becoming even more dazzling. After that, Lin Ling ceaselessly swung his sword as if he was holding a brush and painting, and wisps of a mysterious aura effused out from him. This was the last level of the Black Sword record, Black Sword. This was the sword of the Sword Emperor. What a terrifying power. Even on our side, we can feel the pressure. Our weapons are trembling. This martial god genius was actually hiding a trump card when facing the luminous water great general. Everyone in the second prince's army cried out in surprise. They just realized that the young man had said that he alone was enough to protect the second prince. And that was indeed the case. Trying to be mysterious, let me tear you apart. The middle-aged man in black armor stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand, and a feeling of unease rose in his heart. He knew that he could not let this young man use his sword again, or the situation would become very troublesome. Whoosh! He pounced over at lightning speed, leaving behind a fishy demonic fire wherever he passed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Ling, and slammed his palm heavily. If he hit, Lin Ling would probably be smashed to pieces. Papa! The entire rising sun boundary was in turmoil at this moment. However, Lin Ling seemed to have not heard it, and continued to swing his sword. When the middle-aged man's huge palm was right in front of him, his pupils constricted. Thousands of sword moves had finally merged into a single sword. The aura of the ultimate sword Dao swept out in a mighty manner. Black sword. Rumble. The huge black sword slashed out, and the battle aura, killing intent, and sword aura were extremely terrifying. A burly giant appeared behind Lin Ling. It was the Sword Emperor. In fact, this was the first time that Lin Ling had used this sword move. A third-grade origin world martial art. The middle-aged man in black armor finally realized just how terrifying this sword move was. He never imagined that this third-stage world king youth would not only have a fierce origin world martial art and talent, but even his martial arts were so fierce. No. Roar. The middle-aged man roared. His palm was cut off by the black sword and his body was cut into pieces, falling to the ground like rocks. Moreover, the giant black sword didn't stop. It was like the sword of a death god, passing through the black-armored army and causing countless monsters to die. Finally, the sword pierced through the ancient walls of the imperial tomb, leaving behind a clear black character. Then, it gradually disappeared into the distant skies. All around, there was a deathly silence. After a moment, gasps of surprise sounded out. The morale of the second prince's army was greatly boosted. The remaining black-armored soldiers were panic-stricken. They never imagined that an ordinary-looking youth would be able to ruin their scheme. Retreat. It wasn't known who shouted this, but the monster army retreated. They ran towards the walls of the imperial tomb, disappearing into them. Seeing this, the second prince and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, thank you. The second prince was extremely grateful. Bowing towards Lin Ling put away his sword. He smiled and waved his hand. This is my mission to begin with. Your Majesty, second prince. You should hurry up and offer your sacrifice to the heavens. Okay. With Lin Ling by his side, the imperial jade seal offering sacrifice to the heavens went much smoother. After the sacrifice to the heavens ended, Lin Ling could clearly feel that there was a mysterious aura around the second prince, protecting him. This was a universal dragon aura. Lin Ling had seen it not too long ago when he was a carp leaping over the dragon gate. It seemed that this second prince's ancestors were related to dragons. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ling fierce. Chu Tian and the others also walked over, all of them praising him. I was just lucky. Lin Ling casually smiled. He had fought with the third-generation disciples, the 36 world kings, and the latter were at the 7th stage of the world king realm. There was no need to mention this great general Tuoshui. Our mission has finally been completed. Then Chu Tian and the others revealed relaxed expressions. Although the mission was mainly completed by Lin Ling, they could still return and report on their mission. It was even possible for them to become last-generation disciples. Good, then we'll take our leave. Lin Ling didn't want to stay any longer, because his mission was different. That was to kill Blazing Lip World King. Then he bid farewell to the second prince and looked towards the walls of the imperial tomb. Then he walked over. There was a crack in the wall, and Lin Ling followed it. As for the second prince and the beautiful young girl, they looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with excitement. Lin Ling was their benefactor. The monster energy in the imperial tomb is very thick. Perhaps Blazing Lip World King is inside. Are we going to kill him? If we can kill him, the Academy's rewards will be even better. With just us? There's no need to even think about it. The previous great general almost killed us, much less Blazing Lip World King. Let's go back. Chapter 24:17. Evil Flame God 6 Transformations. After all, Lin Ling was someone who could jump 3 levels to fight. At this time, Lin Ling followed the crack. This was an ancient cave with statues placed all around. They seemed to be statues of evil gods. They should have been built by the second prince's ancestors. As he continued forwards, Lin Ling saw many giant imperial tombs. These were probably the tombs of the Sun family's past emperors. Not bothering with them, Lin Ling looked for another passage and continued forwards. Ka. When he entered the next hall, he saw many coffins placed within. These coffins seemed to sense life. At this time, all of their lids were pushed open. Then, one after another, tall figures climbed out of the coffins. These were tomb guardians. In their previous life, They had been formidable martial artists. After their deaths, they had been refined with a secret technique, leaving behind their formidable strength. This was a type of zombie that was even more formidable than a golden zombie. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even glance at them. He continued forwards and punched out, the strength of his divinity and demon body erupting. Get out of my way. A fist that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out, overturning a massive number of zombies. And Lin Ling was in this group of zombies, leisurely walking forwards. If the second prince and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because these were the ancestral guards of their Sun family. Each one of them was an existence comparable to a world king. This Sun family's background isn't small at all. No wonder Resplendent Academy wants to help them. Lin Ling said as he looked at the paintings on the walls. These paintings recorded the deeds of the Sun family from one generation to the next. A long, long time ago, a powerhouse had been born from the Sun family. This powerhouse was an extremely famous existence in martial god world. Later he perished. The great Azure Divine Dynasty remembered his hard work, and thus decided to protect the Sun family for generations. There are many martial arts recorded here. They should have been left behind by the Sun family's ancestor. Unfortunately, they are useless to me. Lin Ling looked around, and then shook his head. But soon his eyes brightened. On the left side of the wall, there was a statue. This statue had 3 heads and 6 arms. It had sharp fangs and angry eyes, giving off a ferocious feeling. Each of its 6 arms was holding an ancient book. Most importantly, this book was burning with flames. With just a glance, Lin Ling knew that this book was extraordinary. He quickly waved his left hand, and the book floated over. There were several large words written on the book. Evil Flame God 6 Transformations. This was a boundary origin martial art. Its grade was unknown, but it was definitely not weaker than the 3rd grade. Its cultivation method was extremely strange. It was burning its world essence. Burn world origin. World origin 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 world origin origin world origin origin world 9 transformations trans world origin. Those who ignited their realm essence did not have to die. The after effect was that they would not be able to use their realm essence for a short period of time. World origin transformations trans 6 transformations trans 6 transformations transformations 5 transformations trans world. It had 6 transformations. Evil flame transformation, heaven shocking transformation, wind and cloud transformation, heaven and earth transformation, and heaven and earth transformation. With every breakthrough in realm, the amount of energy required to burn the world essence would increase by 2-fold. Of course, the time required would also decrease by 2-fold. Its advantage was that after using it, the martial artist would only be exhausted and would not die. This cultivation method suits me very well. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. He just happened to be lacking a fire attribute realm source martial art. Who knew that when he dozed off, the heavens would send him a pillow? It seemed that his luck wasn't that bad after all. This trip is worth it just based on this martial art. Lin Ling hurriedly opened the book, and the 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes appeared. With a retentive memory, he easily learned how to cultivate it. Then he placed the book back on the statue and sat down cross-legged. This martial art seemed powerful, but the conditions to cultivate it were very high. The first condition was to awaken the divine body. Awaken divine physique was a talent of a higher level than Xian physique. My time and space divine steel is a 9th level Xian body. Although I can't cultivate the evil flame god's 6th transformation successfully, the first transformation shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Ling smiled. The 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes appeared, and he continued to comprehend. Time quietly passed like this. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling stood up, a smile on his face. He had successfully cultivated the first transformation, the evil god transformation. If he burned the realm essence in his 2 dantians, he could easily battle a 7th-stage world king, and even kill him. With this martial art in my hands, the power it can display surpasses that of others. The 36 world kings are very unlucky. The current me is no weaker than you. Lin Ling stood up and continued forwards. Because he had 2 dantians, when he burned his realm essence, his power would be much greater than others. And this was the advantage of the Chaos Divine formula. Following the cave, Lin Ling continued upwards. What surprised him was that he had arrived at the highest peak of the Imperial Mausoleum. The aura here was even greater and the dragon aura was vast and mighty. Moreover, there was a massive black palace at the summit. There was a massive amount of black armored monster soldiers all around, and from time to time, powerful martial artists would land on the summit. Why did Flaming Lip World King invite us here? These martial artists didn't seem to be from the Rising Sun world, but they were all either monsters or demons. Their auras caused one's heart to palpitate. This Flaming Lip World King isn't from this world, but he seems to have seized His Majesty the Crown Prince's mortal body, and is using it to stir up trouble. Lin Ling walked out of the cave, faintly looking at the black palace. Then he shook his head and waved his right hand. A black cloak covered his body, and he slowly walked towards the black palace. I heard that Flaming Lip World King wants to refine the Flaming Lip bead, and asked us to come help him. Flaming Lip World King's vision isn't bad. He's actually bitterly cultivating in this world. This world has a long history, but the martial artists here aren't too strong. He must have found many treasures here. However, this world is protected by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It's best if we be careful. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is nothing. No matter how many people come, I will kill them all. As they walked forward, the surrounding martial artists all spoke with indifference. They were clearly rogue cultivators from the myriad worlds. Lin Ling followed the crowd. Under the cloak, his lips curled into a sneer. He had come here to find Flaming Lip World King, so he had disguised himself and entered. Sir, don't you think so? The nearby martial artists who cultivated the demonic path and the demonic path couldn't sense Lin Ling at all. An extremely fierce-looking martial artist laughed at Lin Ling. You're right. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is nothing. Lin Ling's voice was cold as he lightly replied. Haha, great minds think alike. The martial artist still didn't know that Lin Ling had come here to kill Flaming Lip World King. I heard that Great General Tuoshui was killed right below the Imperial Tomb. If Flaming Lip World King hadn't reached a critical moment in his cultivation, he would have already attacked. Great General Tuoshui was also killed? His strength is extremely great. It's the martial god geniuses of the three great academies. As they continued forward, they saw many armored warriors in front of them coldly speaking. How bold! As long as Flaming Lip World King says a single word, I will immediately take action for him. Don't worry, you will have a chance because Flaming Lip World King will use the Flaming Lip bead to find the murderer's whereabouts. Good, I want to be the first to kill the murderer. The crowd soon arrived at the main hall. In front of the main hall, a tall man was sitting there. This person's entire body was covered in darkness, and it was impossible to see his appearance. However, strange flames burned on the surface of his body, as if he were a flame god. Chapter 24:18. I'm the murderer. Since everyone is here, that's good. But before I refine the Flaming Lip bead, I need to find those murderers, especially the one who killed my Tuoshui great general. I want to swallow him alive. The man let out a fiendish voice. He stretched out his hands and a mysterious bead appeared. A barrier floated out as if it was searching for something. TSK, the Flaming Lip World King is right. Once we find the murderer, we will swallow him alive. These martial god geniuses of the Azure Province's three great academies are too arrogant. They think they can do whatever they want just because they have a bit of strength. They don't know that we have tempered ourselves in the myriad worlds and defeated countless powerhouses. When did it become the turn of those fledgling juniors to be so arrogant? The other martial artists snickered. With a single glance, one could tell that they were demon kings of the myriad worlds, Fey emperors. Then they quietly waited for the results. Because the Tuoshui Great General was created by the Flaming Lip World King, he possessed the Flaming Lip World King's demonic flames. Thus, the Flaming Lip bead could find out who killed the Tuoshui Great General. But in the next moment, the man let out a cry of surprise. Then the murderer is here? The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at each other in disbelief. Because they were looking for the murderer. And the murderer was here? What a joke! Flaming Lip World King. Your flaming lip bead shouldn't have made a mistake, right? A Fey Emperor laughed. Hearing this, the Flaming Lip World King fell silent. In truth, he was also puzzled about this point. But the flaming lip bead shouldn't have made a mistake. The flaming lip bead didn't make a mistake. As everyone was puzzled, an indifferent voice floated out. The hall became even more silent. Who is it? A martial artist with surging demonic energy roared. His gaze turned to a corner where a cloaked man was sitting. He was holding wine and drinking it in a drunken manner. He knew that it was the cloaked man who had spoken. In front of the Flaming Lip World King. When did it become your turn to speak? The martial artist's body exploded, turning into a demon that attacked the cloaked man. Woo-woo. It was like a large demonic cloud was dancing in the air. Impudent. The other martial artist coldly said. Pa. However, as soon as that cultivator approached the cloaked figure, an arm stretched out from within the cloak and suddenly grabbed the huge ball of devil cloud. Moreover, a short moment later, the devil cloud revealed its true form, and its true form was firmly held by the neck as well. A nest of snakes and rats. Looks like you're not a good person either. The cloaked man muttered to himself as he exerted a little force with his arm. With a bang, the devil's neck was crushed. However, the devil immediately turned into a wisp of soul and fled with a cry of alarm. However, could he escape? Just as the soul was about to move, the arm reached out once more. After grabbing hold of the soul, the arm tightened its grip. A ferocious voice rang out, and that soul was also scared out of its wits. Seeing this, the entire hall exclaimed in surprise. This was because that martial artist had been at the 3rd level of the World King realm, and had possessed the undying demonic monster body. He had been chased down by countless powerhouses, but had managed to come out unscathed. Who would have thought that he would die here today? Who was the cloaked man? I am the murderer you speak of. At the same time, the cloaked man slowly took off the brim of his hat, revealing a clean and handsome face. It's you. How bold of you. I haven't even looked for you and you've already delivered yourself to my doorstep. Flaming Lip World King was stunned. A tyrannical aura exuded from his body. Monster flames roared, causing a giant vortex to appear in the skies. Everyone was startled by Night Heavenly Demon's strength. As for the cloaked man, he was Lin Ling. At this time his complexion was calm. He lightly said, I came here to take your life. Arrogant. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth had killed Great General Tuo Shui, and not only hadn't he run away, but he had delivered himself to their doorstep. Did he want to use his own strength to kill Flaming Lip World King? This youth thought too highly of himself. 3rd level of the World King realm. I don't know how you killed Great General Tuo Shui, but since you have come here, you cannot leave alive. Flaming Lip World King's voice was icy cold. He sat there motionless, but he was like a great monster king emperor. His strength was at the 7th level of the World King realm, so he naturally didn't fear Lin Ling. You cultivated the method of seizing the body of His Majesty the Crown Prince, and even managed to steal away His Majesty the Crown Prince's body, and stir up havoc in Rising Sun World. I thought you were some great figure, but it turns out you were just a little monster. However, you are still just a little monster. Lin Ling remained indifferent. He pulled out his ancient sword. On the blade, multicolored flames began to burn. It was extremely dazzling, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. This light was too bright. Moreover, it turned into a dazzling, profound character. It was a startling sight. Whoosh. A slash cut towards Flaming Lip World King. This was a dazzling slash of fire. On the surface, besides being dazzling, it didn't seem too strong. Is this your confidence? Flaming Lip World King lightly said. He was surprised that Lin Ling had seen through his true body, but he didn't place this sword in his eyes. This youth was young and his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. What was there to fear? Flaming Lip. Roar. Flaming Lip World King's entire body began to roar with flames, turning him into a half-scorpion half-human monster. His 2 arms also turned into giant scorpion pincers. This was Flaming Lip World King's innate mystic body. Flaming Lip Demon Scorpion King. This was an extremely ancient mystic body. It could allow a million martial artists to transform into a monster. Great General Tuan Shui had been transformed by him. Whoosh. However, the sword slash still cut towards Flaming Lip World King. The giant profound character was a startling sight. Many people sneered. This sword light was nothing more than the light of a firefly. It would soon be incinerated to nothing by Flaming Lip World King. However, a sudden change occurred. The sword seemed ordinary, but it was actually unstoppable. It carried with it the aura of an ancient sword sovereign. As it slashed into Flaming Lip World King's body, it actually extinguished the demonic flames on his body. Looking carefully, one could see that on his chest, a giant profound character had appeared, as if it had been carved into his body. What sword is that? Flaming Lip World King's panic-stricken voice rang out. This was too terrifying. In his opinion, if this youth could kill Great General Tuan Shui, then he must be strong enough to jump realms to fight. But, to fight someone at the 4th rank, this was simply impossible. But reality told him that anything was possible. How could he know that Lin Ling's sword had suppressed the world essence of 2 Dantians? In addition, the wisp of chaos energy from his Omega Sword Dao and the tyrannical power of the flames of time and space was also present. To be able to threaten a 7th stage World King wasn't difficult at all. Puff. Flaming Lip World King spat out a mouthful of blood. I already said that you are only SOSO. Stop. Lin Ling stepped forwards. He put away the Tyrant Song sword and multicolored flames began to rise from his body. He also has a fire attribute talent, and his talent level isn't low. Stop. Who is this fellow? He can be called a monstrous genius. Stop. Everyone in the hall couldn't laugh anymore. Their faces were filled with fear. Before they had wanted to take revenge for Great General Tuan Shui, but now, that was nothing more than wishful thinking.